It's really ridiculous. And if you don't believe me, go to Ballotpedia, look John Kitover up, zoom in on the picture. You will see an E7 rank. You will see a soldier with the last name Kitchen. And then you can look up that soldier, and you can see, you can view his Instagram photos with all his like little posts and all that
That's
stuff.
not an E7 rank. That's a military intelligence insignia on the front breast pocket or on the front breast lapel of my Class A uniform.
No, it's not.
Sorry, yes it is.
No. So,
Greg, you can say whatever you want, but it's slander to accuse me of doing, you know. Okay, well then it's slander. And we're going to file the first lawsuit out of the campaign!
You like fucking use a military man's fucking picture, and then you're soliciting funds on that.
It's me, ladies and gentlemen. I'm bald, I know. I've lost my hair. Stress! It took it away from me like that.
I just really don't. You're scum. Because you didn't know what happened to that soldier. You don't know if he died. You don't know if he died in the course of duty.
I'm right here. I'm alive. I'm alive. I am alive.
And as far as I'm concerned, the joke's up, and it's pretty fucking disgusting that it went this long, and that you utilized a fucking veteran to have.
I'm alive.
And there is nobody, and you would get your ass beat in. I can promise you that. Go to your VFW post and dare you to go out there and fucking talk the shit you do at the bar with a whole bunch of them before your teeth get fucking railed in on the bar there while they're drinking their whiskey.
That's Army, isn't he? And maybe Eric?
It is. Yeah.
Yeah, well, we could ping him in here, couldn't we? And he could go over it.
This is the official roast party, John Kitover.
I can remember.
Like this shit's so wild.
I'm just thinking chillos and people.
And I modded Brad, FYI, because I really don't care how things turn out.
But yeah, I don't like it when people grift off of fucking soldiers. I just don't.
Not grifting.
You were gonna get caught. You knew you were gonna get caught. That's the whole point. You think it's fun. But so now you're
gold butter bars.
Now you got a few laws to tangle. So I'm sure they're gonna find one of those IP addresses. I'm sure they're gonna find.
Bring it, Brad.
I'm sure they're gonna be looking because I'm not playing.
I'm not playing either.
What's the picture you posted? An E7 in the Army. And the last name on the...
This one might go all day. I might make this my super group before
it's
I
on
have.
Ballotpedia. And the campaign says John Kitover.
No sharks.
The four-year butter boy.
It's true.
I never heard of that shit before.
It's true. I'm an oddity in the military.
For 4 fucking years.
Not many people get their butter bars and just get medically discharged like this guy. I'll be right back.
Alright, I leave it to you guys. Have fun.
I invited him back up because it's not my room.
Yeah, I have a question for him as well. If he doesn't mind. Is he still in the room? Who?
His Peter's here.
Yeah, John, I had a question about him.
Hold on, I'm looking at it, and the picture is quite fuzzy. Is he talking about his name tag? His name tag definitely says Kitover.
I don't know what he said.
I was kind of looking at it's if you click at the link at the top, you can see the picture in question.
I don't do this. Sorry.
I don't want to PTR somebody else's picture. If anybody else is comfortable,
What is Brad
I just
talking about? What tag is he talking about? The only tag I see that has a name is the one above his lapel on the right side that says Kitover.
And Brian said his rank said he was E7 rank also.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Haitian. What's your question?
No, how long you been traveling, bro?
Well, I'm 42 years old. If you're referring to Freemasonry, I'm not a Freemason.
So why do you have apron?
Oh, I'm a collector. I have a lot of books and a lot of artifacts and records, all kinds of interesting information, collectibles.
Okay, I got you. You're the wannabe, so I got it, right? Wannabe.
Yeah, I'm the wannabe congressman, the wannabe second lieutenant in the U.S. Army. A wannabe. Takes a wannabe to know a wannabe.
Wannabe for some false messiah symbols and now you're fucking racing. I
don't understand why this is being contested. That's clearly his photo. I can tell that's Jonathan.
Holly, welcome to the internet. Welcome to the roast. It's a roast. This app is a barbecue. That's what's happening here. And I'm okay with that. I accept the rules of the game. Oh, I agree. I don't think anybody should be on this app wasting their time. That's a you problem. That's a you problem.
Okay, all I see are a few pins on his lapel that don't have dates on them. They're trying to do like these full pins. And then above his right pocket, dress box says name tag that says Kitover, but it's just a plain name tag. It's not like a ranking or anything.
Is it a dress uniform or a fatigue uniform?
It looks like an officer uniform, like a green, dark green, and gold button. And he's got a tie on. He's like accepting the board or something. Or where was the rank?
It's on the shoulders. I'm a butter bar, and this insignia on the front is the intelligence insignia, which looks like a star. You can also go to Instagram, and my profile name is John Kitover. You can scroll past all the videos from Politically Correct of you Haitian talking, and then you can get to my actual military second lieutenant, commissioning ceremony from the Citadel. Totally up to you to figure it out if you want. But ladies and gentlemen, this is not a question of stolen valor. This is a question of stealing $37 trillion and $2 trillion a year that we don't collect in taxes. Go to johnforcongress.com or click that link above right now to give 10, not 11, 10, not $9. Thank you, Clubhouse, a.k.a. Clown House, like Haitian here with his dunce hat on our great President Trump. Wait, did you just say $100? I'm over here dancing right now. Please hold.
Yeah, but you said Trump was a great president, so I can't.
Ah,
I thought you was really working on some shit.
shucks. That's too bad. I was dancing over here.
You dance. That's what you do best. Dance. Dance, boy. Dance.
They say, join the dance and the partners will find themselves. I'm dancing again. He's dancing, dancing, dancing. He's dancing, dancing, dancing. Yeah. Well, Hakima, what have you thought about the morning show for the campaign to elect John Kitover? Were you thoroughly entertained, Hakima? Ashley, were you entertained?
Very much so. You know, but I mean, I am being serious. I am concerned about this state. I've lived here all 36 years of my life, and I've seen everything down here go to shit. Like, our farmlands are being overgrown because farmers don't want to do, like, farmers are moving away. You know, I mean, there are fields that I grew up around that they used to drive through, and they were just growing every year, but this year they're like weed piles, and it's sad. It's really sad down here.
Well, change now is a good motto. I hope Dr. Adams, who is supporting Darren LaHood, the incumbent, that we are trying to unseat and defeat, I hope we can convince Dr. Adams to change his position, because we need all the clubhouse support we can get. Now, I know some people are going to flip against me on this app, because the contrarian position is always the best position to be in. And I understand Adams' position, but I think eventually we're going to win over Adams. And one night he's going to come gushing in. He's going to change allegiances. He's going to update his PTR to John for Congress. And we are going to take the 16th District of Illinois with Dr. Adams when he breaks the camel's back. I just have a positive vibration. I think Dr. Adams is such a great performer. This might just be a front. And eventually he will turn to the campaign to elect John Kitover, second lieutenant, retired, former sergeant in the Army. Will he win this election? But Ashley, I hear you what you're saying about the farming. You know, I think we have to maximize, our farming, limit our imports, tax the imports, and make sure farmers make as much money as possible at, market rate. But, I'm no farmer. I'm running for Congress, and I work primarily in digital communications. So, I would say document what you're talking about, take photos, shoot videos, make awareness videos on YouTube, TikTok. And, that's what I'm doing. I mean, I'm constantly calling attention to the problems, the dysfunctional problems in government, the borrowing and spending, the bullshit contracting. So, social media and that court of justice is really the first court of deliberation and reprieve. And everyone has that ability to start networking and documenting and being a citizen journalist. So there's really no other way to do it, in my opinion. Even if I win this congressional seat or make the primary, I mean, you're still creating content about what you perceive, as being things to fix. So that's what most of these Congress people do. Most of them just complain and create, Trump crash out videos, but nobody's really documenting and recording the problems that they would actually like to be fixed.
Well, I mean, if something happens, like you're fighting an uphill battle up in northern Illinois, I'm telling you, because I think you're the only Republican on the ballot, aren't you?
Yeah, other than the guy that I'm running against, yeah.
Yeah, if you ever get a chance to drive down here, it's like a 5-hour drive from you, to check out how bad things are down here and like how much they could be improved. But this whole end of the state is completely ignored. The schools are ignored. I worked in the school cafeteria, and I can tell you, like it was canned food, it was frozen food. They didn't even turn on the stove some weeks, right? It was all oven stuff, and it's pretty bad. And then the special education down here is trash. I mean, there's a lot of concerns I have in this state, and it's making it so people that have lived here their whole lives are moving away because you can't afford your property taxes. My taxes doubled this year almost.
What's keeping you there, Ashley? Family?
My grandparents. They're older. They took me in when they didn't have to, so there's no way I'd leave them.
Well, I love it. I came back into the room to hearing somebody railing against property taxes and giving justice the way it was. There is one person running for office that is in opposition to these said taxes. And if we really care about, organization that has no for property rights in general. I would just like to.
If I had the money, I would donate, but I don't right now.
$1 goes a long ways.
It does. It also puts you in our database, so I can reach out to you to help us with the campaign digitally. And I know $1 may be a time waster for you, but if you get in our database and we get your email or cell phone number, and you're open to receiving messages from the campaign directly, we need direct digital action just as much as on the ground foot action. So your digital footprint and your digital activity can be even more valuable sometimes than on the ground action. Your retweets, your reposts, your citizen journalism, you will be joining a forever campaign until you tell us to stop spamming.
Well, if you ever run down here in my district, I'd help knock on doors and everything if you could bring awareness to down here, because it's a waste. Like, it could be a good area here.
Well, who is your congressperson in your district?
Let me look it up. I can't remember off the top of my head. I don't want to dox myself.
Do you know who Darren Bailey is?
I think I've heard the name.
He's a Republican. He ran for governor. He owns a large farm. He's kind of like our, who's that rancher guy in Wyoming who stood off against the government? They made a movie about him recently. But he's just a very politically active conservative farmer. And he did not win the governor's race, but he, made a good showing and organized more people, to the Republican Party of Illinois to hopefully, unseat and knock these Democrat psychos who are ruining the state with $200 billion in debt. The city of Chicago is $60 billion in debt with hundreds of billions of dollars in liabilities, just like the federal government. But the federal government has $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities and $37 trillion in funded liabilities. But nobody cares about that. Everybody wants to attack the military record of John Kitover and his second lieutenant under our status as an officer, a medically retired officer from the U.S. Army National Guard. Bojo, you just missed a very exciting roast of campaign candidate Congressman John Kitover.
Thank you for your service. Alex is my boss. He's been for as long as I can remember, too. No, thank you for your service, John.
Don't thank me, Pockets. Don't thank me. Thank all the thousands of dead soldiers in Iraq and Afghanistan who died fighting for your freedom and liberty to give $1 to John Kitover. Don't thank me.
Pockets, let me say, the best form of thank you, the most sincere form, is in the form of a donation.
Yeah, which is the I'm sending you this thing in the form of you some money.
Listen, I can't promise you that I won't make drastic cuts to Medicare, Medicaid, but for every dollar you send me, I will give back. Just, I don't know, does $100 billion sound fair, Pockets? How about that?
Well, I support what you're doing. I think it's just the fact that I am just more emotionally invested and not thinking as logically, because I do work with seniors and I'm very close to a lot of them, so I feel like my emotions do get in the way of my logic on all of this. So, but I do support what you're doing. I highly support term limits, which I call out on your website. I think the big deal is putting term limits on people in office. So I highly support it.
Pockets, do you support $1 worth? $10 worth? $100 worth?
Yeah, fucking do all this.
Wow. Thank you, Pockets.
Ashley, do you ever have the opportunity to go to either the local county GOP meetings, if you're on the GOP side, or Democrat meetings?
I don't get a chance to, because, trying to find somebody to watch the kids, and there's no way I'd take my kids somewhere like that. They're too hyper.
And you're married now, aren't you? Can you watch them?
Yeah, but remember he's on the boat. So,
Well, I don't know what he does. So he got off.
He's gone for 20 days. Yeah, yeah. He's away for 20 long days. This time it was 5 weeks though, because he went to school.
Wait, hold on. Your man takes off for 28 days.
Yeah, he works on a tugboat.
How do you
He's actually been almost a steersman.
how do you satisfy your needs?
By checking off. I read smut.
Oh, that's cool. I was asking for winging and some resources if you need it. It sounds like you got it figured out.
Oh no, I'm 36 years old. I've done figured everything out. I'm good in that department.
Do you like working out with your hand or do you use toys?
Oh my god.
That's it. The toys are the creation of the now kid fan. How should I talk it? Vibrators are the devil's toy. I feel like they give you false hope for what is reality. Right? Because no dude is going 1,000 miles per minute on my vagina. Like it's just never happened. So I feel like, we gotta get rid of all these toys. It's their lives. I don't even believe in sex inside marriage.
No, that is an honest answer. For 36 years old. Amen.
Oh, I got a question for you. Since we're on the topic of masturbation, are you left-handed or right-handed?
Right?
Okay. I just want to know. So if I had to meet you in person, I want to know which hand I would shake.
That doesn't look like sex with marriage. I'm not ambidextrous, but I must have masturbated. My right ear prays that gives me all about the sex. Serendipity, Raven? I am. Why is it happening now? I don't understand. You did. I'm a fist. I just heard there's no sex in marriage. Are you kidding me? I'm kidding. Yeah, it was a troll. It was a troll. I know.
Hold on.
I would love to hear what you guys do. Look at God. Look at everything. Not to ask everything plastic surgery. He can't scream at us for interrupting him either. Jehovah was like, don't worry about it. Look out. You're not saying anything. Oh, I like being yelled at by about your other people, not so much, but I just feel like passionate, like heated. And I'm like, what else you do? No, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do that. Meaning, we can't hear you. We love you too much. It's just like the fuck. Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we hear you now.
Okay, well, I just want to say, ladies, go ahead and talk about all of your filthy habits. However, if a certain somebody, a friend of mine, enters this room, we need to change the subject because she doesn't like to hear about this.
That's not gonna happen. But that's not gonna happen.
You know.
They're grown up. They understand things, and that's not gonna happen. They're just gonna keep on talking their lovely selves. I think the ones who are most silent about the nasty shit are the ones who are the ends. That's been my experience too. I used to be very quiet. Yeah, you were a pretty girl. The streets. Yeah, you weren't even know that's some crazy shit. Apparently, I'm so influential. All I have to do is go into a room. I know. I didn't even do it, Kristen. Did you see? I didn't remember. I did. Yeah. I was a very good girl.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I don't like talking about it. I don't know. Like my best friend, like my closest friends, we talk about sex, but I'm not big on like
I totally understand. I want to tell my strangest desires to strangers. So fucking no, my friends will look at me. My friends will look at me and be like, I'm never sleeping over your house again. You know what I mean? Yeah. I can really touch.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yours.
yes.
Okay. So, take how many times you masturbate per month and multiply that by 2.5, and that's the denomination that you should donate to.
And so I don't just let you always do 50 cents. I'm in the fifth nomination. Cash App is open. Yeah, I get all my draining those bank accounts. I think I owe like $25.
I gotta say
Cash App is bio.
that was an intense roast
No,
room.
it's not really.
I
Who
threw
roasted you? Not something you invited them?
Brad really roasted me because he was
So
upset.
I'm gonna go back to that.
He was very upset that he never made it to an officer status in the U.S. Army. You know, and I respect his service and I respect his strength and courage. But if you're going to accuse me of stolen valor, I believe that is slander. And also, you're going to come on here all day, every day, and make homicidal ideation, death threats against people, particularly young people who are recording you. And if you are a business professional and you do work in insurance or whatever the hell you do, I think you're an absolute madman to come on a social audio chat under your legal name making death threats. I think that might not have repercussions for your career or job, etc. So, I mean, be careful, throwing stones. And Dr. Adams, I am 100% confident that we are going to get Dr. Adams to change over to the campaign to elect John Kitover to Congress and ditch Darren LaHood, the rhino, a vaccinologist, and super debt creator.
I just don't get what picture he was referring to. The one on Wikipedia clearly says Kitover. I don't see kitchen anywhere.
Yeah, and I Googled you, John. I Googled you. You're fucking everywhere. It's not really hard to find you. I was really dying yesterday when people kept saying, like, you're not who you say you are. I'm like, but he's literally everywhere online. Like, you know, you're YouTube, you see your face, you hear the voice, it's the thing. I don't understand what's going on.
And the boy, the young man in the Wikipedia photo that Brad referenced, who's accepting some sort of award, military award, it's clearly John. It's literally, obviously, John.
That's a commissioning. That's a commissioning ceremony photo. Yeah, that's when I got my butter bars pinned on when I was in 87.
Yeah, you can't take away that nose, man. You got a very distinct nose. Like, you can't copy that. I'm confused as well. I think you were chilling. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I just didn't, I was
Is he having a hard time seeing? I mean, I love Brad, I'm just saying, it clearly did say Kitover. I didn't see any other place on his shirt that said letters. That was the only place that had letters. So, and he said Wikipedia photo. So I don't know what other photo he could have been looking at.
It's a real thing, Holly, that, like, if you think something is there, you're gonna see it sometimes. People are just fucking, they believe it so hard sometimes, it's what they see, and you can't prove wrong.
Mandela effect.
Remember there was a court that was not even not have a monocle. They did not have a monocle. And there was a cornucopia in front of them. I don't care. Whatever you want to say. And Pokemon didn't have a black tail. He did have a black tail. Okay, well, I still have the Pokemon. Pikachu. Oh. Pikachu would have a black effect. Nah, dude, I hate that shit. I hate that shit. Like, it makes me so mad that I'd be questioning if I'm retarded or not. So, bears. Like I said, Louis Tunes was so different. I'm like, no, it's okay, it's alright. Right out of the girl, 4 coffees. I had like 4 coffees. That was Sinbad. I was like, oh my god, that existed. It was like Sinbad and being a genie. Yeah, they're like that. Yeah, it's a good I am Sinbad. Yeah. And when they're saying that it wasn't, there was an movie. Yeah, I like that. Were you expecting the title of the movie to be, or there was never a movie? I don't know, but there's something about it that they're saying. I think it was never a movie. So now you make them guess what the Mandela effect was. Alright, well, here's the thing. I don't really care. You can mess with my mind. You can make me question things. At the end of the day, I don't don't care. Like, why are my bills being paid? I'm sorry, I'm not much, but are my bills being paid? Do I have a job the next day? Are my cats and dogs fed? Do I have Mojo's attention? All of these things are first and foremost my.
Well, hold on. The best way to get my attention these days is to click that link above. Smash that link above and leave a generous donation. That's the best way to get my attention.
How much did you donate?
I'm going to keep my donation level private, but John is very aware of what I get.
I need you promoting my TikTok. I need you promoting my TikTok. You are good.
So, real quick question, Kristen. And I don't want to put any pressure on you, but so in your support of John Kitover's campaign, are you prepared to like and share the images? Are you able to volunteer in a different way? Are you going to be using cash donations? Like, how are you planning to help the John Kitover for Congress?
I don't know yet. Currently, my cousin is my present.
Well, if
What
you
if we just did this? What if everyone in this room that hasn't given at all, what if you were to just click that link and just as a gesture of goodwill, leave $1. Doesn't mean that would be the last dollar. Maybe it is the last dollar you need. But what if everyone in this room right now, including those that have already given, such as myself, would we just click the button and give $1 right now, just to recognize that we are in support? It's $1. It's $1. $1. We can all afford $1. It's depending on what state you live in, that might be the cost of a single egg. If you can give $1 for a single egg, certainly you can give $1 for somebody that's going to advocate for policies that will lower your cost of eggs.
If you wanted my personal information go through, all you have to do is
I have no access to this information whatsoever.
well, then I guess you won't be happy. I will put $1 in an envelope and send it to you. I just have cash.
Speak to the people in the goo. People that are well-resourced, like Dr.
I
Adams.
have been, but I could be wrong.
Well, Dr. Adams he's a doctor for crying out loud. As a doctor, I'm sure he has an excellent salary. I think we can get Dr. Adams to part with at least one of his hard-earned dollars today. Dr. Adams, please let us know once you click the button and you've given your support for John Kitover. Wallace. Oh, I don't think Matt Cole's as well-resourced as Dr. Adams, but Wallace grew up in the same area that I did, and I know that living in that area, he's got at least one disposable dollar that he can donate.
You know what I have to say there, Roger, is that I'm so grateful that my dollar is worth just as much as anybody else's dollar. Because I am currently in a country that used to be a first world country. That's slowly turning into a first world country. And I'm slowly turning into a second one. And I'm not very happy about that, but at least my money goes going.
Well, don't forget about the Clubhouse Anonymous. I think that by giving money to this campaign, it's a better investment than even investing in Clubhouse Anonymous, because I already have a Clubhouse Anonymous, and if there are conversations that you'd like to anonymously listen on through my YouTube, Instagram, or X account, or Clubhouse accounts, you don't even have to pay the $5 to get the anonymous feature.
John, when you factor in every dollar collected plus the matching fund, what is the grand total that the campaign has had in less than 48 hours of kicking it off?
We're at $1,100.
Wow. Wow. And that's less than 48 hours. Imagine where we're going to be 2 weeks in.
I really want to optimize my time here and try to probably make, I have 2 offices in my house, and I know if I want to do more, I got to be in the other room and let these rooms run. I think disengaging and doing controlling my time is a challenge with the stickiness of creating these types of rooms. But the Craigslist ads are not generating responses, so I have to find another way. It could be Facebook, and there's more work I need to do to get campaign volunteers. When I ran for committee person, I had people coming out of the woodworks to help me with this, because there's a lot less people involved in the geographic proximity of Rockford and Peoria. But connecting with real people on the ground there that are sick of their neighborhood is going in fun.
I would reach out to a guy by the name of Kid Matt. He's an elected member of the state executive committee of the Libertarian Party, and just connect with him. Kid Matt, MATTES. You can find him if you look up the Libertarian Party of Illinois. It's on the website. Reach out to him directly. You can mention Roger Mayhem and just say that you want to bend his ear a little bit and see if he's interested in discussing ways to feed.
Okay, got his
Jet to
information.
Holiday.
Ken Matz. Okay, he's got a Facebook and a website. Let me get to work.
He's also on this app, so you can tell him that he can join any of these conversations up here. That's easy. But a private conversation will probably be with the mission. I wonder if your piece is going to donate. I know that she talks a lot about looking to help the Black community. So yes, your piece. John Kitover is running for Congress. You click the link above. What he's hoping to do is make sure that the way that the government intrudes in our lives, and I'm sure that you've seen the way that they've intruded in the lives of your people. You might find a great ally in John Kitover. And click on that link. That's the first step. And perfectly consider it a generous donation.
No, you go ahead. Mine's totally off topic, so forgive if you want to say I'm wrong. I was just gonna say I would have got $1, but the thing won't let me use my Cash App remotely.
You can use your credit card, debit card, Apple Pay.
I know, I just prefer, like, if it's not a well-known site, to use my Cash App, and I can't find my card.
Well, I do have Cash App, but it won't, go into the campaign account, unfortunately. I can put it in the campaign account and match it on your behalf, but trust me to do that. People want to make sure that campaign disclosure laws are adhered to.
Oh, dude, show me your cash app. I'll send you. Not to be around.
We have Brad back in the room who just conducted the roast of candidate Congressman John Kitover, and I thank you, Brad, for all that content. Even though you didn't give $1, your content is invaluable to the campaign. So I salute you, warrior, hero, Brad.
You did forget the fact that you used Sergeant with E7. You used his picture before in season 2, right? You forget that you went around and said you were a veteran multiple times, and then got caught lying on it. And I believe there's even a video because you recorded all that but you went around and said the same photo.
Brad, episode 2.
Like,
Brad, I'm not an E7. I finished in the Army National Guard as a butter bar, an officer, which you did not become. You're not a gentleman. I am a gentleman, an officer, a medically retired U.S. Army intelligence officer, and former infantry sergeant in the National Guard. That's my military record, Brad. You can go on and on and on and on, but that's my military record.
So you're soliciting funds for a campaign as a veteran, correct?
100% correct.
Okay, so you realize it's a federal crime.
Go ahead and file the federal charges, and then you can have my DD-214s, and then maybe if you keep making death threats on Clubhouse, you too will have federal charges.
Brad, so I gotta ask you, I'm confused. Okay, you sent the photo on Ballot TV, right?
Correct, yeah. You used that before. The veteran who actually was on that photo came on to Clubhouse saying, why are you using my grandma?
Brad, you may have a traumatic brain injury, but that never happened.
Brad, that is 100% junk. I don't understand. That is definitely his face.
Molly.
It says Kitover. Wait, it says Kitover on the name tag.
No, it doesn't. It says Kitchen.
Zoom in. It looks 100%.
It does not. It says Kitchen. You better open it up. And it's also not an officer's uniform.
It is, it's a Class A uniform.
I zoomed in. It says Kitover.
No, it doesn't.
Sorry.
Run your AI algorithm, email me, open it up and say, okay, let's say Kitchen.
Brad, you're going to have egg all over your face on this one. I hate to break the bad news to you, but I am a veteran, and I'm a graduate of the Citadel Military College in Charleston, South Carolina. I hate to break that news to you, but it's the truth. I'm not doing stolen valor, and I'm not lying.
That's all right.
You know, don't know what to
So
tell you.
what's the oath you take? Just give me the first 2 sentences.
The oath in the swearing in ceremony.
Where you go right in the oath, yeah. Just give me
I, John Kitover, do solemnly swear to uphold and, allegiance. It's not like I have it memorized, bro.
Yeah, that's right. How many things are playing when we get to?
No, Brad.
Okay, Brad, let me ask you this question, Brad.
Look it up. It definitely did. I'm like actually kind of concerned for you right now. Like, it definitely says Kitover, and it's clearly his face. Like, there's no doubt about it.
Pull a picture up, search, and it'll say Kitchen on the last name. Ask your AI, identify the soldier and their rank.
Okay.
Yeah, Brad, I'm not lying. I'm not making anything up. If you want to come to Chicago, I will invite you into my office and show you all of my military records and, show you pictures and prove to you who I am that I say I am.
Also, you might be a motor bar for 4 years in the military. That just doesn't happen.
I wasn't a butter bar in the military for 4 years. I was first a PFC, a specialist, and then a sergeant in the U.S. Army National Guard in the infantry. And then when I graduated college in 2005, I became a butter bar. And then I was medically discharged in August of 2006.
And soliciting funds as a veteran or posing as a veteran, that is the valor. And
It's not stolen valor. I'm a service connect disabled veteran, Brad. What you're doing is slander, sir, and you're no gentleman. And if you keep doing it, I will find a lawyer in Chicago to send you a cease and desist.
go ahead and find all of it.
Okay, great. Well, everything's being recorded, so the court of social justice will prove that. You're making false accusations. You may have a traumatic brain injury. I don't know, but what you're doing is not genuine, sir. I'm being transparent here, but I am going to disengage from Clown House today, and it gets very tiresome, and I need to essentially meditate, focus on my health, because a good congressional candidate takes care of himself.
Like I said, the agent comes as a donation or soliciting funds and proposing that you were a veteran when you were not is stolen valor. Not going to protect your in any aspect you go confiscating with you. So the problem comes is when you receive benefits or funds or you raise some kind of financial gain in it, then it becomes a crime. So guess what, buddy? I guess Roger at this point, since he's in a good idea, you get paid anybody there, since you said you raised more than $1,000 for that would tag to be a violation of crime because you impose as an officer on an officer that you already used the clubhouse season when you pretended to get
Brad, it's not. I'm not posing. It's a fact. I hate to break the news to you. And I don't go around this app making death threats nonstop to obese Democrat liberal women who are, interrupting you every other sentence. I mean, if you want to tell people to grow a sense of balls, try to talk to people the way you like to be talked to, and maybe you can end the vicious cycle of death threats in your life.
Well, I'll tell you what, why don't you go into any Vietnamese in Chicago, why don't you go to Great Lakes, which is right there in the back.
Brad, I'm in the American Legion, post 777. The commander, his name is John. You're more than happy to go hang out with the American Legion anytime you want.
There you go. So,
like you said, Ugats. Brad, I'm not doing stolen valor, and what you're doing is slander. Grow up and stop doing what you're doing.
I also found from 2002, looks like John Kitover was with the Citadel. Let's see. The Citadel team captain set by examples. It's an article, and it goes on. He is listed as one of the top performers by sport. Says John Kitover, baseball, New York physical education 3.85, or no, maybe it's John Kitover dash rifle. Sorry, 3.82 administration. Is that right, John?
Yeah, I was on the NCAA rifle team, and you do a .177 caliber, put it on these giant suits, and I think what else? Yeah, that was the main sport I did in college.
So there's confirmation of that.
As its evidence presents itself, Brad, are you apologize as the witness?
no, because this picture's already been used before and you got called out on it by the actual guy. This is not he's not a medical kid, sir. So there's all the shit. And he's collecting them. He got called out for the shit season 1 and season 2 using the same fucking boat. Because he went on somebody's Instagram, one of the veterans that was on here, and took his boat. That's how you get this.
Brad, I'm not going to go all day, but you may force me to defend my character that you're impugning and creating a slanderous libel trail on my YouTube live stream. But you know what? I let it go because I know that Clubhouse is a roast room. It's a roast show, and running for Congress takes a lot of strength and courage that you can only develop and perfect through military service, in my opinion. Having been to the Citadel, graduating as a second lieutenant, going through 4 years of ROTC, serving in advanced infantry training in Fort Benning, Georgia, working with generals, colonels, all the time in communication, going to a general's office, going to a colonel's office, doing real military communication. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, Brad, but I'm not doing stolen valor. And what you're doing is slander and maybe illegal with your death threats on this app. And I hate to keep bringing it up, but Brad, I'm telling you, as a gentleman and a former U.S. Army intelligence officer, it is not intelligent to come on Clown House and constantly make death threats to people. It's not intelligent. It's just my opinion. But who am I to give advice? Just the stolen valor schmuck, according to you. So, just telling you, don't throw stones and go look in the mirror.
Well, I also want to read something that I discovered also because, I want to make sure that everything's above board. And I'm reading here that in 2002, John Kitover, a cadet athlete at the Citadel Military College in South Carolina, achieved a 3.82 GPA in business administration while participating in the team. How do you counter those things?
Yeah, that's what I mentioned. I guess where I'm stumped is it's so obvious that the photo is John. It's clearly John. It's
not. It's Kitchen is the last name. Because again, I've been using this kid before. Again, he used this photo before. So how you want to believe it? I don't fucking care. Maybe selling rewarded you. I don't fucking don't read your time. I'm just not Republican. This guy is fucking soliciting, making his entire listing. He said a bunch of shit that isn't even true. He can't achieve anything of what he said. His medical discharge, he was a sergeant major that would be into an officer. No, the motherfucker would be 15 fucking years old.
Sergeant Major, what are you talking about? I never claimed to be a sergeant major. I finished up as an enlisted soldier as a sergeant, Brad, a sergeant in the U.S. Army.
What rank is that?
E5 soldier. Who?
So you got your E5 here. You spend all that time and then all of a sudden Mustang up, maybe an officer. Yeah, hey, you want to.
It's called graduating college at the Citadel, Brad. The Citadel! The Citadel! That's how you say it, Brad. The Citadel!
Aware guy who's got pea stains on him with 15 phones in front of him. Like, yeah, okay.
Pea stains? What are you talking about? Pea stains? Who's got pea stains on their clothing? That's disgusting, Brad. Brad, I described you yesterday as a heat-seeking missile. Yeah, Brad, why have you never accepted my Instagram friend requests? I've requested you on so many of my accounts. You've never accepted.
Brad, I'm not defending who's not in your name. I'm not talking about any of that, whether I like it or not. Okay, the name tag says Kitover. The face says John.
It says fucking kitchen on the alternate again. Yeah, that's the alternate after I fucking cooked his ass earlier. It says kitchen. You have maybe other people in the audience who's doing things bullshit. It does say kitchen. You're all in this track.
Everyone here zoomed in. We all look really closely. Actually, it's a little clearer if you zoom a little bit out. This is closer to get it much bigger, but it's clearly Kitover.
The soldier's name is Kitchen. Literally Kitchen. Now, if John changed the picture and did some fucking Photoshop real quick after I cooked his ass, that's different. But I'm telling you right now, when I'm looking up, this whole again, yeah, I read it. Fucking, I'll use this ChatGPT, whatever this fucking thing is. This kitchen comes in this kitchen.
Thank you, Hakeem. So I'm going to put my Instagram profile in the chat. Scroll down to the bottom of the profile. You can see more military photos. And Hakima, and I'm going to upload a special military photo from Fort Benning, Georgia, where I'm with two African American men in the field taking a photo. We were good friends.
ChatGPT says the photo says Kitover, not Kitchen.
Also, Hakima, the African Americans in the United States Army taught me how to crib walk. So if you ever come to the Lady Hawk, you can see my cripple walk dance. It might spell out Hecky. There we have it, ladies and gentlemen, the roast of candidate Congressman John Kitover, former U.S. Army officer in the intelligence of the United States Army. That's right. Finished my time in Fort Huachuca, Arizona. Was medically discharged from Fort Huachuca, Arizona in August of 2006, ladies and gentlemen. That's how it ended my career in the U.S. Army National Guard.
When we first went to Ballotpedia and pulled it up, it literally said kitchen. So I don't know what you guys are looking at because I still have it on the tab up here and I still have the photo. And it was kitchen. And again, this is the same photo that shit used in season 1 or 2 of Clubhouse. He was like, hey, trying to hang around better circle, doing his fucking bizarre fucking bullshit behavior. And sitting there going and streaming people, and he was all treated this way. It's the same thing, except now he's just basically soliciting funds, posing himself as a veteran. This motherfucker never served. This motherfucker never put on a uniform. This motherfucker never went to the Citadel.
I'm so confused. This information needs to be searched.
Okay, Brad, PTR, because you're too lazy to look at my Instagram or you just don't know how, but look at my PTR. That's the actual officers, the lieutenant colonel and the major pinning my butter bars on. If you don't think that's me, I don't know what to tell you. I know I'm 42 now and I don't have any hair, but that is John Kitover, aka me, in the photo. Look at my PTR. That's my commissioning ceremony at the Citadel after I finally graduated college. It's me, Brad. I'm gonna post more photos. It's me. Again. Brad, listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. Okay, Brad, you're gonna tell me my life better than I know it. Okay, this is peak Clubhouse insanity. I'm just gonna keep posting more photos. Please hold, Brad. Brad, please hold. I'm updating PTR photos. Carry out the commander's intent, you schmuck. Protect your people and protect the assets and the equipment, Brad. Those are the first 3 general orders. I hate to break it to you, but you're talking to a former butter bar here. I'm updating the PTRs going, hoo-ah! Brad, you're going to lose this one. You're going to lose it.
I think you're a fucking moron. I think you're full of shit. Don't they do? I know I won't apologize. Fuck you. Fuck that. Fuck you.
Listen, Brad, here's another PTR for you. This is me graduating the Citadel. That's my Citadel, senior uniform, holding my diploma. Look at that. And that's Major General Grinolds, a Marine Corps general.
This isn't this motherfucker here.
It is, Brad. I don't know what to tell you, man. You're wrong, dude.
This is not again.
It's John Kitover, Edmund Dakin. I live on Edmund Street, you schmuck. Edmund is not my name. My name is John Zachary Kitover.
That Roger cooked up with.
This is not a prank, Brad. This is not a prank.
Hoping he gets to, maybe you're hoping he gets over the limit of $1,000, in which case the FBI actually does come to the
No, Brad. The FBI comes to the door and shoots me. All right, I'm going to have to notify the FBI in Chicago now that you're mentioning them. And I know the head, Ed Ross back here in Chicago. I've interviewed with him. I know who he is. No ankle monitor on this. That's just a strap to my paddleboard down by my boat that I'm headed to, Brad. I hate to break the news to you, but... No, I didn't name it Amazon. That was Mojo here. It's called Lady Hawk. Also, ladies and gentlemen, this is a lot of fun. And Brad, I gotta hand it to you. We need you. Without you, there would be no conflict, and it would be the most boring recording ever made. So I'm going to post the YouTube live. You can see me in my Trump hat, in my Jesus Christ t-shirt that I bought on eBay. And you can see a former U.S. Army Second Lieutenant Butterbar. And if you want to call my roommate at the Citadel, who has used me for his background investigations as he's moved up into the military-industrial complex, I'd be happy to give you references, referrals, people that know me, that served with me. And I don't know what to tell you, Brad. I'm not lying. I did not deploy to Afghanistan, and I did not. That's my record, Brad, and I'm sticking to it. And I'm recording myself live, so if I'm sitting here doing stolen valor, as you suggest, I would suggest that what you're doing, sir, is slander, and it could be libelous and results in actual financial damages.
I say you're full of shit. I say you're using stolen valor, and I say you're looking to bring the lawsuit out because discovery comes into play.
Sounds good. Can't wait for you to discover the truth that you're a schmuck. I hate to break the bad news to you. Let me get this YouTube live so you remember where the video's at, because you're going to watch this in the future. After you join the campaign to elect John Kitover and get $10, you're gonna, Brent, there's going to be time in the future. So I'm going to send you my DD-214s. I'm going to send you my DD-2, and I'm going to send you the last one, the discharge DD-214, that you use to get all kinds of benefits that you know about.
I don't care who you got. Like I did, when this actually comes out, and Roger and others admit that this is all a big scam, I know Holly can sit down there, and again, she can sit there and scream.
Brad, I wouldn't waste their time if this was a scam. This is a pretty shitty scam if it's a scam, let me tell you. It's a big waste of time if it's a scam, you schmuck.
Brad, I'm not your enemy. I really like when
You tried. It's season 1. The same picture was used. It's bullshit.
And at that time, I was running for committee person, not Congress. We've upgraded to the highest level next to running for senator, which hopefully we will, or one day we'll run for mayor of Chicago. You never know where this train's going to go, Brad.
It had elephant, and then you actually were bigger than Chris Kyle, and then you knew more, and you actually served with one. You made this.
Chris Kyle? I never served with Chris. No, you know who I did serve with was Pat Tillman. He was at Fort Benning. Not with me in my platoon or my company, but we saw him at a distance. And again, this was in the summer of 2002 that I was at Fort Benning, Georgia, with Pat Tillman, who is now dead. And get this, I go to a VC incubator here in Chicago, and I meet the president of the Pat Tillman Association. And I got his business card, and I said, isn't it crazy that the family had to fight so hard to get the U.S. government to admit what happened to Pat? And he just shook his head, and there wasn't much to be said. But I don't know if you saw this, but Pat Tillman's brother recently drove a car into a bank, I believe, in Arizona. I'm not making this up. I will get the link and post it right now. Please hold.
John Kitover did go to the Citadel. There's definitely nothing fictitious about that book.
So, that's right.
But we know what he looks like through YouTube. We've heard his voice, so we know this is the same individual that's on YouTube. And then if you pair that, what you see in the YouTube videos with the photos, the military photos, that's the same person as well. So how can this not be the person in the photos when we can link it to YouTube?
it's like believing that Roger really fetishizes about Monica and thinks she's a wonderful person and that he thinks she's beautiful. It's full of shit.
Brad, PTR, that's me with my commissioning documents, my oath and signature to uphold the U.S. Constitution. It's me in my new Class A uniform with military intelligence pinnings in the front and my epithets or whatever it is. I got the gold bars on there, so I'm clean shaven. Epaulets. You know, I was gonna ask you, how do you say epaulets? I couldn't think about how to say it.
I thought it all. Military intelligence would happen. No, I guess you're dumb, fucking fake scamming, fucking stolen valor, fucking parading asses. Couldn't get the fucking lingo right. Next time, don't have a veteran on stage when you try this kid and make sure veterans aren't in the audience.
Brad, I'm gonna tell you again, if you keep slandering me and committing libel, I'm going to hire the best campaign attorney that this campaign can afford, and we are going to roast you on Clubhouse. But I wouldn't dare waste $1 that anyone has given to this campaign to sue you. I hope the constituents know that I would never waste $1 of this campaign fund. Wasting my time suing Bradley from Clubhouse. I'm not going to sue you. You should be worried about what you're saying on this app, Brad.
I will for sure. Press charges and say you are mentally ill. Get you locked up in that hospital so they have authority to let you injected into your ass. Any kind of continuous basis.
Oh my gosh, Brad.
I think it'd be a fantastic.
Brad, relax. Relax, Brad. Relax. You know, I say friends for life. I agree with most things you say on this app, except when you're making death threats. It's the only time I don't agree with what you're saying. But I know you're a wealth of information. I've asked you where you get your information. You told me all these amazing sources. And I was like, wow, this guy really cares and he knows a lot. So I'm not trying to have conflict with you, but I'm also trying to defend myself because what you're doing sort of is slander, and you are no gentleman. Anyone who comes on a Clownhouse social audio app to use profanity and vulgar against low IQ racists like Keegan or Pepe, or screaming at that beautiful, what's her face? Anyways, the ladies that you were screaming at, making them cry because they may be obese and you told them some unfortunate truths. All I can say is that I do not like making women cry. It makes me feel uncomfortable. What I'm trying to do is find a recording from 2 days ago when you were saying atrocious things to women. I don't know. That violates the rules of this house. I won't bring in old drama. Let's just be in the now, in the muff.
You never served. You never put on a uniform. You never had the fucking. You don't even know what the parts of your uniform are. So again, next time, pull a trick, but make it more believable. It's almost as believable as Roger wanting the whitest of white women and the fattest of fattest women, Monica, and flirt with, because they I'm sure well know that that's not Roger's type. And I've known Roger for 4 or 5 fucking years. It ain't his type. So, I mean, again, it's a control. I'll give you that. And apparently you got a lot of people, including Holly, who's all about her about it. My type is evolving.
I'm not butthurt. I don't understand why you think I'm upset.
Well, Brad, I don't know what to tell you, but I'll tell you what I did do when I was at Fort Benning, Georgia, after we did the bayonet, which is a 20-mile rock into a river where you go across a wire and then you assault a turret or a mill box. And I got to tell you, we would have gotten wiped out. There was no leadership. The drill sergeants disappeared and they observed from a distance, and we would have all gotten wiped out. Nobody was formed in a way that would have prevented friendly fire. We were trained for many months, and I'll tell you, the after action ready review with our drill sergeants, they dropped their heads and were shaking their heads in total disbelief of why we all just got eliminated by by this enemy position. And I had to agree with them. We were totally uncoordinated, and it was pathetic. But we were also exhausted, and I think everybody was just like, "This is it. It's finally over." But we did not take out that enemy turret because I gotta say, I don't know what happened to us, but our conditioning, our training to do flank movements and assault positions, it just we got wiped out. So, that was the bayonet. That's the culmination. And then from there, you go into the forest and you drink fruit punch, and you see all the banners from all the different military conquests of America from World War II to World War I to battles in Cuba. You see all these incredible flyers and banners they put up, and then you drink fruit punch. That's how infantry training culminates at Fort Benning, Georgia.
Well, I know you drink a lot of fruit punch. I mean, you are what you drink. Yeah, you are.
Brad, it's a metaphor for blood. Not in a fruity way, Brad. Don't project. I'm just saying that you drink fruit punch because it's a metaphor for being bloodthirsty warriors.
I will hand it to you, Roger. You did one of the most epic trolls on here. I mean, you surpassed a lot of people on here. I mean, you may have actually beat Alex New York. I think hats off to you, sir. You did it. I congratulate you. Again, running a campaign and having ethnic groups. I think he's a veteran and he's other people and he's got all these credentials. Even getting Holly to believe it, like, holy fuck, I never thought some people would be that doable or gullible or any of those. Hats off to you. Holy shit. Like, yeah, I'm no longer going to stop people and call out bullshit and stop you or calling us a conservative when you actually come back at me and then you'll say, oh, I'm crazy, I'm dumb. Yeah, for 5 years, you're going to now say, oh, I'm going to take this guy seriously. All of a sudden in a month, because Roger gave your blessing. This is the most sheep herding mentality I've ever heard of. And it's insane. It's actually insane. Hats off to you, Roger. You win.
Well, Brad, you know what else is insane? Coming on social audio chat apps and making death threats. That too could be illegal. Not just insane, but illegal. Now, I am accused often of illicit recordings, which could be violating Illinois or federal law. However, I have to say, in today's day and age, live streaming all your activities, especially your political activities, could be the safest move you make in anticipation of some type of lawsuit or counter lawsuit. Because every time you get sued, guess what you can do? You can counter sue. So change is now, and we need you, the roasters of candidate Congressman John Kitover, to donate $10, not $11, not $9, but $10. Click that link above right now.
Give $100, give $1,000, give $10,000. Again, I recommend it. Everybody believe that. I think I've done my work here. I've done it twice in one day. I'm on a roll. I'm keeping it. The Army sucks anyway. Like, you guys are a bunch of beta bitches who have makes sense. You're gonna try to correct those beta bitches for the chair force. But I mean, it's a close tie there.
He was in the Navy, this guy.
I mean,
This guy was in the Navy.
Yeah, go ahead, Holly. Continue to do that. Have fun. Win this round.
I haven't even said I'm supporting him in any way, shape, or form, financially or otherwise. Why do you keep taking it all too far?
Revelry. There's no way I could whistle that unless I listened to that thousands of times. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've had another exciting edition of Clown House Drama. Heated conversations about nothing. People causing crises, causing slander, causing all kinds of chaos here on Clown House. Chaos agents, as I like to call them. Men that are not gentlemen. They don't know the first thing about being a gentleman, a soft man, a supple man, someone who has stopped with the road raging, sick and tired of people lying and borrowing and spending on your behalf. If you're sick of people like that, then you need to give $1 to the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover in the 16th District of Illinois. We got the quotation marks down there, or apostrophes, who is a friend of the show and a fellow Clubhouse reporter. He might be, we'll see, is contributing. Thank you, we'll see. God bless you. Serendipity, if you want to mod me, I will remove the poll, which I will say 80% of people voted that I am a veteran. 20% say no effing way this idiot served. Now, I understand if you said that this idiot didn't serve because I am a clown. I'm a comedian, and clowns are stupid idiots. So, but there is a mystical approach to being stupid that I think maybe you're overlooking. But let me pin the link again, and then this will be the final campaign shout out for a donation today, because we have to get off the Clown House. This is beyond pathetic that we're here these many hours. I feel like it's not helping the campaign. It's hurting my physical body because I need to exercise. I have been skipping the gym because Roger Mayhem has been pushing it to the limit. Every day mojo's positive. Vibration grows in strength in this house. In the muff. You see what I'm talking about? That's super positive vibration. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have an EIN, we have a bank account, we have an FEC filing. To run for Congress, we have a campaign financial disclosure we have submitted, and we have raised $1,100, $550 yesterday, and I'm matching the other $550. Dr. Adams, I know we can convince you. Wallace, I think you've contributed. I thank you, and anybody else here who is considering it. Just remember that I'm fully transparent. Tell me your priority, and I will put it in our collection of priorities, and we will see where your priority lines up with all the priorities and how we can financially optimize by winning this congressional district. I can tell you how Darren LaHood has optimized his congressional district by creating $20 trillion in debt. You can look at all the HR acts that he votes on and the top 10 HR acts in terms of dollar amounts. And there's his name on some of the biggest multi-trillion omnibuses in American congressional history. It's right there. Just Google Darren LaHood HR acts or go on Grok and ask, dear Grok, please tell me the largest HR acts that Darren LaHood has voted on, and then tag Darren LaHood and say all the voters in District 16 should vote for candidate Congressman John Kitover on X. Go to John Kitover IL on X right now. See, all this heated debate with Brad, we could have just spent some time creating content and posting on X to attack and unseat Darren LaHood, but instead, we've got road ragers on this app who, once they get behind the wheel, they are incapable of going from point A to point B without yelling at somebody, getting in an accident, getting out of their car and punching out the other driver and screaming all kinds of profanities, vulgarities, and homicidal death ideation on Clown House. Am I deaf or am I just hearing things? Sometimes I don't know. I let it go. I don't live my life in fear. I don't think a jihadist or some mountain man screaming at me on a social audio app is going to come to Chicago, and I'm not lying to you. I'm totally transparent and telling you the truth, making a real financial disclosure, not just my financial disclosure, but a federal financial disclosure. Spending is out of control. Stop the borrowing, stop the spending. I created a famous mantra on this app called BRT, CRT, BLM, LGBTQ. But the new one is stop borrowing, stop spending. or stop spending, stop borrowing. That's the new mantra of the campaign. I know Brad has Brad has clubhouse derangement syndrome. He attacks everybody, and in the process, he's his own worst enemy. That's not how I live my life. I'd rather be poolside or at the beach right now playing volleyball, sipping on a daiquiri, doing yoga, not on Clown House, defending my honor, my character, and my sacred honor. I should have just said character and sacred honor, but you get the point. But Brad did read with us in the other room, so I'll give that shout out to Brad. You know, not everybody read a book with us. He did. So I stand with Brad, even though Brad doesn't stand with me. That's true Christian character. What reward do you have in heaven unless you're willing to let it go? You know, you got to get that. You got to go the extra step in communication. I'd like to read a couple Bible verses before we end, or I leave in the muff. I hope they're more helpful to you than anything you've listened to so far today, because I get the feeling that it's just the Brad show, or the Keegan show, or the Jazzy show, or the Roger Mayhem show, or the John Kitover show. Right now, it's the John Kitover show, which, you know, it's my favorite show. And I'm not narcissistic or self-centered. I just, you know, I like reading. That's when I like, when I'm speaking through reading a book, that's when I'm happiest. Oh, so take the deepest breath of the day. Hold it for 10 seconds. Listen to this. Every nursery rhyme contains profound magical secrets which are open to everyone who has made a study of the correspondences of the Holy Kabbalah. To puzzle out an imaginary meaning for this nonsense sets one thinking of the mysteries. One enters into deep contemplation of holy things, and God Himself leads the soul to a real illumination. Hence also the necessity of incarnation. The soul must descend into all falsity in order to attain all truth. For instance, old Mother Hubbard went to her cupboard to get her poor dog a bone. When she got there, the cupboard was bare, and so the poor dog had none. Who is this ancient and venerable mother of whom it is spoken? Verily, she is none other than Bina, as is evident in the use of the holy letter H with which her name begins. Nor is she the sterile mother Ama, or Amma, but the fertile Ama, for within her she bears Vau, the sun. For the second letter of her name and R, the penultimate, is the sun Tifereth, the sun. The other three letters of her name, B, A, and D, are the three paths which join the three supernals. To what cupboard did she go? Even to the most secret caverns of the universe. And who is this dog? It is not the name of God spelled Kabbalistically backwards. And what is this bone? This bone is the wand, the holy lingam. The complete interpretation of the rune is now open. This rhyme is the legend of the murder of Osiris by Typhon. The limbs of Osiris were scattered in the Nile. Isis sought them in every corner of the universe, and she found all except his sacred lingam, which was not found until quite recently, vide Fuller, the star in the west. Let us take another example from this rich storehouse of magic lore. Little Bo Peep, she lost her sheep and couldn't tell where to find them. Leave them alone, and they'll come home, dragging her tails behind them. Bo is the root meaning light, from which spring such words as Bo-tree, Bodhisattva, and Buddha. And Peep is Apep, the serpent Apophis. This poem therefore contains the same symbol as that in the Egyptian and Hebrew Bibles. The snake is the serpent of initiation, as the lamb is the savior. This ancient one, the wisdom of eternity, sits in its old anguish awaiting the Redeemer. And this holy verse triumphantly assures us that there is no need for anxiety. The saviors will come one after the other at their own good pleasure, and as they may be needed, drag the tails, that is to say, those who follow out their holy commandments to the ultimate goal. Again we read, little Miss Muffet sat on a tuffet, eating of curds and whey. Up came a big spider and sat down beside her and frightened Miss Muffet away. Little Miss Muffet unquestionably represents Malka, for she is unmarried. She is seated upon a tuffet. As she is the unregenerate soul upon Tiferet, upon Tophet, the pit of hell. She eats curds and whey, that is, not the pure milk of the mother, but milk which has undergone decomposition. But who is the spider? Verily, herein is a venerable arcanum connoted. Like all insects, the spider represents a demon. But why a spider? Who is this spider who taketh hold with her hands and is in king's palaces? The name of this spider is death. It is the fear of death which first makes the soul aware of its forlorn condition. It would be some type of symbol interesting if tradition had preserved for us Miss Muffet's subsequent adventures. But we must proceed to consider the interpretation of the following rhyme. Little Jack Horner sat in a corner eating a Christmas pie. He stuck in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I." In the interpretation of this remarkable poem, there is a difference between two great schools of adepts. One holds that Jack is merely a corruption of John, Ion, he who goes, Hermes, the messenger. The other prefers to take Jack simply and reverently as Iacchus, spiritual form of Bacchus. But it does not matter very much whether we insist upon the swiftness or the rapture of the Holy Spirit of God. That it is he of whom it is here spoken is evident, for the name Horner could be applied to none other by even the most casual reader of the Holy Gospels and the works of Congreve. And the context makes this even clearer, for he sits in a corner that is in the place of Christ, the cornerstone, eating, that is, enjoying that which the birth of Christ assures to us. He is the comforter who replaces the absent Savior. If there was still any doubt of his identity, it would be cleared up by the fact that it is the thumb, which is attributed to the element of spirit, and not one of the four fingers of the four lesser elements, which he sticks into the pie of the new dispensation. He plucks forth one who is ripe, no doubt to send him forth as a teacher into the world, and rejoices that he is so well carrying out the will of the Father. Let us pass from this most blessed subject to yet another. Tom, Tom, the piper's son, stole a pig and away he run. The pig was eat and Tom was beat and Tom went roaring down the street. This is one of the more exoteric of these rhymes. In fact, it is no much better than a sun myth. Tom is Tum, the god of the sunset, called the son of Apollo the piper, the maker of music. The only difficulty in the poem concerns the pig. For anyone who has watched an angry sunset in the tropics upon the sea will recognize how uncomparable a description of that sunset is given in that wonderful last line. Some have thought that the pig refers to the evening sacrifice, others that she is Hathor, the Lady of the West, in her more sensual aspect. But it is probable that this poem is only the first stanza of an epic. It has all the characteristic marks. Someone said of the Iliad that it did not finish, but merely stopped. This is the same. We may be sure that there is more of this poem. It tells us too much and too little. How came this tragedy of the eating of a merely stolen pig? Veil this mystery of who eat it. It must be abandoned, then, as at least partially insoluble. Let us consider this poem. Hickory dickory dock, the mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck one and the mouse ran down. Hickory dickory dock. Here we are on higher ground at once. The clock symbolizes the spinal column, or if you prefer it, time, chosen as one of the conditions of normal consciousness. The mouse is the ego. Mus, a mouse being only some. I am, spelled Kabbalistically backwards. This ego, or prana, or kundalini force, being driven up the spine, the clock strikes one. That is, the duality of consciousness is abolished, and the force again subsides to its original level. Hickory dickory dock is perhaps merely the mantra which was used by the adept who constructed this rhyme, thereby hoping to fix it in the minds of men so that they might attain to samadhi by the same method. Others attribute to it a more profound significance, which it is impossible to go into at this moment, for we must turn to Humpty Dumpty sat on a wall, Humpty Dumpty got a great fall. All the king's horses, all the king's men couldn't set up Humpty Dumpty again. This is so simple as hardly to require explanation. Humpty Dumpty is, of course, the egg of spirit, and the wall is the abyss. His fall is, therefore, the descent of spirit into matter. And it is only too painfully familiar to us that all the king's horses and all his men cannot restore us to the height. Only the king himself can do that. But one hardly dare comment upon a theme which has been so fruitfully treated by Ludovicus Carolus, that most holy illumined man of God. His masterly treatment of the identity of the three reciprocating paths of Daleth, Teth, and Peh is one of the most wonderful passages in the Holy Kabbalah. His resolution of what we take to be the bond of slavery into very love, the embroidered neckband of honor bestowed upon us by the king himself, is one of the most sublime passages in this class of literature. Peter, Peter, pumpkin eater, had a wife and couldn't keep her. He put her in a peanut shell, then he kept her very well. This early authentic text of the Hinayana school of Buddhism is much esteemed even today by the more cultured and devoted followers of that school. The pumpkin is, of course, the symbol of resurrection, as is familiar to all students of the story of Jonah and the gourd. Peter is therefore the Arahat who has put an end to his series of resurrections. That he is called Peter is a reference to the symbolizing of Arahats as stones in the great wall of the guardians of mankind. His wife is, of course, by the usual symbolism, his body, which he could not keep until he put her in a peanut shell, the yellow robe of a bhikkhu. Buddha said that if any man became an Arahat, he must either take the vows of a bhikkhu that very day or die. And it is this saying of Buddha's that the unknown poet wished to commemorate. Taffy was a Welshman. Taffy was a thief. Taffy came into my house and cut off Taffy's head. Taffy is merely short for Taftarath, the spirit of Mercury, and the god of Welshmen or thieves. My house is, of course, equivalent to my magic circle. Note that Beth, the letter of Mercury, and Magus means a house. The beef is a symbol of the bull, Apis, the Redeemer. This is therefore that which is written, O my God, disguise thy glory, come as a thief, and let us steal away the sacraments. In the following verse, we find that Taffy is in bed owing to the operation of the sacrament. The great task of the alchemist has been accomplished. The mercury is fixed. One can then take the holy dagger and separate the caput mortuum from the elixir. Some alchemists believe that the beef represents that dense physical substance which is imbibed by mercury for his fixation. But here, as always, we should prefer the more spiritual interpretation. Bye, baby bunting. Daddy's gone a-hunting. He's gone to get a rabbit skin to wrap my baby bunting in. This is a mystical charge to the newborn soul to keep still, to remain steadfast in meditation. For in Bye, Beth is the letter of thought, Yod, that of the hermit. It tells the soul that he, father of all, will cloth him about with his own majestical silence. For is not the rabbit he who lay low and said nothing? Pat a cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. Pat it and prick it and mark it with P. Bake it in the oven for baby and me. This rhyme is unusually accompanied, even today in the nursery, with a ceremonial clapping of hands, the symbol of samadhi. Compare what is said on this subject in our comment on the famous Advent passage in Thessalonians. The cake is, of course, the bread of the sacrament, and it would ill become candidate Congressman Kitover to comment upon the third line, though it may be remarked that even among the Catholics, the wafer has always been marked with a phallus or a cross. Okay, that's my mystical reading of the day. Wallace, Chris, Pete, Chris, Alki, I hope you enjoyed it. This has been the campaign to elect John Kitover Town Hall event, otherwise known as candidate Congressman John Kitover versus Brad Stoffelschnauschelberger here on Clownhouse. Hope you enjoyed it. Okay, I'm not going to end the room, but I'm going to leave, and I'm just going to play the Tao Te Ching or something to that extent. I wish the room had replays, but my other rooms are on replay, which is, a good thing. So I hope you enjoyed the show. Let's just play a little Alan Watts.
If you use up to $750, find it at BioLife.
Thanks,
Up to
Chris.
$750 is waiting for you.
And a man starts to wake up.
Chris, post it to X and tag me and say candidate Congressman John Kitover fundraiser, Brad versus John on Clubhouse. Tag Clubhouse. Tag me. There you go. Thank you, Chris.
He naturally pulls away from the crowd. Not because he hates people, but because the usual way of connecting stops making sense. Most conversations revolve around status, gossip, or complaints. And once he begins to see through that, it gets harder to engage. He's not bitter. He's not isolating himself out of pride. He's just stopped chasing what others are still chasing. He starts to notice the performance in everyday interaction, the need to be liked, to belong, to say the right thing. And without making a big deal about it, he quietly steps back. People might still wave. They might still offer small talk. But the connection is no longer there because it was never real to begin with. He didn't cut ties. He didn't burn bridges. He simply stopped pretending. And when he does that, distance happens on its own. This is the beginning of solitude, not loneliness, just space between who he used to be and who he's becoming. He starts to see clearly what holds people together isn't real. It's not depth. It's not truth. It's habit, comfort, and shared illusions. People bond over complaining about their jobs, over chasing status, over defending ideas they've never truly questioned. He used to do the same. He used to think that was connection, but now it feels more like noise. He notices how often people speak just to avoid silence. How much energy goes into keeping up appearances? The constant need for validation, for agreement, for reassurance. And once he no longer needs those things himself, he sees how dependent others are on them. How relationships often survive not because of honesty, but because everyone agrees to keep the story going. He understands why people hold on to what feels familiar. He still cares. He still listens, but he no longer plays along. That shift, subtle as it is, creates distance all on its own. From the outside, he might seem the same. He still shows up. He's still polite. He hasn't disappeared completely. But something fundamental has shifted.
and the people around him can feel it, even if they can't name it. They sense that he's no longer trying to impress anyone, that he's not looking for approval, that he's not playing the social game anymore. Some find it admirable, others find it unsettling, because he's no longer easy to read, because he's not performing for anyone. He doesn't flatter, doesn't compete, doesn't entertain, and that makes him hard to place. People might say he's distant, or too quiet, or that he's changed. What they really mean is he no longer fits into the roles they've grown used to. They liked him better when he reflected their values. Now, he reflects something else, something still grounded and not dependent on being liked. People see him, but they don't really know him, because knowing him now would require them to see what he sees, and most people aren't ready for that. He once believed that staying connected meant staying involved, showing up, participating in conversations, maintaining appearances. But with time, that definition changed. As his priorities shifted inward, he stopped engaging out of obligation, not because he cared less, but because he no longer needed others to affirm his place in the world. He still values connection, but not if it depends on constant engagement, emotional performance, or subtle negotiation for approval. He doesn't withdraw out of resentment. He simply no longer finds value in maintaining relationships built on pretense or expectation. To those accustomed to transactional connection, his presence can feel distant. But in truth, he's simply not playing the same role anymore. He no longer speaks just to keep the peace. He no longer sees himself through other people's eyes. What emerges in that space is not loneliness, but clarity. A calm independence that allows him to remain rooted, even when others come and go. He's become honest, and from that honesty, a deeper kind of freedom begins to take shape. From the outside, solitude is often misunderstood. To most people, being alone signals a lack of friends. He no longer fills his time with distraction, just to avoid being alone with himself. He no longer seeks out constant company to escape discomfort. He's learned to sit in silence without needing it to end. What others describe as loneliness is often just unfamiliar stillness. They equate the absence of noise with emptiness.
Hey everybody, we're on the boat. We're on the Lady Hawk. We're on the beach.
He's realized that most of what fills a typical day, talks, tasks, and duties, is just noise pretending to be important. In solitude, he sees himself without distortion. There's no one to impress, no image to maintain, and that clarity, while uncomfortable at first, becomes a source of strength. He doesn't avoid people, but he also no longer depends on them to feel complete. This shift usually confuses others. They assume he must be withdrawn, disconnected, or even arrogant. But in truth, he's simply content with his own presence. He has faced the silence most people run from, and discovered it wasn't silence at all. It was peace. As he grows more inwardly stable, he becomes less predictable to others. Not by intent, but by the simple fact that he no longer participates in the subtle exchanges that define most social interaction. He does not mirror emotions to gain approval. He does not offer reassurance when it would mean denying what he sees. To those still dependent on external validation, This creates discomfort. They may interpret his neutrality as arrogance, his silence as judgment, his detachment as disinterest. In reality, he is none of those things. He's simply no longer invested in managing perception. Much of what people call connection is actually a performance, a mutual agreement to keep certain illusions intact. Once he steps outside that arrangement, he disrupts it just by being present. He doesn't argue or provoke or attempt to convert anyone to his view. But the absence of familiar signals, approval, flattery, emotional reinforcement, makes others uneasy. Many of his previous friendships begin to fade, not because of conflict, but because the foundation they stood on no longer holds. He begins to notice how often relationships are maintained through shared complaints, routine habits, or the mutual reinforcement of personal narratives.
Okay, I feel like this is an even better way to raise money is to just play Alan Watts for the campaign. So if you're enjoying this Alan Watts Clubhouse experience, consider giving $1 to $10 to $100 to $1,000 if you can afford it. But this is candidate Congressman John Kitover. Chris, thanks for sending me the Brad Slander video. We've reposted it to our X account. Follow us on X at John Kitover IL right now. Thank you.
Offer agreement for the sake of belonging. He no longer entertains conversations that avoid substance, and he has no interest in maintaining ties that require him to shrink himself. This shift is not a rejection of others. It's the result of a change in what he's willing to invest his energy in. True friendship becomes something quieter, simpler, and far more rare. It is no longer based on shared illusions, but on mutual recognition. Two people who don't need each other, yet choose to walk alongside one another without expectation. These kinds of connections cannot be manufactured. They emerge naturally, if at all, and only when both individuals have stopped seeking to be completed by the other. Most social interaction relies on unspoken rules. You validate my perspective, I'll validate yours. We won't go too deep. We won't challenge each other's assumption. We'll pretend we agree, even if we don't. He used to play by those rules, because everyone did. But once he starts operating outside of them, the dynamic begins to break down. He no longer gives comfort just to ease tension. He doesn't pretend to agree when he doesn't. He's done with the little acts that keep everyone else feeling safe, but keep him feeling false. This isn't defiance, it's clarity. And that clarity is disruptive because it exposes how much of everyday life is based on mutual avoidance of truth. People notice, even if they don't understand what's changed. They feel the shift. They sense that something familiar has gone missing. The constant exchange of comfort, validation, and distraction. And without him feeding the system weakens. Talks start to feel awkward. People stop reaching out as much. What used to feel warm and familiar now feels tense and uneasy. Not because he did something wrong, but because he stopped playing along. He hasn't rejected anyone. He simply stopped, not just materially, but emotionally, socially, even intellectually. He no longer seeks recognition. He no longer relies on others to confirm what he already knows internally. And as that need dissolves, so do many of the relationships that once required it. This is the paradox. The clearer he becomes, the quieter his life becomes. Not because he's closed off, but because so much of what once filled his time was rooted in a search for external affirmation. Without that search, most social activity feels optional, if not unnecessary. He stops trying to be understood. He stops needing to explain. He no longer measures his presence by how much space he takes up in other people's lives. From the outside, this might look like withdrawal, but inside it's the opposite, a settling into something solid and real. He still values connection, but only when it emerges naturally, without demand or performance. He hasn't become cold. He is simply no longer dependent. And in that detachment, there's a kind of depth that can't be found through attachment. Once he wakes up, he can't unsee what he sees. He looks inward, and the noise quiets. He looks outward, and the world is still asleep. He sees the false certainty in people's eyes, the roles they perform, the beliefs they never question, the constant movement that masks an inner stillness they haven't touched. He no longer envies what others call connection, because he understands the cost it often demands: agreement, performance, conformity, and he won't trade truth for the comfort of fitting in. Still, there's a part of him that remembers, a part that quietly hopes, not for crowds, not for company, but for someone awake, someone who has seen what he's seen, felt what he's felt, someone who doesn't need him to be smaller, quieter, or more agreeable in order to feel safe. That kind of meeting is rare. It can't be forced, and he would rather wait in silence than pretend in conversation. So he walks alone, not because he enjoys being apart, but because in a world still dreaming, authenticity is more valuable than acceptance. At some point, the solitude stops feeling unusual. It becomes normal, not empty, just quiet. He no longer interprets distance as a problem to solve. He sees it for what it is, the natural result of no longer pretending. While others surround themselves with noise, he has learned to live in stillness. While any company is always better than walking alone. But they confuse isolation with absence. He is not absent. He is simply no longer performing. He has come to prefer the space that honesty creates over the closeness that illusion demands. This is the final shift. He doesn't need the world to wake up for him to feel hope. He doesn't need agreement to feel clear. And he doesn't need validation to know who he is. He walks alone, yes, but not as an outsider, as a man at peace with the cost of truth.
Most people use ChatGPT the wrong way. Here's how the smart ones get ahead.
Let's be real. Most people...
There is a curious paradox, which is, to love is unconditional, but to be loved is conditional. By the time one has crossed the 30s or 40s, they have seen enough of life to know that the fairy tales of youth were, at best, charming illusion. One begins to understand that love does not appear as a reward for virtue, nor is it guaranteed to remain, simply because you have been loyal, patient, or deserving. Some have poured themselves, drop by drop, into the vessel of another's life, only to watch it leak away through fingers that once clung to them. Others still dwell beneath the same roof with their chosen companion, yet feel as though they have become a stranger at their own table. And there are those who have wandered from heart to heart, thinking that the next embrace, the next yes, would finally fill the hollow within, only to find the emptiness echo back at them. You begin to wonder why something as natural as love has become such a labyrinth of conditions, unspoken bargains, and quiet disappointments. You sense that somewhere, beneath all the poetry and promises, there is a truth you have been avoiding. For love, as it is sold to us, is not love at all, but something dressed in its garment. And here, perhaps, lies the seed of our quiet discontent. We have confused the appearance of love with love itself, the structure that holds it, with the living thing it was meant to carry. From our earliest breath, the world whispered its bargain into our ears. Love is something to be earned. Behave as you are told, and you will be cherished. Fulfill the needs of another, and you will be kept. Offer beauty, strength, usefulness, devotion, and the reward will be love. But this is not love. It is a transaction masquerading as tenderness. It is the polite exchange of commodities between two people who have been taught to call their bargain romance. You see, a bargain can hold people together, but it cannot nourish them. Like two merchants bound by contract, they remain so long as the terms are met. And when they are not, they part. No matter how many years have passed, no matter how deeply your lives have entwined, the invisible ledger will one day be brought to the table and the sums will be counted. Many men and women wake in the middle years of life to the cold recognition that what they once believed was love was only an arrangement. It might have been cloaked in vows before God, adorned with flowers, or sealed with the trembling promises of youth, but the heart of it was a simple pact. I will give you what you desire if you will give me what I desire. And when the giving stops, whether through weariness, age, illness, or simple change, the warmth fades. The eyes that once sparkled at your arrival now glance past you as if you had become little more than a shadow in the room. We were never told as children that such love is a performance and that performances end. When you mistake the bargain for love itself, you spend your years in quiet exhaustion. You give your time, your loyalty, your devotion, believing this will secure the thing your soul longs for. But what you have secured is not love, only the continuance of an arrangement. And so it happens that many, after years of faithful giving, find themselves bewildered when the warmth fades. Not because they cease to care, but because life has moved, as all things do. Nothing stands still. Even stone wears away. Even plastic warps with time. The man or woman you first knew has changed, just as you have, and the bond built upon fixed terms begins to strain under the weight of impermanence. And there is another truth, more difficult to swallow. When the demands of the bargain are no longer met, the mask will fall. In the absence of what they sought from you, be it comfort, affirmation, or security, some will show you who they truly are. The tenderness you thought was theirs by nature may vanish, revealing not cruelty perhaps, but a hollowness where love was never rooted. You may have felt it, the gaze that no longer lingers, the laughter replaced by a cold and watchful silence. The shift is so quiet, you can almost convince yourself it isn't there. But in that stillness you see it. You were cherished not for your being, but for the service you rendered. And when such a union falters, it does not simply end. It unravels something inside you. It leaves you staring at the ruins, asking whether you were ever truly loved or only ever necessary. Love is not a bargain, nor is it a chain. It is not I will if you will, nor the silent counting of who has given more. Such things belong to the marketplace, not to the heart. True love, freedom, the liberty to give without ledger or demand. It is to be fully present with another, not to bind them, but to care for them, simply because the caring itself is joy. It is a gift given without the shadow of a contract, without the fear that it must be returned in equal measure.
I'll tell you a secret. I spent over $1 million on this event, and I've got 30-second news. Number one, you're invited. Number two, it's free. Number three,
The shadow of a contract, without the fear that it must be returned in equal measure. But here lies the paradox. Such love cannot be given by one who is starving for it. The heart that is desperate to be loved back will always, in some hidden way, attach strings to its giving. It will watch, it will measure, it will wait for the return. And when it does not come, bitterness will grow like ivy through the soul. You cannot love freely until you have ceased to beg for love. And you cannot cease to beg until you have found within yourself a source that does not run dry. That source is not in another's eyes, nor in their approval. It is in the quiet knowing that you are already the child of the very life that breathed you into being. Call it God, call it the eternal, call it the nameless mystery. It has loved you into existence before you could earn or deserve a thing. Look at the sun. Even after all this time, the sun never says to the earth, "You owe me." Look what happens with a love like that. It lights the whole sky. To know this is to stand unshaken, whether others love you or turn away. Then, and only then, can you give love as the sun gives light, not to be thanked, not to be owed, but because it cannot help itself. To love is your freedom. No one can take it from you. It is the act of your own being, the overflow of the life that moves through you. You may give it to one, to many, or to the whole world, but it remains yours to give, to be loved. Now that is another matter that is never in your keeping. You cannot command it, purchase it, or reason it into being. Love offered to you is a gift of its own accord, arriving when it will, leaving when it must. It is as the wind that brushes your cheek. You may open your arms to it, but you cannot hold it there forever. If love is given to you, receive it with gratitude. Drink of it while it flows, but never clutch at it, as though it were the last drop in the world. For the moment you try to drag it from another's hands, it ceases to be love and becomes something else, obligation, pity, or bondage. And remember this, you are already loved, not by the fickle tides of human affection, but by the source from which you came. It breathed you into life without condition, without demand. To see this is to know you are never wholly bereft. If you wish for love from others, it must begin here in loving yourself, not in the shallow sense of indulgence, but in the deep sense of accepting your own being without reserve. For a heart at peace with itself no longer begs, it invites, and when two such hearts meet, their love is not a trade, but a meeting of rivers, each full from its own spring. When two people who have learned to dwell at peace within themselves come together, it is not to be filled, for their cups are already full. They do not arrive at each other's door as beggars, bowls outstretched. They come as givers, carrying abundance that spills over the rim. In such a union, there is no bargaining. No one is keeping score. No quiet dread of who owes who. Love is not given to earn, nor withheld to punish. It moves as naturally as breath, as the tide that rises and falls without being told. Here, the joy is not in taking, but in sharing. There is no hunger in the eyes, only light. One gives not because the other demands it, but because giving is the most natural expression of their being. And so both are fed, not by the draining of one into the other, but by the overflow of each. This is the only love that does not rot into resentment. For where there is no emptiness to be filled, there is no fear of losing. When two full hearts meet, they are free to let each other be, to grow, to change, to wander and return, without the grasping that turns love into a cage. And yet, such a meeting is rare, for most search the world to find another who will complete them, not knowing they were never half a person to begin with. Only when you drink deeply from your own well will you find another who drinks from theirs. And together you will not merely survive, you will overflow. The world you meet each day is not a stranger. It is yourself in another form. You cannot draw from a well what is not in it, nor can you meet in others what you have not yet met. In your own heart, if you carry a hollowness within, you will find yourself surrounded by those who take, not because the world conspires against you, but because nature fills a vacuum. Those who have nothing will seek from you what you have not given to yourself, and you will mistake their hunger for love. If, on the other hand, you move through life with the fullness of being, you will meet those who also carry an abundance. They will not clutch at you or drain you, for they are not living on scraps. Instead, you will find an ease in their company, a recognition as though you had always known them. This is not a mystical trick, nor some hidden cosmic law, but a simple truth of human meeting. The depth to which you have faced yourself becomes the depth to which you can meet another. Most quarrels in love are not between two people, but between the unexamined shadows each has brought along. So, before you go searching for kindness, tenderness, or devotion in the eyes of another, turn inward and meet your own gaze, not to condemn yourself, nor to tally your flaws, but to make the acquaintance of the stranger you have long carried in silence. For it is this hidden self who extends the invitation to others, this unseen presence, who will decide whether the love you meet will be a feast to your soul or the slow unraveling of it. When this truth takes root in you, do not hoard it. Place it gently in the hands of your children, for they are stepping into the same illusions that once ensnared you. Teach them that love is not the trembling romance of songs, nor the solemn bargain sealed before altar of law. It is the willingness to give without the shadow of a demand, to care without the constant fear of loss. If they do not learn this, they will build their homes upon sand and watch them crumble. But if they do, they will stand on rock, and love will not be a cage, but a sky. The question is not, how can I find someone to love me? But the question is, how can I become someone who overflows? For when love is no longer a plea but a gift, when joy is no longer chained to another's approval, you will see that to love and be loved is not something to chase. It is the way you already are. You are not a half searching for the other half. You are whole. And from that wholeness, love flows, finding those who recognize it instantly. Then love ceases to be a hunt, or a bargain, or a desperate keeping. It becomes the quiet, steady light of the sun, needing nothing in return, yet warming the whole sky.
Platinum Plus has the grease fighting power of gone. Remove tough, stuck-on foods. Cascade Platinum Plus.
Get a shave that centers your skin. New Venus Moisture Club. Bars with article of black moisture in.
There is a curious paradox, which is to love is unconditional, but to be loved is conditional. By the time one has crossed the 30s or 40s, they have seen enough of life.
Okay, I'm going to read a book in this room. I'm going to create some YouTube videos, so I hope you'll stick with us. I'm going to do this probably for like an hour, because this is what I actually like to do in Congress.
You see, there's this rather persistent misunderstanding that one ought to get rid of the ego. Well, you can't unless, of course, you also get rid of the body, in which case you'll be rather beyond the point of worrying about it. Like an actor on a stage. You put on a costume, you learn the lines, and for a while you forget your acting. That's the charm of it. If you were to tear off the costume in the middle of the play, there would be no character left. Only an awkward silence. The ego, the personality, is that costume. It gives you a certain shape, a way of speaking and moving in the world. But it's not meant to run the show. It's there so that life can appear with a certain clarity, a certain focus, just as a pair of spectacles helps you see the scenery more sharply, but does not tell you where to walk. And so, to live is to remember. You may keep the role, but you needn't be trapped by it. You are the actor, not the master. The play goes where it must, and you are simply here to see it through. But our problem is we don't really know how to stop. We've got something started, but we see it's going in the wrong direction. And I think the difficulty is, to borrow an old Chinese saying, that when the wrong man uses the right means work in the wrong way. In other words, there is something wrong with the way we think. And while that is there, everything we do will be a mess. No. What is it? What's wrong? We imagine that if we just had the right method, the right technique, the right philosophy, we could straighten everything out. But the trouble isn't in the tools. The trouble is in the one using them. As far as I can see, the basic mistake is that we've invented this marvelous system of language and calculation, and it's at once too simple to handle the complexity of the world, and dangerously easy to confuse with the world itself. It's just as we confuse money with wealth. A great many people are in business to make money rather than wealth, and when they've made the money, they don't quite know what to do with it. In exactly the same way, we confuse happiness with status. And worst of all, we confuse ourselves, living organisms, one with the whole universe, with something we call our personality. And what is our personality? Merely our image of ourselves, our idea of who we are. That image leaves out every unconscious process in us, both psychological and physical. It leaves out the construction of our brain, the chemistry of our blood, and the inseparable relationship we have with the rest of existence.
Looking to get up to $750? Then my life is looking for you. Because it's
Inseparable relationship we have with the rest of existence. So when that image is mistaken for the real me, there is a confusion from the very start. You can see this confusion at work when someone says, do something about it, Alan Watts. The concept Alan Watts can't lift a weight or wrap up a basket. It's only an idea, just as the number 3 can't pick up a stone and the equator can't tie a knot. But we still feel as if this concept of ourselves can act as if it really exists. Why? because from childhood we were told, pay attention. Now what do? We tightened the muscles around our eyes, furrowed our brows, clenched our jaws, and that has nothing whatsoever to do with seeing more clearly. We did the same with listening. When someone says, listen carefully, we tightened around the ears, as though that would help us hear better.
Cletus, is there something you want to say?
Of any kind, I didn't know if there was a video being played on purpose or whether this was sometimes you go into a room and someone just accidentally has audio playing on their computer.
No, I'm listening to this. I will answer one question for you, but then I'm about to create some YouTube videos. I'm about to read from the book. Do you know what a book is?
No, unfortunately, I've never read. Being a cat, I've never read a book.
Damn. All right, well then you're about to witness a book. I'll give you one question.
Yeah, I have one. I have 1.5 questions. That's acceptable.
Please proceed.
One, are you actually John Kitover? And then, secondly, would you, seeing as you're running for Congress, if you were looking for people on your staff, and someone had a master's degree in theology from an Ivy League university, would you still assume they were competent to work in your office as a congressional staff?
Sure, but I'd still give them a diagnostic question and ask them, what is 75 trillion or 135 trillion divided by 340 million?
Meaning your primary interest would be whether they have mathematics.
Yeah, a scientific or a business approach to running government. If government doesn't run like business, but it's currency manipulation. And, you can say it's optimized, but I don't think it's optimized, do you?
I don't think that the current American government is optimized in any way, no. But I think maybe the biggest issues that are pressing Americans, the technical ones, tend to be with poverty, and I think access to certain resources, access to an unattainable quality of life. But I think a lot of the issues that people then perceive outside of that tend to be related to social problems or social anxieties. I don't know, obviously we wouldn't necessarily agree on what those anxieties are if we're on the left or on the right. For example, people have different ideas about that, but right now I'd say identity politics and culture wars tend to have a massive impact on how people are perceived in politics rather than their actual competency. And I think this is unfortunate, rather than their actual competency in addressing day-to-day issues. Same thing.
Okay.
In the society.
Okay, can I give you 30 more seconds and then I'm going to have to read a book. Anything else you want to say? This is poetry, so it's a meditation. Take the deepest breath of the day. Here we go. Bonfire at midnight. A shout comes out of my room where I've been cooped up. After all my lust and dead living, I can still live with you. You want me to. You fix and bring me food. You forget the way I've been. The ocean moves and surges in the heat. The middle of the day, in the heat of this thought I'm having. Why aren't all human resistances burning up with this thought? It's a drum in arms waving. It's a bonfire at midnight on the top edge of a hill, this meeting again with you. The bottle is corked. The rock splits open like wings, beat air wanting. Campfire gives in to rain, but I can't go to sleep or be patient. Part of me wants to eat the stones and hold you back when you're leaving, till your good laughing turns bitter and wrong. I worry I won't have someone to talk to and breathe with. Don't you understand? I'm some kind of food for you. I'm a place where you can work. The bottle is corked and sitting on the table. Someone comes in and sees me without you and puts his hand on my head like I'm a child. This is so difficult.
Necessary tension became a constant background in the body, a physical feeling we mistook for the presence of a separate being. The concept of self accustomed to this sensation, and together they formed what we call our ego, a marriage of an illusion with a false signal. And here's where it gets interesting. People will say, but letting go of the ego, that's the hardest thing in the world. Actually, it isn't, because you know the biggest ego trip going is getting rid of your ego. Your ego doesn't exist. There's nothing to get rid of. It's an illusion. The trouble comes when you try to give up the ego with the ego. That's like asking your own shadow to disappear by chasing it. You'll be at it forever. You can't make yourself sane. You can't will yourself to be unselfish or loving. And yet, paradox of paradoxes, it's absolutely necessary that we live that way. If we're to turn the direction of nature back over to nature itself, but you can't do it through effort, through acting spiritual, through willpower, or even through the pious sounding idea of accepting.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next
Accepting. Why? Because the separate self you think would do all this, the driver in the seat, is only an idea glued onto a false bodily signal. So the shocking truth is, you can't transform yourself. And the good news is that you don't need to. So what happens when you really see this, that you've come to a dead end? And I think in many ways, the human race has reached that dead end. What happens when you simply wait? You find there's nothing you can do. You just watch. And all around you, life is happening by itself. You are breathing. The wind is moving through the trees. Your blood is circulating. Your nerves are tingling. Clouds are drifting across the sky. And all of it is going on without you having to shove it along. That's you. The real you. The you that happens of itself. Yes, you can pretend to be breathing by pushing the breath around. But day and night, asleep or awake, it goes on without your interference. Your brain is functioning without your forcing it. Your eyes are seeing without you knowing how to work the rods and codes in the retina. When we stop pushing, we discover a world that is not being done, but is simply happening. And that happening is what we really are. But you still want to ask how to stop the illusion. Now, who's asking? Me? Do you think in the ordinary sense in which you use the word I, how can I stop, identify myself with the wrong me? Well, the answer is simply you can't. The Christians have a perfectly good way of putting it when they say that mystical experience is a gift of divine grace. Man, as such, cannot achieve it. If God doesn't give it to you, there's no way of getting it. And that's solidly true. But far from being depressing, this is the good news. Because if you cannot transform yourself, then the main obstacle to transformation, which was you, has already vanished. The trouble is, when you try to give up your ego with your ego, you get caught in a loop. Every method, every technique is a gimmick for strengthening the very thing you're trying to be rid of. Krishnamurti would put it plainly. When you ask for a method, you're still asking from the wrong place. All methods are traps because they begin with the assumption that there is a you who needs fixing. The Zen people have a marvelous way of saying it. You cannot catch hold of it, nor can you get rid of it. In not being able to get it, you get it. So what happens if you just watch? You notice that your breathing happens. Your thought, you don't achieve freedom. You simply notice there was never anyone to be bound in the first place. You can't control your thoughts. You can't control your feelings because there is no controller. What you take to be the thinker of thoughts is simply one of the thoughts. What you imagine to be the feeler of feelings is itself just another feeling, and the experiencer of experience is simply part of the experience. If there is doing, there must be a doer. That's not the rule of nature, it's only the rule of speech. In reality, there is just knowing, just doing, just happening. And yet we keep imagining there is this ghost inside the machine, this driver in the seat, who makes it all go. But you don't make your heart beat. You don't grow your own hair. You don't manage the chemical balance of your blood. All of it goes on without your pushing it. And when that illusion fades, you find yourself in quite a different position. You are no longer a little man or woman, locked up inside a bag of skin, peering out at a foreign world. Your real self is not inside you in the way you think. It is everything you are connected with. The air, the sunlight, the mountains, the people, the whole show. When you look out of your eyes, at the trees swaying in the wind, at clouds drifting across the sky, you are not looking at the world. You are looking at yourself. Not the self of bank accounts and driver's licenses, but the self that happens all by itself, as naturally as a flower opens or a star shines. And from here, there's nothing to improve. No conversion to be made, no ego to drop, no method to follow. Because the one who thought all that was necessary has been unmasked as a phantom. So the point is not to become something different, but to notice what has been going on all along. The effortless happening of life, which is what you truly are. The same people with the love. Way of saying,
I'm the right part.
nor can you get
This is gonna be my biggest book ever. No, not like that.
existence. The physical universe is basically playful. There is no necessity for it whatsoever. It isn't going anywhere. That is to say, it doesn't have some destination that it ought to arrive at. But it is best understood by analogy with music, because music, as an art form, is essentially playful. We say you play the piano. You don't work the piano. Why? Music differs from, say, travel. When you travel, you aren't trying to get somewhere. One doesn't make the end of the composition the point of the composition. If that were so, the best conductors would be those who played fastest. And there would be composers who wrote only finales. People would go to concerts just to hear one cracking chord, because that's the end. Say, you don't aim at a particular spot in the room. That's where you should arrive. The whole point of the dancing is the dance. Now, but we don't see that as something brought by our education into our everyday conduct.
Danny is single, buddy, and English is going around common Jewish singles event near her town, spending $50 to meet her next. She
And what
will.
we do is
Mazel tov, Danny, you're a free woman.
of this grade system. And now you go to kindergarten, and that's a great thing, because when you finish that, you get into first grade.
Our crisis actor for the campaign has arrived. Welcome, Danny. Please tell us your crisis.
Mm-hmm. I don't have much time left, so it's very nice knowing you.
Well, one last clip for the
I
campaign.
hope to win.
Thanks.
I'm in crisis and I'm acting, but I may not be acting because I'm on all the lists. Someone told me.
Somebody told you you're on all the lists, huh?
You know, it's all good. It's all Tanya.
That's right. What does the Tanya teach? It teaches Event Horizon, Danny. I thought you were going to say Event Horizon. It's a good one. It's a joke. You want to hear a bit from Tanya?
And then out of grade school and you go to high school and it's revving up, the thing is coming. And then you're going to go to college, and by Jove, then you'll get into graduate school where you're selling.
I think a lot of the issues that people then perceive outside of that tend to be related to social problems or social anxieties. I don't know, obviously we wouldn't necessarily agree on what those anxieties are if we're on the left or on the right. For example, people have different ideas about that, but right now I'd say identity politics and culture wars tend to have a massive impact on how people are perceived in politics grounded in their actual competency. And I think this is unfortunate, rather than their actual competency in addressing same thing in society.
Okay, can I give you 30 more seconds and then I'm going to have to read a book. Anything else you want to say?
Nothing else. That was it.
Okay, I'm going to read this from a book called Open Secret, Versions of Rumi, where I've been cooped up. After all my lost and dead living, I can still live with you. You want me to. You fix and bring me food. You forget the way I've been. The ocean moves and surges in the heat. The middle of the day, in the heat of this without thought I'm having. Why would all human resistance is burning up with this thought? It's a drum in arms waving. It's a bonfire at midnight on the top of your hill. This meeting again with you. The bottle is corked. The rocks floating like wings being red.
Alright, Matt, the mic is yours. Take advantage of it.
I would just like to send unvaluable stages of service that mojo. I can't read that name. Steve. Ready. 10, 8, 9, 2, 1.
I don't know what's happening. Mojo, can you tell me what's going on? Like, you're at my class. No, like, my signal is bad. So, like, we have 2 minutes to clean close the room. We're not gonna clean close the room, or... I just did it for you. Didn't you hear that? Let me say my name. Alright. Okay, guys. So this is what I usually do. Blink your mics if you have closing comments, and if not, please escort yourself down to the list lounge. Alright, John, you have 30 seconds, and Matt, and then we're gonna close the room. Go ahead, John.
Okay, I'd just like to read a 30-second poem. It goes like this. There's nothing ahead. Lovers think they're looking for each other, but there's only one search, wandering. This world is wandering that, both inside one transparent sky, and here there is no dogma and no heresy. The miracle of Jesus is himself, not what he said or did about the future. Forget the future. I'd worship someone who could do that. On the way, you may want to look back or not, but if you can say there's nothing ahead, there will be nothing there. Stretch your arms and take hold the cloth of your clothes with both hands. The cure for pain is in the pain. Good and bad are mixed. If you don't have both, you don't belong with us. When one of us gets lost, is not here, he must be inside us. There's no place like that anywhere in the clubhouse world!
Parents, and they've got that quota to make. you're going to make that. And all the time, that thing is coming. It's coming. It's coming. That great thing, the success you're working for. Then, when you wake up one day, about 40 years old, you say, my God, I've arrived.
He can read. Candidate Congressman John Kitover can read. A lot of these people can't read. They just want to.
By expectation.
It's Joe. We're listening
Look
to
at the people who live to retire and put those savings away. And then, when they're 65, they don't have any energy left. They're more or less impotent. And they go and rot in an old people's senior citizens community because we simply cheated ourselves the whole way down the line. We thought to get to that end, success, or whatever it is, or maybe heaven after you're dead. But we missed the point the whole way along. It was a musical thing, and you were supposed to sing or to dance while the music was being played.
You know something I love almost as much as I love America? It's a great deal. Also, novelty sucks. If you donate any amount of money to PragerU right now, you will get these magnificent.
Okay, just like to read a 30-second poem. It goes like this: there's nothing ahead. Lovers think they're looking for each other, but there's only one search wandering.
You wake up each morning in the midst of a miracle, though you do not know it. The sky rises above. The birds sing without rehearsal, and the breath moves in and out of your chest, like the tide upon the shores. Yet you rush in haste, with furrowed brow and troubled mind, as though the world were lacking and must be mended by your effort. You believe you must become something more noble, more virtuous, more accomplished, as if the tree labors to be taller, or the stars strain to shine. But look, the lily does not toil, nor does the mountain strive, and yet both are whole beyond measure. But man somehow forgets this. He sets out on a curious chase to prove his worth, to outdo the heavens, to paint better than the eyes with which he sees. Man becomes confused not by what is, but by what he thinks about what is. When the thinking begins, it comes with the illusion of separation, of self and other, subject and object, seeker and sought. He saw his reflection in the river and thought he was two, one who is and one who must become. From birth, he is taught to strive, to earn his place beneath the sun, as if being were not already his birthright. He is taught that love is not simply given, but earned, that one must perform, impress, and improve to be seen. And so love, which ought to be like the sunlight asking nothing in return, becomes a transaction, a test. He learns that applause is affection and silence is shame. That gold stars and good grades are the currency of being worthy. And so the stage is set not for living, but for proving. Achievement becomes his identity. The crown he places on his head is heavy, for it is forged from fear. He is praised not for stillness, but for struggle, not for presence, but for progress. And so he learns to measure his soul with numbers, to bind his worth in titles, and to chase approval like a hungry ghost. The mind, once a mirror, becomes a maze. Thoughts breed thoughts, each one trying to fix the last. The more he knows, the more he doubts. The more he gains, the more he fears to lose. In this tangle of becoming, he forgets the simple joy of being. He walks past the sky
30-second phone. Second.
His whole name got arrested. No, Kima doesn't live in his district, but his voice does matter. I would hope that Kima would prayerfully consider donating his tree fitty to the campaign for John Kitover for Congress. You don't think so?
It's a lot of clips in there. It's wild.
Her background, and we'll get the room started that way. But I want to lay the opening remarks myself. Is that okay? Everybody hear that?
Yes, no problem.
All right.
If anybody in the audience wants to come up, just raise your hand. I'm just pinging everybody to come up. Serendipity, I'm gonna send you an invite to come up if you want to come up.
As you guys are gathering in the room, welcome. I'll start it right at 4 o'clock my time, Central Daylight Time.
Fine, okay.
And are we going up to this? Okay, and I have a hard stop at 5:15 my time. So, Nye, if you could, I'll ask you to keep the room going all the way to 5:30, but I have to be out of here at 5:15.
Okay. So for anybody on the stage and anybody in the audience, you see the title of the room that was going to kick off here in a minute. How to fix K-12? Is there a problem? And then
Give a little time for the child with
Kitover, we've gotten through the whole U.S. Constitution. John Kitover in the 16th district.
Here we go. I'm gonna start the room now. My grandfather clock ringing, and it is 4 o'clock. I spent 10 years after I retired as a substitute teacher in 2 different districts in the state of Missouri. So I do have some experience observing in the classroom. Specifically, I almost exclusively taught in high school teaching STEM subjects because of my technical background. I would occasionally teach junior high, but I would never try to teach elementary education. But over the course of those 10 years, I drew some conclusions about education, and I have, well, let me say that over the last 10 years, in various things that I have
that's on Clubhouse from time to time. I believe K-12 education, the lack of a credible, competent K-12 education in our public schools in America is a grave national security crisis. I believe that we have been dumbing down our population for decades. That trend continues down, and we are floundering or something. Call me out on it. Finally, in the poll, one of the options was rigor, slant, accountability, and I want to explain what I mean by that. I believe we ask K-12 public educators to do far more than they should do. The primary purpose of K-12 public education is to teach students reading, writing, and arithmetic at a depth and a level of competency that they are ready to enter the world as 18-year-old adults with the ability to read, write, think critically, and do mathematical problems. Now, that doesn't exclude teaching history or health or anything like that, but teaching subjects with rigor and focus is the job of education. Schools are not, we task schools with far more than just that. They have become a food machine. School budgets must feed students. There are other things. There's a whole host of things that we ask schools to do, which detracts from their rigorous focus on teaching the subjects that are at hand and that are needed to become good citizens. Accountability means holding teachers, students, and parents accountable for their demonstrated performance, competency, if you will, in achieving a competent level of mastery of those three subjects, competent for a high school graduate. And we should never lower the standards. And we can argue about what competency is, how well you read, how well you write, but demanding competency to read, write, and do mathematical problems, I believe, is the single focus that schools could have, and we need to spend treasure, put people into other organizations. They can use the school facilities. They can do whatever they want to do, but it is not the teachers, the superintendents, or the principal's job to do things other than teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. So that's what I mean by improving rigor and accountability. And I know that sounds harsh, and I'll probably get strong disagreement, but and then I added more charter. Obviously, somebody's going to say we just need to spend more money. And of course, I'm going to ask how much and where you're going to get it from. Then the issue of more charter schools, which basically implies inserting competition to improve education, public education, by having to compete with other institutions whose job is also to teach reading, writing, and arithmetic. So that's my background. Joe B., if you want to weigh in, and everybody else have at it, and I'm willing to listen and learn. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Hanson. Mutual, much respect for you. I'm a Old Navy independent. My dad was a E9 in the Navy for 30 years. Let's see. I don't know where to begin. This is my passion work, but we have to continue to build into education choice, and that's where money follows your child. because we got plenty of options. We really do. We have charters, homeschooling, hybrid, district public schools, choice within the public school, magnet schools, micro schooling, online learning, customized learning, town tuitions. I'm not familiar with that one, but we got plenty of money to lowest in the nation collects 10 grand per head per student per year. The highest one is now 40, used to be 30, $40,000 a head. To follow any student should provide more than enough, and they're collecting that in public schools, not delivering. Less than 13% graduate at a 6th grade reading level. That's terrible. I'll be quiet for now.
So, Joe B. or Anson, let me ask both of you this concerning your background in education. What do you see, and I know you both have probably touched on this, but just for folks who just joined the room, and to kind of just make it really concise, what do you see as the biggest obstacle preventing the K through 12 system from effectively serving all students?
Not a lot of parent engagement and involvement is happening, and teachers' unions create problems there. That's my opinion, humbly.
Well, I believe rigor, we have to drastically increase rigor and accountability. Teachers must, any competent teacher must control his or her classroom so that all students are required to focus on the subject at hand that is supposed to be taught in that school, whether it's working an arithmetic problem, whether it's reading a book, whether it's writing a book report. Teachers must hold students accountable and control the classroom. As well, we have standards of accountability, grades, if you will.
Give a little time.
Most states that test, I think, grade excellent, proficient, basic, and below basic. Schools, on the other hand, at least high schools, traditionally give A, B, C, D grades. Joe B can tell you the statistics, the abysmal statistics on what percentage are proficient or, God forbid, excellent, and the far too large a percentage that are below basic. But we must align grades in the school to the same standards. An A should be exceptional. A B should be
Is it the teachers? Is it how so if anybody, you know, the educators in the room or anybody else on the stage has any thoughts on it, and if why parents don't feel that they have a responsibility and, you know, guide their students, their children through the homework process, ensure they know how to read. Parents don't read their kids every night, right? They don't make sure their homework is done. They don't attend parent-teacher conferences. So I wonder what's going on. It's almost like we have lost trust in the educational system and the teachers. What do y'all think?
Okay, I have to re-listen to what you just said. What's going on in the state of Florida for our charter schools or the public schools?
Yeah, I think specifically from my friend who works in the public school down in kind of like outside of Miami.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, both of my children maneuvered through a very high-end charter school, right? And then they both graduated from a public high school and stuff. And I don't throw it back on the teachers. I throw it back on parents every time. These teachers come in, man, they're doing their job. And my kids went into a charter school that is funded from Elon Musk, Northrop Grumman, Harris Corporation. They had a huge STEM program. But if you're not being a parent, that's on you. You're the one with the wackadoodle child that you did not help learn how to do this stuff. They're not 8 hours a day babysitters. That is not what works. But there's too many parents that go out there and they think, hey, my kid's going to school, cool. I can send them into public school. I don't have to deal with them for 8 hours. I'm going to go to work, come home, and then nothing else. Well, there's a lot more that has to happen. You know, my kids never, before they got old enough that they were irritated by me coming in and reading while they were going to bed, which was right around the age 10, 11. You know, there's a lot of parents that they're just tired, I guess, and they drop their kids off at school. One, we don't have very much public transportation here in the state of Florida, because if you're within 2 miles, your child can walk to school. But most parents don't do that because we were raised in a generation of, like, we don't want our kids to get kidnapped, so we typically make sure the kids get dropped off in the carpool line. But, interesting question. That was a great question.
Thank you. I saw you call Mike. Did you want to add?
Yeah, I'm working with a leader in New York City, California, Digital Minds, these are going yoga for the teachers, created a place for them to, like a good word, retreat, for them to go practice these kind of things. So it's innovative in that way. And we've got a special retreat that we're going to be having in October, and it's going to bring science, and we're going to teach the principals and the cops and nurses and these kind of people how to do dispenses, ideas, and these things are in science. There's data and proof of the effect. Just once you learn how the mind works and how the heart works and how the body works, the thing is, I
a calling for something new, because I have said this before in the room. I have said that we are not matter, we're energy. Right? Well, energy is always changing. Right? So we have to change with the energy. Right? So there's a calling for something new. And if you're trying to do things in the old way and it doesn't make sense, then you have to be willing to adjust. And it's like we have AI coming, right? We have quantum computers, and then people are afraid that there's a change, there's something different. It's not necessarily bad. It might be even better than we ever expected. So this kind of thing is going to happen. It's already been tested and proven with adults. They've done these retreats for young people and parents. So they've done it much more for decades to adults. It's fairly new to young people, but it's very effective. Very effective. They've done it in Mexico, in prisons to bring the families and the children together. All these kind of things. So it's really elevating the families and the children's consciousness and understanding that we are one, not that we are separation breeds contempt, and it's about living in a state of wholeness.
Yeah, so you're on mute. Yes, if you talk, we can't hear you. You're on mute. Hey, so yeah, previous person mentioned
Time out.
saying about the Easterner. I think the schools, the charter school, that's kind of a stopgap measure. It's better than the public school. But I think there's a very radical approach. I think the current school, whether charter or anything, this is just a vestige from the industrial age. It is just like the previously saying, it's a glorified babysit. So this is from the previous era when the parents have to work in the factory and then they have to put their kids away, and there's no better place than a glorified babysitter that we call school. And so in the school, it's also set up like a factory, and basically the kids are treated like widgets on the assembly line, and then they go from grade 1 to grade 2 and 3. So the teachers are the assembly workers, putting on a nut and a pipe bolts according to each grade level. And so, and they're just product cookie cutter cookies coming from cookie cutters. But the thing is, the people are all different. They have different needs, different interests, and different capabilities, and different goals. And they have different interests at a different age, different time. And so I think the approach, the right approach is to let the children at different under parents and guidance and all that to start working and early age. And then they know what they want and then they're interested. When they need to learn skills, they can learn skills at different ages. Education is a lifelong process, and every experience is an educational. They will pay good money for it, and then the teachers will have. They can select the good teachers, and then they'll site, and when they purchase any product, they will run it. And so this, they have a selection process, and the customer will know what they want, and then the teachers will compete for it. And that's the how you solve the problem once and for all. You will not have those teacher unions and all that stuff. They will solve all the problems. Okay, that's me.
Now I want to say something else.
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think that today, the new day that we're in, this age of social media and information traveling fast, these are moments where major change can happen on an every front. If there's not an end goal vision, when I say end goal, right, you can be as lofty as you want. When you create a goal, you can say, I see a world of no war. I see a world where there is much more safety for individuals. Women, children walking the streets is where children walking the streets. There's a world like that, right, where everybody is on a certain agenda around the world. So that vision, I think, has to be part and parcel of young people.
Go short.
Their vision, the vision sets the intention for the teachers and everybody else involved. And it's not like it has to be, not like forcing anything on the kids, right? But when there's no intention, things go left, right, and everywhere else. So it will give a direction that we're all going. And I think, like I said before, it's all data, proven data. Children will be learning how the mind works, how the subconscious works, anything like this. And they'll learn how to be creators rather than just old school way of going. They'll be creators. I want to ask both Timac and Hanson the same question. My premise is that the focus of K-12 should be to teach every student enough knowledge such that they are competent in reading, writing, and arithmetic. I would say that without that basic competency, it becomes nigh on impossible for a graduate from high school to be able to deal with the kinds of subjects that you raised, Timac. If you cannot read and comprehend and read voraciously across a whole broad spectrum, if you and do it comprehensively, and then if you cannot write cogently and effectively about what you have read, then that basic skill is so fundamental to being able to address the kinds of problems that the world faces. And I still think, as I said in my opening comments, that if we fail to achieve competency in the vast majority of the students that graduate from high school, then they lack the basic skills to be able to deal with the much larger issues that they're going to face out in the real world. And the other thing that I haven't mentioned is if you rigorously teach reading, writing, and arithmetic, a byproduct of that is you are teaching the students the work ethic to put in the hard work that is needed to learn those basic subjects. And then once you have the work ethic to study arithmetic or algebra or geometry in high school, or to read good, long, difficult to read books before you graduate from high school, if you have the work ethic to achieve that competency, that translates
translates into wonderful things after they graduate from high school.
Hey, Anson, this is John. Moderators, I'd like to be put in the queue if I may.
Of course.
Anson, you want to go first, or because
I be fast. So yeah, Anson, I do agree with you. The only thing is, you said the work ethics. The thing is, you can instill the work ethics, the parents and all. But I think the most what do you call it? The incentive, the best incentive to instill work ethic is the reward. You can give, even the thing is, even the reward ethic is so powerful that even the AI, most of the AI training is all based on reinforcement learning, which is basically the reward that so if a mere machine can be induced to work harder, the people certainly will be and can. So I think the best incentive is you have the incentive for them to work harder, which is basically, the free market would provide the best mechanism for that, and that's why I said the people, kids or whatever, to start working at an early age, and then they will know what waits them at the end of their toil, and this is the best reward mechanism. And then they will select and buy, and then they will select. The selection process is both ways. They will select the better boss that will pay them well, and then they will select the better teacher when they have the urge to do a job well and be trained to. So. Anthony, you're on mute.
Oh, okay. Yeah, sorry. They will train. They will have the incentive to find the training.
Basic subjects.
They find the training and the trainer. They will pay good money for the trainers, and then they will provide the incentive for the trainer, which is the teachers, and then they select the better teachers and pay the teacher well. So this whole thing, this will be the benign cycle, for everything. So yeah, that's why I said we need to completely overhaul the education system and that's why I raised my proposal. Thank you very much. I'm done.
Well, the obvious follow-up question is, at what age should they leave school and begin working with the intent to later come back to school? At what age should they stop any formal public education to enter the workforce?
This is like, good question. Certainly, I'm not saying that, toddlers, right? And even toddlers can kind of, you can info technology to that because AI, with the advent of AI, this is even better because the barrier to entry to start working is so much lower, and the teenagers would be better programmers than the adults. And with the advent of AI, the age limit for that would be lower. Joining the workforce, and then they can work on the programs and then set up a program and all that. It will be so much lower. And
so again, are you talking 10-year-olds or are you talking 8-year-olds? Putting in the workforce, letting learn.
Give a little time for the child within you. Don't be afraid to be young and free. Undo the locks and throw away the keys and take off your shoes and socks and on you. was one on the beach, kicking clouds of sand. Holding no days, no face, no ways. I still love you.
Time out.
Killing little time.
I apologize.
It's okay.
Time out.
So the type of things that I'm talking about, again, I'm not an educator, right? But I'm going to say something that's very common sense. When a child walks into a room, right, the energy has to be somewhere. It has to be somewhere that is safe for them, that is, this is overlooked, right? And because this is overlooked, because you were talking about reading and writing, of course, this goes without saying. But these are the bad results of reading, writing, arithmetic. Start with energy. Start with the child being in the energy and knowing how to shift energy and all these kind of things, right? So it's not woo-woo. Again, this is all data-driven, what I'm talking about. Again, like I said, there's a professional person educated that's going to be delivering these programs, right? But just think about going into a room at Clubhouse, right? And if it's hostile, it's not a place where you can learn as easily as if it's a different type of energy that's uplifting. So children come into the room knowing that they're creatives, knowing that they're geniuses, right? To the extent of which they can even teach their parents how to refrain from certain behaviors. These are the kind of children that you want to bring into society. Children that are creative and know what their future is and know that they are active participants in the future.
I'm so confused about what you just said.
Wait, moderators, this is John. I'd like to be put in the queue, please. Okay, thank you. I asked Grok the following, this is on X platforms. How much does the federal government, states, and local government spend annually on education, including pensions? Breakdown by monthly budget. Also, tell me the best way to enhance education while cutting annual budgets by 50% to pay down the national and state debts. This is Greg's reply. U.S. federal government spending is $195 billion annually on education, FY 2025. States spend $400 billion annually. Local governments spend $400 billion annually, with $60 billion in teacher pensions, mostly state funded. Total for at $1.1 trillion a year, or $88 billion a month. To enhance quality while cutting 50% / administrative bureaucracy. It eats up 30 to 40% of budgets. Implement universal vouchers for competition. Integrate AI and online learning to reduce costs. Prioritize core subjects and merit-based teacher pay. This boosts outcomes via efficiency, per studies from Heritage and Brookings. So that's what X Platforms is telling us. I'm glad I could share that with all of you. I hope you enjoyed hearing it.
Thank you, John. Anson or any educators have any response to John? Otherwise, we will let go to Beth. Okay, go ahead, Joey. Or Anson.
I want to hear what Beth had to say.
Yes, go ahead.
Beth, you said you were confused, so.
Yeah, I was confused of what he was trying to speak about. But, I mean, thank God America, my kids finally are done with, like, public school system, right? I have them in private colleges. But, with the charter schools, you guys were talking about charter schools earlier, and I had a huge issue, and I went in because this little girl was picking on my daughter. So I said, okay, let me go in. Let me figure out what is actually happening. And, my daughter, when she's dramatic, so I brought in a whole bunch of pizzas. We did a pizza party.
And
I'm watching. Now, I have a master's in psychology. I don't utilize it. I do not make money off having a tree. I don't. But I walked in and I was like, what in the hell are we doing in here? Is this like a social experiment? We're busing in kids to a school where they're watching all these parents pull up on $20,000 golf carts every day. This is not cool. So I watched it. I knocked my daughter in the back of the head. I said, that kid might be mean. But you know what? We gotta figure this out. I've got to learn why she's being mean, right? And I talked to the dean. I said, why in the world are we doing this? Have you talked to the parents and spoken to them to figure out their kid's girl? She was mean because she was mad. And that's okay. You can be mad, but she was mad because her parents sometimes couldn't get her to the bus stop, which was paid for by the county to pick up the kids that they were busing in. I said, you need to rearrange, reschedule, and figure out the children that are coming into the school because they are amazing kids. I mean, this little girl, I'm still in touch with her now. They all graduated high school. But that wasn't fair when they're in 6th grade and she's coming into a school with all these kids that have parents dropping them off. All this stuff.
We got your point, but I want to ask you, you're the only one here. Which was better, the K-12 public education or the charter school? In your opinion?
In my view, just to answer your question, charter schools are public schools, but no, my kids got bullied at the high school. Yeah, get bullied a little bit. Learn how life is going to happen.
Okay, so you think the charter school was better for your children than the public school that they subsequently went through, correct?
No, I wouldn't say that.
Oh, so the public school was better than the charter school?
The charter school is a public school. That's what I'm trying to explain. It's a public school.
Different kind of public school. It's a different kind of public school. Charter schools march to their own drum, not to the books.
Be careful what you ask for.
But they still have to match up at school board meetings. Yeah.
They have to tell me to be a great person to answer that question. Well, I have too many answers for too many questions and answers.
The question is, are charter schools better than public schools? That is the question.
If you have a choice, yes, because they have a separate board completely outside of the realm of your public schools. They get their own budget.
Shitty charter schools are shitty leadership, just like shitty public schools.
I think they're good. I'm not like that. I had young kids with my grandkids were, I recommended charter schools, and guess what? I sat on the board of public education, locally, statewide, and nationally. And every time the charters show up ahead, they just do. Because they're not held to the same guidelines and policies. They're held to the Department of Ed's set of standards to deliver. They just get to deliver them differently.
So,
Yeah, I was confused.
would anybody disagree with Joe B on that assessment? Public schools
To read on teaching
march to their own drum.
that are hand and that are needed to become good citizens. Accountability schools can have different meetings. They can be micromanaged. They can be managed and be consistent. The limited data that they have to respond to track students' progress, etc., is warped, not really measured accurately. So saying that they're automatically better than public school systems, well, it depends on the comparison to the public school system. If we're going with Massachusetts public school system or Florida's public school system, which seems to rate very high in the nation, well then, no, they're not going to match up and do well against it. But if you're going to put somewhere like, I don't know, Washington, Seattle area, or maybe Dakotas, or maybe Mississippi, well, yeah, they're going to do really well because guess what? Those public school systems, not so great. So, I mean, again, it's cherry picking with narrative. I think they're both bad, but and you can kind of find a better way to go about it. Oh, poor girls, you're almost dying. But I mean, at the end of this, you really have to look on a broad nuance. Saying charter schools are just automatically better is absurd. It's like saying, the Army is actually like good. They're just never going to beat Navy in the overall record of football games.
That's kind of a short, misleading misinformation drive.
I don't know. Statistically, I looked it up while we were having this conversation, and it says that in general, only about 36% of charter schools actually perform better than their public school counterparts. About 47 of them perform equally, and about 17% of them perform worse.
Yeah, at least to my knowledge, the reason why you
PISA, and PISA is used by the testing is what's critical. And when you say, okay, here's a check and going up the hill, rather than measuring all the angles and et cetera, they test like that. So the public schools water down their tests. The private schools really push the envelope, so they're ready to go to college or get a career tech certification.
But again, private schools, depending on the payment, charter schools are not all charter schools. There's a variety of systems that are charter schools. Not all charter schools in any of the systems, the 3 or 4 primary ones that are right at the top, are doing very well. Private rich bougie schools do great. They fucking off the charts. They perform great. Hell yeah, you got $1 billion just sinking to a kindergarten. Those kids are going to do fantastic. They're going to get the best teachers, best resources automatically. But the charter schools that you're describing as an overall blanket term to take one of the rich bougie schools and apply it to the better overall chart, that's not even accurate at all. Charter schools are not that much better than public school systems and both have inherent flaws in their design and tracking on their testing scores that you even cited. But you can't come to say, yeah, maybe there does need to be work, and maybe we need to actually just kind of not go charter or public and actually try to figure out the education system as a whole.
Just really quick, another factor as to why charter schools and private schools usually don't do the same is not because they have harder material. In fact, they have a lot less restrictions on what material they even have to teach inside of there because they don't have the standards that a public school has to go by as well. And at the same time, there's less about the teacher vetting if they stay in exact places. Private schools usually don't do well because the teachers that they get usually aren't qualified for the position or don't perform as well as the people that are in public school positions. I mean, if we look at public institution versus private nonprofit versus private for-profit, at least undergraduate graduation rates, even outside of the K-12, the ones that lead afterwards, you'll see that public institutions are at 63% at 6-year graduation rates, private nonprofits are at 68% in 6-year graduation rates, and private for-profits at 29%. At least the ones that I'm familiar with, the charter schools that I know that are around my area, at least test score-wise, and at least through the metrics that are provided to us publicly to see, they don't perform much better than most of the really good public schools that we have around us. So it really just sounds like most people that have a problem with public school just find a better one for your kid to go to. It's not that they go to find a good magnet program.
Well, I just want to do a really quick room reset, and I think I saw Joey in the chat that she wants to define charter school. I think that's you. If you just join the room, we're talking about how can we fix K-12 education. We have a poll at the top. If you don't see the poll, you have to update the app. So for those in the room who do see the poll, you have to vote again. The poll options add money at 4%, rigor, accountability, more charter schools, and something else, which has 62% of the vote. If you voted something else, if you don't mind coming up to the stage to share if you're not already on stage, or explain in the
funding, of course, and they're different when charter schools receive state funding on a fixed per pupil basis, while traditional schools, public schools, receive more funding more heavily in the form of local taxpayer dollars and are eligible for more grants, national grants. Both types of schools directly compete for state funding nationally.
But again, the charter schools you're mentioning, again, aren't forced to have to take in the quote, mixture of kids. They can cherry pick which kids they want to. They also can limit and streamline their budgets based on the programs. So unlike public schools, they don't have to offer a broad plethora of it. They also don't have to worry about, like, say, breakfasts for kids and other needs that meet the students' requirements there, such as psychologists, counselors, career finders, etc. Go down on the list. Like, there are plenty of charter schools out there that are just flat out fucking shitty. And I do not get this blanket pass that charter schools are going to make the system and replaces public schools that works. Again,
What do we need to do to fix both schools? Fundamental things.
Well, there's a lot that can be done. For instance, we should have teachers that are based on performance and metrics bearing and actually receive salaries. We should have funding that goes to the schools. I don't think it should be just solely based on performance.
I don't care if you do. That was an extra college credit I could have gotten and had on my resume, and I really would have wanted that, especially right now. So just the taking away of classes, just as availability to take, et cetera, and all that type of stuff, just because you think it's too, and not you specifically, Brad, but just because whoever's in charge of me thinks it's too woke or not necessary, even though they have me taking fucking biology classes in college when I'm a music major. All this shit about this is unnecessary, that's unnecessary. There's a lot of unnecessary shit that I learned in high school that I didn't need to learn whatsoever, and has never been useful to me in my daily life right now. So I feel like if you just offered the opportunities to learn what you needed to, or specialize what you need to specialize in, whether it be trade, whether it be history, whether it be something, right? Have it be specialized there, at least give them the tools to actually make something of themselves after high school. Because me, graduating from the K through 12 system in 2021, the number one question me and all my classmates had was, okay, I know we're supposed to go to college, but what the fuck do we do from here? We have no clue what to do. We don't know how to be adults. We don't know how to live in society right now. We got to ask our parents all these fucking questions. Because guess what? The school that was supposed to set us up for being in real world scenarios, the school that was supposed to set us up for adult life, quote unquote, taught us how to regurgitate shit back to them for a nice test score and then said, fuck you and let's go. So for the most part, if we want to change something in schools, let's start applying shit that's actually relevant to people's real lives. Like understanding financial responsibility, understanding how to do your fucking taxes, understanding how to do a lot of basic shit that you'll do in adult life every fucking day that we don't get caught because we'd rather learn that the mitochondria is a powerhouse to sell, even though you're majoring in fucking welding.
So yeah, I agree with that too. We need to implement. I think everybody should have to go through like some sort of trade program. Shop should be a primary thing. You need to know how to fix fucking basic plumbing, learn how to read a measuring tape. These are basic things. Basic electricity. I don't know how to freaking cook. That should be a dynamic. I know I can, but I'm picking on myself. And then you need to have other things like this in financial. How to fucking read taxes. How to understand how a bank account works, checking account, credit cards, how that works. Maybe then you get somewhere around the $37 trillion because you'd be actually educating people on how to actually rationalize and work financial situations in their real life. They'll apply it to their governments and say, hey, yeah, we can't have this. So these are areas that could easily help society instead of having the bankruptcies. How to understand their medical bills, how to understand how systems work. teach them civics, understanding how governments are, but going to PTO meetings and understanding what those are, town halls, and how important they are. Those are things I would start teaching them.
And let me just add something in there, like, because it's something that I have to currently go through as I'm in college. At least in Florida, the civic requirement that we had was passing like a 7th grade civics thing that we had to take, right? All of the shit afterwards had nothing to do with civics until you get to college, where you have another required course either on U.S. government or on general civics too, in order to have a graduation requirement for the state of Florida, right? So, at least in my opinion, sure, that's a good thing, but at the same time, I feel like we should have civics be a little bit later too, because there's a lot of shit from civics that people forget from 7th grade to being a fucking adult, and it seems like a lot of them forget that during the high school time too. So I feel like if we're gonna put civics at least somewhere in high school as well, if you're going to keep it in middle school, add civics in high school, we're moving from middle school to add it to high school, so it's at least more recently known. I think that help out a lot, or at least breaking down certain things in civics that's a bit more foundational in certain things. Because I know there's a lot of people who go on the street today asking what the 3 branches of government are, some of them can't even go that far. But if they do manage to go that far, they can't explain to you what each branch does, or what the check and balance each one has with the other branches, et cetera, or what the basic functions of some of the roles of those offices are. So I guess if we were to just take a more comprehensive and realistic approach rather than being teach every single subject left, right, and center. And Scarlett, I understand that you heard me say, don't take it the African American way, but don't make me take biology. Yeah, I'm not saying take biology away. I'm saying at least give me the choice on whether I want to take it. The same way, don't take the African American AP studies away. Give me the choice on whether or not I want to take it. So for the most part, if I want to fuck over my own education, I want to fuck myself up so I can take fucking the thing that we all love to talk about, the gender studies, basic thinking degrees, et cetera. Let me fuck over my own ability to do so, right? But at least give me the choice to be able to do so. I want the choice to succeed, the choice to fail, et cetera, et cetera. If I choose classes that will be better conducive to my success with the guidance of my parents there, then I should be set up. If I choose classes that are setting up for failure, that's on my own fault. Why? Because I chose to take classes. I just want the availability to be there. And there's some people that may do well by taking the classes that I could do nothing with. And there's like me, where I do well in some of the classes that other people could do nothing with, right? I just want the choice to be able to do so. And the choice there would make it a lot better for people to start specializing a lot earlier, and for all these companies that start asking for fucking 5 to 10 years of experience when you're 18 to 21, or else you can't even get the interview. At least you can have some experience under your belt, whether it be trade, whether it be an internship, whether it be you doing something where you're actually putting your skills that you learned in K through 12 to practical use in the real world before you get out of there, so you know how to navigate the real world and you understand what you have to do to progress forward in the real world once you get out, instead of just kind of like wondering what's going on and hoping your parents can get you through it. But in some cases, some people's parents haven't gotten through it themselves.
Let me and she was like,
You know, Joe, would you do me a favor? Would you go through the chat and try to pick out what the something else's are and make them specific? You know, if it's, I don't know, rather than an amorphous something else, what can people put in the chat that is something else that they would rather do rather than give them more money, increasing rigor and accountability for more charter schools? Would you do a 5-minute scan through the chat and try to come up with a concise list of what they mean by something else?
The only thing that
This was a very, very high.
the curriculum is sort of every 7 years, not every 4 years.
Okay, so changing
Resources access to.
Give a little time for the child. Give a little time for Give a little time for Give a little time for
God is out. Many Christians may.
Would you agree
I don't know.
to try to teach a kid how to do a tax return, particularly a fairly complex one, if they can't do arithmetic?
Somebody told you you're out of lessons on it.
it's all tired.
That's right, it was the time to teach.
Yeah,
things like that back when we were in school, when I was like a senior or junior, et cetera. So I don't know about that. Okay.
It teaches a that horizon, dude. I thought you were going to say that horizon. It's a good one. It's a joke. You know you're a bit from Tyler.
In those three areas, that the rest will follow. If they're not confident, comprehend what they read, discuss it intelligently, and write about
Arithmetic or algebra or geometry.
mathematics, and all this other stuff isn't gonna happen. You've got to focus on the basics, get that right, and then go deeper and go broader. And that, until the public schools can get that right and comprehensively and competently teach reading, writing, and arithmetic in a broad sense, then trying to do all the other stuff is barking up the wrong tree. Would you agree with that?
Not entirely. When it comes to the reading, writing, and arithmetic, I think those are good bases. But for example, when I mentioned that those types of literacy, that's financial literacy, that's what would come around 11th or 12th grade, right when you're about to go to college and get out of high school. I don't know how long we're going to be stuck on basics. If we're stuck on basics from kindergarten all the way to 11th grade, that's an issue. We shouldn't need to be stuck on basics for that long. Basics shouldn't end up
Focus on the basics until you get it right, until you get it confident. And if you can achieve that level of confidence in the 9th grade, then go ahead and teach others financial responsibility and all that. But make them all learn a competent level of knowledge in reading, writing, and arithmetic.
That's already kind of established, only because, for example, in the college that I'm at right now, even back in K through 12, to take certain classes, there had to be certain prerequisites that you had finished already or had shown a proficiency in. There were certain classes you can't take if you scored a C or lower in another class. You have to get a B or over in order to get into that class to show that you had an understanding of the material, et cetera, et cetera. So that's not something that's new. Maybe if you want to enforce more, that'd be fine. But as for innovation, that's something that's already been put in place for a while.
We're not talking about college. We're talking about just.
Yeah, K through 12 has it as well. There are certain advanced placement classes that you wouldn't be able to take, certain honors classes you wouldn't be able to take, certain language classes you wouldn't be able to take without certain prerequisites showing a proficiency at a certain level. So that's already in place in K through 12 as well.
But I would also maintain that public
question, not as a gotcha, but just for consistency purposes, would you say that private schools or charter schools be even less accountable by that sense?
I can only speak from my own very, very days. I went to public high school, graduated, then I went to quote charter school before I went to college, and the difference was night and day. But that was centuries ago. So I'm not gonna. I agree with Brad that we shouldn't be trying to compare charter schools and public schools because, as Brad says, they're both not doing a very good job. And I'm trying to focus instead on what both of them should be doing to improve.
XG had said something earlier, and XG, you can respond to this if you'd like, but it's really a question for the stage and the educator specifically. You made me think, XG, with some of your comments about the political and cultural debates that hinder K through 12 progress, right? So I mean specifically like the CRT restriction, learning history discussions, book bans, sex education laws. So I'm wondering if we think that the political and cultural debates around K-12 hinder progress, by creating policies, inconsistent policies, right? Lowering teacher morale. Some of these debates and policies lower teacher morale, diverting resources, diverting communities, delaying reforms. How do we think the current political and cultural conversations around education is hindering K through 12 progress?
It makes the red states dumber and holds back the blue ones.
You're directing that question to not.
It's for anybody on the stage, really. But I thought of it with some of the comments that XG made, but it's really for anyone.
XG, let me just say this. The program that I was talking about earlier, it was interesting. XG, your questions, I'm going to answer those. Has to do with things implemented. One last thing, this Einstein discovered that we are 99.9999% energy, right? So I don't want to get into a deep discussion right now, but that's something that we discussed in the programs being rolled out, and it will occur, and it is common sense, and that's it won't be, it's just something.
I'm not gonna lie, I have kind of a hard time following that.
That's a good question, actually. If we are mostly energy, but we're referring to each other as black and white, all this, do you understand? So there's going to be something very, very.
Yeah, I mean, sure, we're all made of atoms, but I don't refer to a computer as a human either. I make a distinction of a category in the same way that I recognize that, sure, we're all energy, sure, we're all human. There's certain category distinctions that do end up getting made based on certain attributes. It's not, unless you take those category distinctions as inherently negative. I mean, it's not a negative thing, it's just point them out that they exist.
Well, I'm not taking the class, right? So when you said about computers,
yeah, like you said, we're all Einstein said we're all made of 99.9% energy, etc. So why would we produce things that's like black and white, just like these categories exist in the same way that we're all made of atoms? Like, as a human, I mean, they do category distinctions.
I will be explaining this for something. I'm not the person that puts the program. I just, we are energy, right? So, and we do categorize. But most people don't refer to us as energy. We only
most of us are never speaking in the context where energy is in mind.
No, you don't have to. I don't call you white. I call you red. I have this one. You don't have to refer to me as black, right? When it comes to the realistic, those are good pieces that come up. For example, I mentioned that those guys literally said that very clearly that's what we brought up for talking about the methodology of life. I don't know if we stuck on basics. We were stuck on basics for kindergarten all the way to the 11th grade, but that's an issue. We don't have basics. We stuck on basics for that whole year. Specific things that I agree with, something else, right? So continue to talk. I'm going to shut up if there's any questions about this energy, because I've been practicing what I'm talking about, but I'm not the person that delivers it to kids. I can explain how it's done with adults, but to kids is
Back in response to my original question, basically, the way I see it, yeah, it's definitely hindering things because there are some things that have become so politicized for no fucking reason that all of a sudden any introduction of them in schools is all of a sudden seen as like fucking horrible. The next like horrible totalitarian thing that's being put in, et cetera, et cetera. The evil left is trying to corrupt your children, blah blah blah. Like that type of like stochastic language is probably what ended up fucking over everything. With like X, Y, and Z is trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to corrupt your children. They're trying to finance your kids.
Propaganda against Israel.
Like that's setback progress because now so you can't even have another fucking rainbow without somebody.
Joe Biden, who is a Zionist, I don't believe that he's not a Zionist. Joe Biden knew that he had to give a little bit of lip service to his
It
base.
seems like they get triggered by anything that has a rainbow color scheme or that may be related to the gays, and that all of a sudden their children are too soft to walk in a world where two dudes might kiss each other. Oh no, how horrendous.
okay. I'm going to intervene here just for a moment. As I said when I started the room, I have a hard time. I'm going to have to leave in 15 minutes. And I want to go ahead and write my closing.
YouTube, someone between 3.8 and 4.5 million subscribers. There's been some speed up those numbers. 863 million total video views as of August 6, 2025.
How do you want her last? Related to the question, how to fix K-12 education. The consensus is something else, but there's no definition to something else that we can wrap our arms around. Okay, if we get specifics, there's a slight majority that just the three. There's a slight majority for increasing leadership accountability. Nobody is screaming for more money, which surprises me, etc. But is that not a problem when we try to have an informed, rational discussion on education? We go a mile wide and an inch deep and can't get our arms around something that's truly basic and fundamental to fixing the problem. That's what the poll shows me. That's good information. How to fix that? How do we stop going a mile wide and an inch deep and pick a few basics that are really fundamentally important? I don't know how we do that, but I think it reflects the need to do that. We've got to focus our energy on things that we can fix and not go a mile wide and an inch deep. And that's my conclusion of what this room has demonstrated. But it's been a good discussion, and thank you all for being here.
Well, Anthony, if I could just say really quick, because I added something. I asked Brock, because I had some ideas about how to fix K-12, right? My ideas on how we fix that. But there's something else to be. So here's what Brock said are several potential solutions. If Anthony or anybody else in the room wants to weigh in, some of these we've already talked about. So first we need to address the funding inequities. We need to support teachers. Number two, we need to reform the curriculum and testing. Number four, tackle learning loss and the gaps, right? Five, invest in mental health and safety, which I think is important. Mental health, hire more school counselors to help these children who are dealing with having challenges at home that they bring to school. That makes it impossible for them to concentrate. Number six, it says modernize the infrastructure, because as Heimat noted earlier, when a student walks into the classroom, they need to feel a certain energy. And part of feeling that certain energy is the aesthetic of the classroom helps, right? And then, of course, the overall building is, water,
that's the truth. Yeah, she could drive this thing out, man.
My observation of that list that you just provided can be all lumped up. They are specific items that all require adding more money. So based on that list, I would say Brock says we've got to spend more money to improve K-12 education, and then how much we allocate that more money in those specific categories. That runs totally counter to what the poll in this room showed, where add more money was substantially less than.
May I jump in real quick?
Sure, go ahead.
So I think that the adding more money is a secondary problem to how money is spent. What we know is that in a public school system, we have pensions, we have the construction where a lot of money goes. Very few dollars actually get into the classroom. And so this is why school choice, I'm sure Joe B. made a pretty good argument for that. I was out doing other things, so I couldn't participate earlier. But here's something that people don't talk about, is the way that we structure the classroom in the first place. We've decided that, if you were born in this year, we're going to put you in this grade. And whether or not you've learned how to read, write, or do math, we're going to then, because of your age, have a choice where they could say, okay, I can teach to the most advanced students and alienating, the mid-tier and the bottom-tier students. They could teach to the medium students, and then that would hold back both, it would hold back the top students as well as probably alienate the bottom students. So then what they ultimately go for is they teach to the bottom students, and what that does is alienates those that could be challenged more that are both in the mid-tier or more advanced. We need to figure out how to put students based on their talent in the right cohort and give them the right education that they need, the things that they can handle. You can't give too hard a curriculum to somebody that doesn't understand it. You'll shatter their confidence and you won't build their skills. It'll actually be negative. So we need to better identify, and I don't think simply identifying when were you born is a good way of doing that.
I think I think that we need to just reject the entire education. I'm laughing because I know people are going to think that it's radical, but the school system isn't failing at all. It's doing exactly what it was intended to do back when we implemented to begin with. We don't like to admit that. We don't know. I mean, it's been hidden from us largely, and we've been indoctrinated, right? If you feel like your little reticular activating system right now trying to reject everything that I'm going to say, I would ask you, where did our system come from? What was it modeled after? What was the actual implementers of the schools? What was their implicit intention? It's documented. It's all very, very open and public, and it is. They wanted to keep us obedient. They wanted to get people into these structured areas to be able to teach and indoctrinate us. That's the conformity. Everything that our current system implements as any type of public education system, anything that you see that does the opposite, that talks about the best models of education, has nothing to do with where we're at. It has nothing is in it absolutely at all. Like the grading system, all of that thing. This is what Mojo was just talking about. I pulled up real quick because I thought that this was interesting. Directly from, this was let's see.
Your idea real quick and our idea real quick is probably different theory.
Yeah. Alright, so six points of what our system, this is exactly what we're working with right now and what we have implemented, and we continue to think that we just need to throw more money at.
Can I help you while you're looking? I'll just say this. We built a school system for a world that was going to prepare people to work in factories. We no longer live in that world, but we still have the same school system. The slow modifications that they're making are not keeping up, and the world is about to change in more dramatic ways in very rapid fashion. And so if we didn't keep up from the 1950s till now, heaven help us with the advancements that are going to take place in the next 5 to 10 years. We need to really prioritize this shit. We got to do it quickly. Go ahead.
Sorry, I'm looking through my PDF and I can't find it.
He already told you. Why is it always the most redundant people trying to speak on education as if they own it or something?
Okay, here we go. So the 6 points. Now, if you don't know who Inglis is, INGLIS, I invite you to look him up. But here are the listed functions. Okay, the number one, the adjustive and adaptive function. Schools are to establish fixed habits of reaction to authority. This, of course, precludes critical judgment completely. It also pretty much destroys the idea that useful or interesting material should be taught because you can't test for reflexive obedience until you know whether you can make kids learn and do foolish and boring things. 2, the integrative function. This might well be called the conformity function because its intention is to make children as alike as possible. People who conform are predictable, and this is of great use to those who wish to harness and manipulate a large labor force. 3, the diagnostic and directive function. School is meant to determine each student's proper social level. This is done by logging evidence mathematically and anecdotally on
non-cumulative records, as in your permanent record, and everybody has one, right? The differentiating function. This is 4 out of the 6. Once their social role has been diagnosed, children are to be sorted by role and trained only as far as the destination in the social machine as in the social machine merits, and not one step further. 5, the selective function. This refers not to human choice at all, but to Darwin's theory of natural selection as applied to what's called the favored races. In short, the idea is to help things along by consciously attempting to improve the breeding stock. Schools are meant to tag the unfit with poor grades, remedial placement, and other punishments, clearly enough that their peers will accept them as inferior and effectively bar them from the reproductive sweepstakes. That's what all those little humiliations from the first grade on were intended to do. And the last function. The social system implied by these rules will require an elite group of caretakers. To that end, a small fraction of the kids will quietly be taught how to manage this continuing project, how to watch over and control a population deliberately dumbed down and declawed in order that the government might proceed unchallenged and corporations might never want obedient labor. The school system is doing exactly what it was supposed to do.
They're looking for solutions, though, B.
Okay, that's good. So the solution is full decentralization. What we had when we started our education system, our children, we were way more educated in the early 17 and 1800s, way before compulsory school laws and any type of. Do you know how exceptionally high the literacy was? All of our founding fathers, Washington, Franklin, Jefferson, right? Where did they get educated, right? Were they at home or were they in public schools?
No, Bima, you're correct, but we got 9 minutes to wrap this room up. But I want to give you an illustration of this. So Bima, 895 times 1,000. Go.
For fuck's sake.
Oh God, come on, bro.
Time's up.
No, listen. I just wanted to illustrate the point. She's correct. I'm agreeing with her, by the way. I'm agreeing with her in a God, that was a little punchy way, but she made a good point. And I just wanted to illustrate it with a little exclamation mark on it. We don't teach kids anymore. We can't even do simple math.
But Roger, she didn't make the point. She just regurgitated something that somebody else said somewhere.
That's correct. That is correct.
So again, I need you to talk over me so you can shut up. This is why you get smacked around. So again, she didn't do anything, and it's going to this overall thesis.
Let's talk about it, Brad, instead of just respond to what I said.
Shut the fuck up. Like again.
Shut the fuck up.
You don't even educate it.
You're a subhuman, Brad.
Oh, here we go. Okay, so you are. Alright, so we can do this. So let's talk about the fat, obese white women who can't even.
Exactly. This is exactly what we wanted to do. So anyway, so decentralization. I invite everybody to look at homeschooling successes and look at the homeschooling successes.
Everyone mute up for a second. Listen, Uncle Anson is going to listen to this replay and he's going to be very disappointed in all of us. Can we just clean it up? You know he's going to listen to this, and then you know who's going to get shit? I'm going to get shit. Because the room went to hell the moment he left, and come on, you make me look bad.
No, it was the fact that I was talking and the fucking obliterated obese people.
Stay focused. Respond.
No, again, we shouldn't.
Focus, Brad. Respond. Stay on topic.
Time for the child within you. Don't be afraid to be young and free. Undo the locks and throw away the keys and take off your shoes and socks and run you.
Kitover, we've got John Kitover in the 16th.
You have nothing to say. You're incorrect. You're just respond.
For District 16, the Congressman, John Article.
I don't want to mute people. I don't want to move people to the goo because everybody's
Again, I get
But Brad, you shouldn't. Brad, Brad, we're gonna give Brad the last word. Nobody interrupt. Brad, you're gonna take this away, and then afterwards, we're all gonna gently slide back into the muff, and we're gonna have some mojo positive vibration experience. So please go ahead and finish it up, Brad, and then we will detox in the other room.
So again, we shouldn't listen to fucking barren, wasted fucking white women who can fucking produce children because they're never going to be a benefit to society. That J.D. Vance is absolutely right. The only thing they do is care for cats. So when we actually look at the education system, there should be an amalgamation. Roger, you were right. You said it in fucking simpler terms. You didn't need to read a PDF to actually get it. The education system is not keeping up with current society's trends or technologies or advancements that we see here. It's also ignoring past problems that we currently face, such as agriculture, such as a plethora of other individuals. It is focused on what? Bemis fucking idealistic fucking bullshit, retarded fucking narrow ass. That was a waste of education. We should never, ever, ever have given up education to the point of it being the priority of PTA, soccer moms, and fucking purple-haired, septum-nose-pierced, fucking obese fucking cat lady. You shouldn't spend $150 million on a fucking stadium. You should spend at least a good portion of that on, guess what, arts, fucking music, poetry, curriculums, and advanced programs, and also internships and actual real-world experience, as well as trade schools and 4-H programs across. This is what needs to be taught. But of course, Beeman is too redundant, too retarded, and too inbred to actually comprehend anything. And again, she will never have kids. No one wants to breed with her. This is why she's spending her time alone licking a dog. Oh, man.
Oh, Lord, fix it, Jesus. I wish I could lead us in prayer, but I will respect everybody's religions and non-religions. Thank you, Brad. Thank you, Beeman.
What an enlightening speech. Thank you very little. Can you stop road raging? Let's stick to the issue.
I told you don't come for me, right? I think that was agreed to a single person today.
So we have 4 minutes left.
I just can't focus because I notice I can come from that. What we have done, after I speak, instead of focusing, you start to attack the person. You responding to the topic.
You can't stop fucking talking. You can't.
We don't know anything about the education system. You like to pretend. You're a good pretender.
We have 3 minutes
It's
left.
about your own vagina. It's just well, that pendulum.
Hold on. Be my Brad. Hold on 1 second, please. We have 3 minutes left before we shut this down. And as Mojo said, gently slide. But you don't know if it's possible at this point.
We hit her in the head with a bat and just fucking end it. Maybe the world will be a better place.
Does anybody have any final thoughts as we wind it down? One more time out, please.
Right. What controls most of human patterns, their behavior? Is it the subconscious or the conscious brain?
The subconscious.
Right. How much percent?
I don't know. That's the doctor on that one. I don't answer questions.
95% is
Different, huh?
Answering that I didn't say disappointed.
I'm gonna send him a message and I'm gonna say, hey, Anson, if you got any brain cells that you want to kill, listen to the last 15 minutes after you left. He's gonna, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna tell me that we need better laws. That's what. But the truth is, it's like, if we're being honest, forget about who was involved. That was all my fault. I allowed it to descend. I could have plotted differently and I didn't. Look, I had a fun day. I had a blessed day. I drove a car today, just within the last hour, I drove a car 170 miles per hour.
Wow. So, I mean, I have a question.
Where you go to? It was a Ferrari 296. It was,
oh my God.
Yeah, the straightaways at the Portland track are a little longer than the Seattle track, and man, this thing, it probably had a little more pedal left, but, we got to the cones.
Were you in the moment, Mojo? Were you in the moment?
I was in flow state for sure.
You know, those educational rooms, you always end up hearing the same people talk on them. And the chat was good. It's the same points. Everybody talks about, doing this to improve testing and this to improve testing and blah, 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 blah. And that is not the problem. The problem isn't the fucking testing. The problem is the whole freaking shebang. Like, it just needs to be overhauled.
John, what plans do you have to overhaul the education system in America?
Mojo, I don't know where John is, but what I was trying to articulate wasn't coming out well because it's something that I practice and adults practice. So I didn't know. I think differently than a lot of people. So when I was explaining, it doesn't land for them in a way where they can understand. I think so. That's what you shut up about it.
Yeah, Simon Sinek's got this thing about start with why, and he gets into people that think different. He talks about Steve Jobs. He talks about Martin Luther King, and he also talks about the Wright brothers and how their view of the world starts with they start with why. Why are you different, right? Rather than what you do and how you do it, why do you do it? And the people that change the world have a very strong why.
That's right. So that's more along the lines of what I was talking about. That in the education system, there has to be a unity around what the why is. And I talked about what's important to people's daily life, their families, their environment, and beyond just their local area, right? It's not just the country. There's across the waters to other countries, right? The why is to develop a safer, healthier humanity. It's humanity, basically. So what Dr. Joe's work and what we're going to be talking about and applying in October it's going to be about that. That the children there'll be an agenda that is focused towards that goal. Hey, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover, and I just want to say that in that room I called out that we're spending $88 billion a month or $1.1 trillion a year. I would suggest instead of $88 billion a month, we go to $60 billion a month immediately. Does anybody think that might solve the problem? John, that's the result. The money, that's the end. Things require money, but first you got to figure out what the thing is. The change that has to be made, right?
Well, no, I think what he's saying is the opposite of what some people say. But one of the choices in that poll was do you want to add money? And maybe the answer is we take the money away. I mean, if you look back, we called a certain generation the greatest generation. Why do we call them that? It was a generation that grew up in the Great Depression. They were forced to deal with less money. And so I would make the argument that when you take money away from a situation, you actually open up the conditions that can allow you to actually improve the situation. Only when you're doing things really, really well can you then have the discussion of, hey, can we pour money on this? Money should be the gasoline that you put on a fire. And we don't even have a flame yet. So I would say what we need to do is we need to take the money away from the system. We need to starve the system, and we need people to be creative, create parallel institutions, something that works, and then once it works, then we pour the money on it. And I will tell you, people will be less picky about how much money we spend if you're getting a return on that money. Because I think one of the frustrations that we feel is that we've spent $37 trillion more than what we have, and we don't have good results. We also have $100 trillion in unfunded liabilities, and we have nothing to show for it.
That being said, there's worse places you could be. You could be in a country that doesn't have that kind of money to spend, right? But has other cultural problems that are a huge issue. We at least have the Constitution of the United States. We at least have, the idea that individual rights is a good idea. We just need to have the gumption to protect those rights.
Let them earn the money, then give more money. You're right. I think it should be less.
I think what we should do is take away every penny and then say, okay, whoever builds a system, they're going to get the dollars. And if that means that a system is going to say, hey, we don't have enough money to operate, we'll just say, well, imagine that. Remember the free ride when the money came for nothing?
Well, in the Chicago school system, which is broke, needs $175 million. The students should be cleaning the classrooms. Why do they have $115 million janitorial contract when they can just have the students clean the classrooms like they do in Japan?
Because you can't use the 5-year-old in kindergarten fucking chemicals that mix and combine. Like, you don't want to give them Windex and freaking bleach and say, here you guys go, combine it yourself and then toss it in pine sol and that'll clean your floors for you. You really don't want to do that to a bunch of kids.
Do it in Japan. All these federal offices where millions of federal employees work, instead of hiring crews of tens of thousands of cleaners, you know what? Maybe all those federal employees should clean their cubicles and vacuum around them and clean it themselves.
No, I disagree, man. I was called out because I was in my first year in my federal office. And I got called out from someone else, like another person that worked, that was the secretary.
I think what he's saying is if you do that and you don't keep your space clean, they should fire you.
No, totally. But no, that's why they're there to clean, right? My shit was clean, man. Where I work, man, you can't leave documents out.
So there was like a case, and I forget the thing, where a school was actually having kids participate in cooking, which I think kids should learn to cook in school. I think it's a very noble and worthy pursuit. However, it's now become a risk because you can thank the fucking white women of the world, the obese white women, because again, in between eating ho-hos, they decided that their kid may have gotten scalded with hot grease, or maybe burnt their finger on a pan, or maybe, God forbid, cut themselves. That the lawyers that they went and screamed the most to, knowing that their kid has to have life experience, knowing that they have to actually do these things, they turned around and sued the schools. And so schools stopped doing simple things like that. We used to have gun ranges. The Soccer Mom Association has stopped that one. We used to have shop where they actually built lamps. That stopped because of the Soccer Mom Association. So if you really want to make those changes in the school system, you need to start with the obese white women that really do fuck up the schools for the rest of everybody else.
Bring it up at 1.1 trillion a year, and we're 37 trillion in debt. This is a place to start cutting. 1.1 trillion a year in this country gets spent on education. 88 billion a month. You can't cut it 25%. You can't cut it 40%. We're $37 trillion in debt. Now, I know I sound like positive vibration rooms, and I'm going to put all these position papers. Basically, I'm doing forensic accounting, so thanks for the content. I keep posting my likes. Nobody's reposting. Are you guys just all a bunch of talkers? Or are you going to do any retweets? Are you going to do any likes? Are you going to share this room? Are we just a bunch of talkers or a bunch of doers? What is it, talkers or doers?
You see, always find it's a good manners. That's what it is.
Wait, hold on. Hey, mute yourself. Listen, go read the rules. Hold on, go read the rules. I want you to refer to rule number 10. Once you've read rule number 10, if you can read rule number 10, then you can re-engage, this time in English. But if you don't speak English, we got my friend Johnny here who can teach it to you. Right, Johnny? What are we talking about?
It's the new
newest thing from Nelson and Company over at Cheddar.
Oh, you mean the Jonathan Bing app? The one where he single-handedly destroyed what could have been a good thing?
Oh, is he the one to blame?
Jonathan Bing's got a big head with no brain. He's got like this cool, thick skull. There's nothing in there. Except, you know, you shake a watermelon to hear the fucking moisture. You can shake his head, you hear nothing.
Oh, darn.
So he's the full guy, Roger? He's the full guy. Jonathan's the full guy. Jonathan Bing might be the stupidest human being that's ever walked the face of this earth. But isn't it Nelson's app or is it
Nelson's the boss. Nelson's the king. To be the king. Hate this boy. And
do you like the features?
It's not like it's the people, the person, and their bot to run video if nobody's watching.
Their problem is that all they want to do is poach Clubhouse users. When they should just go find their own users by advertising.
Oh, wow.
Who would have thought? That would have been great.
Wow, you're a genius.
The way Nelson and Jonathan Bing is running Chatter is the same way that your federal government is running the government. The reason why Jonathan Bing's brain is so big is that's called swelling of the head. And what is his name? CeeLo Green, that famous musician. He kind of reminds me of the guy who did this great songs. But anyways, I'm just saying, is $1.1 trillion enough to educate the population of this country? Where can we cut it 20%? Anybody here want to concur that we can save $200 billion a year in education? Anyone?
I wish you would stop using terms that you think you know that you don't know.
Well, so on to that. Anyway, I'm still hanging in over there, but I go there just to see what's going on. They have a couple good rooms at night. He's rounding up a lot of investor types, venture capital people having forums. I think he's trying to learn how to raise money.
Well, you know what? Maybe we'll go teach him how to raise money. Maybe we'll go do a money bomb. You gotta mute up.
Sorry.
A little feedback there. Okay. Yeah, maybe we'll go do a money bomb over on Chatter. We'll essentially walk in, we'll open a room. First of all, does everybody here have Chatter downloaded? Anybody? Yeah, I got it. Let me double check. It's still there. I don't know.
You may, if it's been a while, you may need to just uninstall it, reinstall fresh.
Shit.
Johnny, man, I've been in the waiting line since that Nelson guy promised I'd be since day one, man. It still says, hold tight, or whatever it says. It's like, fuck, man. I don't give a fuck that much about it.
Isn't it true?
Fight anymore. You can just download it off.
Yeah. You can just download it now, bring it over to the App Store.
Yeah, straight up.
Okay, everybody do this. Everybody go download the app if you haven't done it. Well, actually, I take it back.
Uninstall any versions you have. Install it fresh.
Well, I was just able to log in, so it's good. Maybe you have to reinstall, whatever. Well, let's get one going. This weekend, we'll do a money bomb for John Kitover for Congress, and I would imagine that the people that were on Chatter will be thrilled to death that the app is being utilized for political campaigning, and we might even get some support from people that that care about the country. Maybe there's people on that app that care about the fact that there's $37 trillion worth of debt. Maybe, because there doesn't seem to be a whole lot of people on this app that care. The people that do care already donate. John, how much money have we raised so far?
We've raised $1,100 in 48 hours for the campaign to elect John Kitover for Congress.
Maybe what we should do is issue a challenge to Chatter and say, hey, 48 hours over at Clubhouse, and we're able to raise $1,100. Let's see if this app has a higher caliber of donor, and then maybe we can shame them, challenge them to get more money.
Have you seen how the rocket chat thing works? You can set a goal amount. People can donate between $1 to $200. I think it is.
You have to pay $20 a month to be able to get rocket tips. If you're a free user, you can't get tipped. You can tip others, but you have to be
basically like a blue check work. You have to be a plus member.
That's okay. That's okay. That wouldn't allow us to be compliant with FTC regulations anyway. So we're just going to have to be able to post a link for them to go to the website, and they're going to be able to donate. We need to track these things. We need to be legal and legit. This is about rule of law.
Yeah, and you'll save $20. And you'll get you'll get to keep the percentage of the money coming in as opposed to 50%, because 30% goes out the door to the app store because it's an in-app purchase, and 20% goes to Chatter because they need the money.
That's brilliant, though. If we go there and John, we money bomb John there, not through their rocket mortgage. I'm sorry, I'm just making that up. The rocket tips, we do it through a Cash App or through whatever means to donate as set up. Or
why would they get any of the donations?
I hear they're taking about, I don't know if this is true, but if I understood correctly, they take 50%. So if someone tips $200, you only get $100.
They stole that idea from families. That idea's been
right. That's correct. That's what they're doing.
But so here's the plan. We're gonna warm up to these things. We're gonna go to Chatter next, and we'll do one this weekend. We'll raise some money, and then we'll wait a few days. We'll do it on fan base, and we'll work our way up to a big splash that we'll do on Twitter Spaces.
That sounds like a plan. I have put in the chat a link to the Antidote account if you want to donate right now. $5, $10, $100, $1,000. I know Brad, I was unable to convince him today, but Brad, I still hope you're going to join Team John to get to Congress.
No, I will not be donating to the stolen valor candidate that is trying to represent and steal funds from a PTR that he took offline from somebody else.
$20,000 to have a child, but what's the backup plan there? That money is used towards the child. If the woman doesn't just have a child, it's the money and sends her child to the front door of the fire department or the hospital. And the alternative is going to an abortion provider and spending $15,000 to $20,000 there. We're spending $1 billion a month executing 60,000 children, and I just think that if the woman has an option, 20% of women would probably opt for the check instead of having an abortion. It's my opinion. Maybe it's controversial, but that's my opinion. I would support you more if you didn't give money, period. If you want to have a child, have a child. But if you don't. Why are we giving money in the first place? In that respect. You shouldn't have a kid if you need money. You shouldn't be having a kid. You should have money and be ready. And you understand the money is still gets spent. It's $1 billion a month. I'm saying take 20% of that and give people the option. I think you'd be surprised. People want money. They need money. They want to have babies. So if you want ask the primary question: how much are we spending on abortion providers monthly and annually, and reverse engineer from there and take from there. No matter what your position is, I'm just saying, the money is flowing, so it's up to us to optimize the spend.
We do have a poll up, and it's an interesting result so far. I think as we get more votes, we'll see different results. Plus, this is it's not even 4 o'clock Pacific time, so we haven't really hit prime off yet. So for those of you that are here, we got 11 votes. Let's keep the votes coming. Question is, what is? Oh, I'm sorry, I have a typo. Am I able to edit?
Yes.
They will? How do they let me edit? I want to, not my answer, I want to edit the question. I put, what is?
Sorry, you better delete it.
Yeah, fuck. All right, but it's better than having a fucking typo, especially after we just spent an hour and a half talking about education. I can't even fucking get my goddamn words right. This is ridiculous. All right. Don't be too hard on yourself, Potion. It'll be okay. It'll be okay.
It's because you've been a truant to my classes. Yeah, so it's 30% to the Play Store / App Store, 20% to Chatter, 50% to the intended recipient, and there's like a 30 to 60 day delay. They hold it in escrow or something.
Are you referring to the rocket system on?
Yes. I'm no expert on it. I sent my first one to somebody the other day just to see if it worked, and it did. It cost me $1 plus tax.
I have no problem saying this about Scatter and Nelson. Why does Nelson say let's talk about it? Should he say let's chat about it? That'd be more pointed to his
Absolutely. Absolutely.
That's crazy to me. You should say let's chat about it. So, let's talk about it.
They used to have the slogan Chatter to the Moon. And I tried to get them to change it to Chatter to Uranus. And I had some images for it, but it just didn't catch on for whatever reason.
Did you say scan?
That's great.
That's hilarious.
Sean, did you say scatter, not chatter?
That's what I did.
Yeah. I was inspired by a friend who called it Scatter, and I'm like, I like that. We should call it Scatter. That'd be actually rough. I'm not going to say names, but I give credit to someone else. That's not my original. I didn't come up with that.
I just want to say that, I am running for Congress. I am a Service Connect disabled veteran, and Brad has been roasting me quite vigorously this morning. And I gotta say, you can look at my 2 PTRs here. This John account is me standing with Ron Paul in Los Angeles, I believe in 2012, when I donated, I think, $400 or $600 to his campaign. And I was invited because I was a veteran, and I got to take a selfie with him. And then you can see my other profile there. That's me when I was in 2005 getting commissioned at the Citadel Military College into the U.S. Army as an intelligence officer. So to claim otherwise, and plus I was honorably discharged. So if anybody wants to see my credentials, my DD 214, please come to me directly and don't rely on Brad's slanderous, libelous accusations.
You need to go to the European Wax Center and get your chest waxed. Just saying. Okay.
What about Uranus?
That there's a guy out there that wants to actually let me do oral on him.
Oh dear Lord Jesus. Is that when you've built your whole personality around just insulting others? I mean, could you imagine if Brad didn't stop insulting people, there would literally be nothing left. He would be nobody. He would be nobody. That's the only reason people like Brad.
Hold on. You guys might have got the wrong memo. This is the Mojo Positive Vibration Experience. You are welcome to participate as long as you're spreading good vibrations.
So why did you cut me off when I got attacked first? Why didn't you go to the root source?
Listen, I might be late to respond, but the response was important. Let's do this. Let's go around the room. We'll go to PTR order. We'll start with serendipity, and we'll just say something nice. Serendipity, go ahead. Yes, sir. She got a phone call. I will start us off, and then we'll pass it around, and I will go to PTR order. I want to say something nice. I want to say that I'm impressed that people have come together this week to get together to read together. I think that was a shared experience that was very rewarding. They've gotten together to dig into their civic duty of giving money to a political campaign that they believe is going to help them change and make this world a little bit better of a place. And so I'm very proud of Clubhouse. I'm very proud of the people that come in the muff. And yes, I said come in the muff. So I'm very, very proud. NY, go ahead and tell us your positive things.
I just actually want to quote my favorite line from the Rocky Horror Picture Show, courtesy of Dr. Frankenfurter, and that is, don't dream it, be it.
fresh start to the day. There's a beautiful saying, which is that I am perfectly imperfect, and that's perfect. And if we could all take that on and embody that, we can make the world a better place.
All right. I see some bumper stickers coming. Wallace, go ahead.
Hey, what's up? Good day, beautiful people. Let's see. I think it's great being fifth on stage in Buff. That's pretty cool. Also, I think we could get quite a bit of money to the campaign if we just get another bet going. Brad, you make that bet, we could probably get, what, $1,000 for Brad? To the campaign, if you lose, like, we could probably get something going here and get some money from Brad. Yeah, if I donate, it's anonymously, which I think that's great that you could donate anonymously if you care to. Not $9, $10, not 11, but yeah, 10. So yeah, fun stuff, great day, love you guys.
I want to go back to serendipity. Do you have any positive vibes to share?
Positive vibes to share. I just want to tell everybody in this room, you are enough in the muff.
Thanks, man.
I've been told that before as well.
You are enough.
Whose turn is it now? Timer?
John, it's yours.
Yeah.
John, it's your turn. Positive vibes in the muffin.
I think you have to ask yourself, what is the source of all positive vibrations? And, right now, I am laying in the sun. Excuse me, time out. Could you mute up, please? I'm laying in the sun in my living room, and I am absorbing super positive sunlight, vibrations. These are photons. And what's interesting about a photon is a photon still has mass. And what I like to think has mass is our words and what we think and what we say. They come out so quick, they disappear into the ether. They're a little bit like a photon, but I think our words have weight. And so, if you're conscious or self-aware, you're aware of what you're saying. Now you are relaxed, you are breathing, and you are at peace because, friction causes disharmony. And, negative speech, just like quoting RoboCop. I met Peter Sellers at Equinox. I met the RoboCop, and I said, "Are you him?" He says, "What do you mean?" I said, "Are you RoboCop?" He said, "I'm RoboCop." And I said, my dad was a cop for 30 years, and he used to quote me all the time. He said, "What was your dad's favorite quote?" I said, "Bad language makes for bad feelings." So if you remember that, and you are in control of your positive vibration, and you hold on to the center, you'll always remember that, the way you treat other people is the way you want to be treated. And so if you speak with anger, you're going to create anger, and the feedback loop is always anger. So speak with peace, speak with love, speak with joy, and it's generally returned to you. This is candidate Congressman John Kitover from the 16th District of Illinois, sitting in the sun, wishing you all super positive vibrations.
Not bad feelings made for bad language.
Well, Tama, it is your turn. Share some positive vibrations.
Yeah. Wishing everybody an amazing rest of your year. If you want to have a good laugh, I have a film that's being released into theaters. They added 500 to 600 more theaters, but it starts October 19th at AMC, and I'll find out more about the other theaters that are releasing it. This film's called Last Dragon. You'll have a lot of fun, I guarantee it. Don't take yourself so seriously. Just have fun.
Awesome. I will be there. Brad, would you please share positive vibrations?
My positive vibration is that I changed my mind on the abortion stance, and I think a lot more people like me should have been aborted.
Well, okay. Positivity is reigning supreme here in the moment. Ringo, share your positive vibrations.
Yeah, man, I'm just a good person that loves good things.
want to wake up tomorrow and be grateful for your day and be a little bit better than you were today. There you go.
Alright. It rhymes. That was positive. John, tell us your positive vibration.
China doesn't have bugs. They're just undocumented features.
Okay. Well, fixing not only this app, but fixing the other apps as well, simultaneously. Well played, Johnny. Akima, can you share some positive vibrations? Akima going once. Akima going twice.
The sun came up again today, so we got another chance.
Okay. Joby, positive vibrations. Akima wasn't done. Akima, go back to you.
I'm like that.
Alright, no problem. Joby, go ahead. Positive vibrations.
I love that Anson opened this original discussion. That's it.
I love it. Sean B, love to hear your positive vibrations.
Just remember, everyone, when in doubt, breathe out. When you're in the muff, enjoy the moisture, enjoy the ride, and slide. Love you.
Okay. Ashley, it's your turn. Positive vibrations.
When life sucks, there's always books to disappear in.
Books, otherwise known as the world's greatest external hard drive. We learned that here as well. Marshall, positive vibrations.
I'm doing good.
Didn't sleep, but packing out of town tomorrow. Fucking my car. Married to happy spouse party.
Alright. Well, those are the positive vibrations. We're going to try to minimize the negative vibrations. But sometimes you got to keep them vibrations down. By having it here. We got a nice little poll going. Hopefully people are responding to the poll. For whatever reason, Matt Cool thought he was too good for the poll. Hasn't responded yet. No pressure to Matt Cool. Beth is not responding. Ringo's not responding. Timeout's not responding. Bro, Wallace is responding.
Did you just announce it, or was it you should announce it earlier?
The poll has been up for a while, and there's typically visual cues. All you have to do is look them up.
Nice guy. What's that positive vibration?
Well, I'm positive I posted it.
Just a quick note, as you do your campaigning and fundraising, people like Rohan cannot give any money.
Yep, we're
aware of that.
Well aware of FEC regulations, and in fact, until $5,000 is collected, there's no need to even properly file all the paperwork. So we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But hey, you foreigners, you cannot give any money. We'll reject it.
Oh, so Rowan, you can't write that $10,000 check.
He might as well go ahead because it's all part, but whatever. It's the biggest troll that's on this app right now.
So if you go to the antidote page, the rules on contributions are at the bottom, and Abby is correct. Rohan would not be allowed to contribute. Please read the rules before making
There's
any
a number of
donation.
people and a number of entities that can contribute. It's pretty strict, the rules, the congressional rules. And I mean, the civil penalties can be substantial.
You mean like pretending you're a military veteran and soliciting funds under that name? The fact that you didn't even know what epaulets were and you called them pamphlets, which is absurd about your own uniform, and the fact you've never served is an officer, and then your PTR shows an E7 rank on your own fucking sleeves.
Brad, you did this earlier today, and when everything that you disputed, there was evidence to show that those claims were incorrect. We've shared links. We've shared links in the chat of his experience and time he spent at the Citadel. And at this point, I don't even understand what the criticism is, because you produced zero evidence to back up your claims, and you've been refuted with visual evidence as well
he then went to be an officer through the Citadel. Cap bullshit right there. That he was a butter bar for 4 years. Again, cap bullshit. Doesn't work that way. Also, the uniform that he has on, cap bullshit right there. It originally said kitchen. That's why it was changed. And now it says Kitover. So either he's faking taking a name and using somebody else's there, which again would be stolen valor because he's raising funds under that guy's, which you would be also part of that conspiracy to do that if you actually know or willingly do that. And then that's a federal crime. I hate to tell you that. That comes with actual repercussions. And so if you are collecting favors or gratuity or funds and utilizing the image of a veteran and you're doing it under the name of the veteran and you have not served, that is stolen valor. So no, this idiot admin who spends his day with 20 phones in front of him and this motherfucker, if he did serve, he was discharged because he was batshit crazy and he didn't go through the Citadel. He also couldn't even remember the first two sentences of the oath he took.
Well, hold on. You can Google John Kitover Citadel, and you can find
Okay, so why don't we bring up right now? She's got a lot of experience in the Army. She's got contacts all the way through. She can go search this down, and she can go right down to the grid and make sure that who you're collecting funds for and this person on stage are the same person. We can do that. Yeah, obviously, you can take stolen valor and you're collecting money on it. That's the fucking problem I have. That's a line too far. I mean, you can actually continue to say Monica's a great-looking girl. No, that's not true. But I mean, stealing under a veteran's head, that kind of is shady. It's shitty.
Brad, you making the claims that you're making and getting it proven to be untrue as it happened earlier today. I would just ask Abby. Abby, can you tell Brad what the consequences are for slandering somebody in such a way?
It's going to be a civil case, so it's whatever the damages are. That's, it matters what state, it matters what the damages.
So if you were to slander somebody and make an erroneous claim that he is committing stolen valor, and the evidence is proven, and then after the evidence has been shown to continue to repeat these things, I don't think a court would look upon that.
Did Brad say it was his opinion?
No, he was stating
Well,
it as
did you say it as an opinion? It's your opinion?
Believe it. Into it, this idiot, go ahead. But this is the biggest troll and scam that's going to go through. This reminds me of all those early clubhouse days where people paid for fucking courses on real estate and how to get rich. This is grifting. This is bullshit. Don't believe me? You could go ask Brad. You could go ask a number of people who are like, yeah, this is a completely crackpot made a fucking troll.
Yeah, Brad, Addie is trying to help you by suggesting.
The part that pisses me off is the fact that you're using a soldier. It's not you, and you're playing some bullshit game. Again, even under your ballotpedia photo, you put an enlisted uniform on and then said, yep, that's my photo when I graduated OCS. You did it. John, is that your uniform? Or is it Photoshopped?
No, that's my uniform. That's my commission.
That is absolutely you look like a. Do you still have it?
100%. That's me.
Do you still have it?
Go to John Kitover on Instagram.
Do you still have it?
I don't have the uniform anymore.
You don't have the uniform.
I didn't see it.
Why not? How come?
Well, I unfortunately went through a purge in an apartment. I was like, you know what? I'm gonna get
You
rid of
don't take your uniform.
Yes, that's right.
But you cannot. You held in a position. You hold 50 votes. You actually hold votes. You name it. John Hayward. Wait a second. Yeah, wait a second. Thank you. So you decide to be able to purge your uniform, yet you still have 52 mobile
I don't have
so
necessarily uniform either.
I find that really interesting.
I hate to tell you, but I'm not.
I hate to tell you this too.
I'm not on board. I'm not going to get you.
No. John, you're not going to talk over me, man. Sorry. It's not going to work here. It's part of the rules. You really should check that. And we're here for good vibes at the moment. Okay? I'm just highlighting that I find it incredible. Hang on. No, let me just highlight this just very, very quickly. It's nuts that this guy has 52 cell phones. Okay?
Your opinion. But when somebody is making a claim that a
trying to slander them, you could be held liable for that. This is why we have rules around slander. And the fact is that if anybody in this room wanted to take more than like 35 seconds to Google it or Grok it or GPT it, you can find out what his record is. The fact is that the people that are making these accusations, all they want to do is create negative content on this app. It's not based in any fact. There was a claim made that the uniform didn't say Kitover, and then everybody that was in the room fucking blew up the photograph.
You guys corrected it.
Incorrect. You
and Adam said kitchen on it. That's what you claim. That's what you claim. It's not true. Okay, I don't give a shit. This idiot, this fucking moron, this fucking idiot from fucking Chicago who literally spends his entire day trying to record grooves and does nothing else. Doesn't try and who doesn't get through to the move underwear and thinks somehow this idiot is going to run. Who's now trying to solicit funds under a veteran. Again, I'm calling tab. He can't even explain his own fucking uniform. He can't even determine an enlisted man's uniform from an officer's uniform. And apparently neither can you.
Well, hold on. I just want to say this. The interesting thing about this is that there are recordings of all of these rooms.
And play them.
I want to explain something. They don't have to be played here. There's recordings of them. And if people are lying, if people are committing slander, or if somebody was crazy enough to lie about their background and file under a fake name and use fake photos, all of those things can be punishable by law. So here's the thing. You guys believe whatever. Anybody can believe whatever they want. You can also go Google things and you can do research rather than just creating content on here. But the fact remains is that with these truth claims that are being made, either John could get himself in a lot of trouble or Brad could get himself in a lot of trouble. In either way, I would just say that before the people that are going to make judgment calls based on who they like on the app more, maybe you might want to do just a little bit of research so you don't end up making your fool out of yourself, considering that this is being recorded. It's being live streamed. The FBI can have access to all of this. Any court in America can have access to this, and people are talking to me.
I'm very curious about this evolution because just a few weeks ago, you were John's biggest target. He has a catalog of you and many of us talking shit about you. Have you reached some type of detente or agreement? Why is this happening? Why are you posting? I'm sorry.
Well, I've spoken about this multiple times, and I'm glad you brought it up because it's a good thing to bring up. If there's anybody on this app that should be critical of John, it's me. There's nobody that's been who's had more profiles made in their name, streamed on live in my name. I have been the target of his streaming more so than any of you on this app. So I have more reason to say, hey, what the hell are you doing, man? Some of you are a little more fragile than I am, but that's a whole different story. The reason for the change of heart, because I used to think, what an asshole, without consent, this is a dick move. But then Clubhouse, with their wisdom, they changed the rules. What Clubhouse did, whether you guys recognize it or not, and by the way, anybody could always be recording the truth. You should assume that a screen record can happen on any room at any time. So if anybody thinks that the hate speech that they use in other rooms, and there's people that are on the stage that are guilty of saying things that are fucking highly illegal to say, and there's recordings of them, and they're among the ones that like to do the finger pointing themselves. But what I will say is that Paul and Rohan, what they did was they created an option where people can come into the room anonymously, stripping the moderator of the ability to remove them from the room. So when that happens, I no longer had the ability to toss people out of the room that were streaming the rooms. So I had to do this thing called face reality. And this is something that maybe everybody in this room might want to look up in facing reality and reconcile. That sometimes you have to accept the world the way it exists. And so with this world in which
it should exist, work on this app. This room is being streamed, whether you like it or not, and it has been, whether you like it or not, for quite some time. I no longer have control. John can tell you how many times I've had his accounts clipped, how many times I've removed him from the room, how many times I've told him my critiques of what he's doing. But no longer do I have that. The app itself that I voluntarily, just like all of you voluntarily choose to log in and participate in. You guys are in this room knowing it's being recorded, and you guys are here. So that is consent, whether you believe it or not. In a courtroom, that would hold up as consent because nobody's making any secrets about whether or not it is being recorded. You are being recorded. I'll repeat it. You're being recorded and you're being streamed, and you have since the day you got on this app. By the way, the app itself records you. So if you don't like being recorded, you probably shouldn't be on the app. So why have I changed my mind? The reality is what John was doing, while annoying, is perfectly within the rules of what this app wants people to do. In fact, they designed a premium payment for people to pay. They get to pay to be able to have this feature. So they're monetizing being able to offer this feature to people like John. So if you have a complaint about this, you should talk to Paul and Rohan. Those are the ones that created this feature. So then once I accepted it, I had to go, well, now this is the world that I have to live in, rather than pretend that this is not the world. I wanted to go back and look at some of the content that he was streaming. And what I found was rooms with actual terrorists when they were plotting terrorist plots, as well as conducting recruitment in terms of sex trafficking. You guys might be aware of those rooms. Maybe you're unaware of those rooms. But this is a service that John is providing that streams it, and all of you do-gooders, all of you anti-terrorist activists, you guys can look at this and go, wait a minute, here's somebody that is being able to stream and expose terrorists on this app, and you can now work with him to do something about it, or you can complain because you think it's a nuisance because he streamed and did something that the app actually wants him to do. I'll go ahead and just mute up right now, but if you guys want to get self-righteous about your right to privacy, you guys can stay.
Well, I just gotta say that's one of the greatest endorsements I've had yet for the campaign to elect candidate congressman to the 16th District of Illinois. And yes, I am a Service Connect disabled veteran. I finished as a second lieutenant at Fort Huachuca, where I was medically disabled for an injury. I served in the Army National Guard from 2002 to 2006. That's March of 2002 to August 2026. So get it right.
How can we check that?
Oh,
I believe you, by the way, Scott.
Thank you, Jane. I thank you for the support. But don't just
I don't support your
$7 to the campaign. Jane, what's $1? What's $10?
I'll give you $18.
The link is in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. It's also in my profile. But, I just want to I'm having a super powerful vibration right now. Now listen, Brad is not the authority on my identity, on my life. Brad is an online social media rager who said yesterday, I don't even want to repeat what he said to you, Jane. So let me just sit here I'm gonna mute up. I'm sitting in the sun, experiencing a super positive vibration, and I'm just gonna go on mute. And anybody, I'm gonna stay on mute and meditate for 10, not 11. 10, not 9 minutes. Here we go. I'm going into a meditation. Deep, positive vibration.
Your meditation, can I ask you a question regarding your upcoming election or trying to get on the ballot? You still there, John, or are you meditating?
Hey, Brad, when have you ever provided evidence that John isn't a veteran?
He's an officer, right? Go to Ballotpedia right now. Go pull up that and tell me what uniform is on that individual soldier that he used. He said he was an E5 and in the Army, and then all of a sudden he now just told you he was in the National Guard,
and he graduated as what was it? A lieutenant colonel, second lieutenant?
What's the first part of the name of National Guard, Brad? What's the first part of that name? What's it called? What's the first word? There you go. You got it, Brad. You figured it out, buddy. Retarded? Are you really that? Literally, fucking Army National Guard.
Let's see, are you ass laughing?
No, just Brad. It's one thing to say that he's not the rank or that he's not an officer. Like he's not, an officer. That's one thing. It's another thing to then say that he never fucking served. That he's not a veteran.
Maybe it was just exempt.
Yeah.
Stolen valor.
Stolen valor. You can't say that he's not a veteran.
What troubles me is that if he served and that you actually got rid of your uniform, I don't know any person who served, they got rid of their uniform.
I don't think so. Then you were actually talking to a lot of people that served.
So there's a lot of
people that were in the uniform. Many
So like this whole fucking no, man. I swear, can we just have fuck off the top? I was talking, and she can't shut up. That's her problem. Her rich. It's the same people with the same problem. They should, in between whatever they had. But I'm just gonna sit there and say, again, if he's claiming to be an officer, she'll go out there rich because you're retarded. He cannot say he went to the Citadel and spent 8 years doing all this. He also said he was enlisted, but that uniform that he was showing, which is an enlisted men's uniform, says that's what he got when he graduated the Citadel. So no, he doesn't know what he's talking about. And yes, if you claim you're an officer, just like the idiots that walked around this avenue all said they were fucking SEALs and that they were Delta Force fucking Rangers with SEAL Team 10s, all of those motherfuckers, that's still stolen valor. Because guess what? You cannot fucking represent yourself in a more glorious light, if you will, while soliciting funds. It is still a federal crime.
That doesn't mean that those people aren't veterans, you fucking idiot. That's the whole point. You shouldn't have used that word. You should have said he's not a veteran.
Well, yeah, if you spent 4 years in the military, you don't want to hold on to your uniform because you testified out.
Yeah, I'm on welfare. Don't have a fucking job. Yeah, that's exactly right.
And you know, rules and accusations are being thrown.
Because I to dox fucking King Solomon because he said, nigga, hail Hitler. That's all. That was a quote.
unacceptable.
No, we've already went through this serendipity about Monica making quotes.
Hey, Brett. If we're just saying this true, one mic.
Guys, what's the little background? Moose talking about. Tom, is that you or is this somebody else?
No, Moose moved it up.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah. Hey, Brett. You've laid it out. At this point, you did what you're supposed to do. You laid out what you were saying, and let everybody else sit with it. And
I agree, Mike. I would. Like, you guys want to donate? You gave over $1,000. Like, I mean, it's not the worst thing. People gave like $100,000 on an app. Morons like Rich, like Beaver, like others that fucking ran little fucking scams. Like, go ahead, give your money. I'm just telling you, he's not going to win. He's not going to win. He's not running, and he's soliciting funds.
Yeah, I don't believe John's actually running for Congress. I think it's just a troll.
It's crazy.
I wondered about that because I've seen him on the app so long, or it just isn't. And I'm not into politics. I'm learning. I'm coming into this room. I'm learning. But what does a congressman do?
Funds or campaigning. You have to knock on doors to get elected. You actually have to have town halls. You have to have meetings. You have to meet your constituents. This motherfucker.
We're breaking up. Is it just me?
No, I think some of the dates it's really nice time.
No, it's just me.
The Holy Spirit gets it.
So, fuck your Holy Spirit. So the whole idea, Mac, is that either source to represent their constituencies to fight for both federal dollars and appropriations and projects that exist within their area, as well as to represent the people on a national scale. However, you don't win on here. There's been many people who have ran campaigns on Clubhouse saying, I'm going to win, I don't know, Texas fifth fucking ward. And they fucking fail because guess what? They campaigned on fucking Clubhouse. You actually have to go to doors. You actually have to talk to people. You have to have town halls. And you have to actually have a platform. This idiot who spends his time with 20 phones in his underwear is not campaigning. He's not running for anything. And the only part that pissed me off about this troll is the fact that they were using a military service. If they had done anything else, I would have just played along with it and laughed my ass off. But because you're using a veteran, which will trigger a lot of other people who are service-related, service-connected, to donate, that part pissed me off. And Roger knows better than that because, again, I hold him and Edmund in the same category. This is bullshit. This is crap.
Wait, John, did you serve in the military? Or did you get a Citadel or not? John Kitover.
Thank you. I'd be happy to reply to that question and completely refute what Brad is doing here. I graduated from the Citadel in 2005 as a second lieutenant in the United States Army National Guard Military Intelligence. That was my commissioning, and you can see, is it in my other profile? Yeah, go to the other John profile on stage. That's John Kitover, aka me. And that is my commissioning ceremony. That's when they put the butter bars, those juicy, delicious gold butter bars on my epithets. And in the front of that Class A uniform, which is not an enlisted soldier's uniform, it's Class A. I think everybody has the same Class A's. And so, as you can see there, that is a military intelligence insignia on the front part of my left breast.
Wait, so you're saying you enlisted first and then you went through OCS?
No, I did what's called the SMP, Simultaneous Membership Program. I did infantry school at Fort Benning in the summer of June to August of 2001. And then I was a PFC, then a specialist, then a sergeant in the South Carolina Army National Guard. And upon graduation from the Citadel, I was commissioned as a second lieutenant into the Illinois U.S. Army National Guard as a military intelligence officer. I worked on 18th Street here in Chicago, where we studied interrogations, linguistics, and then I went to officer basic school at Fort Huachuca, Arizona for U.S. Army Military Intelligence. While I was on duty serving this country patriotically in the deserts of Arizona, marching up and down mountains, watching illegal aliens cross the border, I was injured and I was medically discharged in August of I hope you guys are recording, in August of 2006. I am complete.
What was the injury, John?
Everybody, this is just a bunch of hypnosis. This is a bunch of hypnosis.
Hold on. What was the injury, John?
Listen, I'm sitting in a super positive vibration, and I don't want to violate my health, medical information, privacy.
It's obviously a head injury. It was a head injury.
Or physical? No problem. It's not pretty general. So, John, this whole puzzle.
Bullshit. You can't do that. But, okay, military intelligence at the highest level in the National Guard. Yeah, you believe in that one.
Medium intelligence and not muscle.
Brett, what was your military service? I was just a posted mate in the Navy, nothing more. Enlisted or did you go up? Enlisted. You didn't go up through the Merchant Marine Academy? I didn't need to go to the Merchant Marine Academy. I just needed to go out and get my Coast Guard papers and then sign up as a sailor and then graduate. I'll take the course and pass those back in my day to get my mate's pay license so I can sail on ships over 600 gross tons, 600,000 gross tons.
Yeah, so John, how do you, because Brad was explaining how Congressman traditionally, runs for Congressman. How do you do it? Because you're constantly on.
Right now, it's 2025. We're on a social audio conference call known as Clubhouse. It's a chat app, and this is how people organize.
You notice that the year they
Brad, let him finish.
I just want you to know, pay attention to the years because the years keep changing every time he graduates or goes to a base. He keeps
answer, please. John.
Listen, I graduated the Citadel 20 years ago in 2005. What is your question, Tamara?
Yeah. So Brad laid out, because I don't know a lot about politics, right? Not into an actor, martial artist. What is the process? Brad laid out a process for traditionally what a congressman or somebody running for Congress, what his in and out day looks like, knocking on doors, raising money. I see on Clubhouse a lot. How do you go through your day? What do you do?
You said knocking on doors, raising money. What do you think we're in? We're in a house. You gotta knock on doors and rooms and houses, and we are raising money digitally. But right now, I'm sitting in the sun, suntanning and campaigning at the same time, causing all kinds of gossip and controversy. I think I might be doing a pretty good job. What do you think, Tama?
Okay, I'm just asking. I have no idea. Raising $1,000 is peanuts, so I don't think it's a good job, to tell you the truth. It's been what? How many days? How long have you been running for Congress or trying to raise money?
Listen, I'm going to take a break from answering any further questions for the next 10 minutes and continue my meditation.
You go do that. That's not wrong.
Here's my thing, though. I'm not gonna shade John's political endeavors at all, because I don't know this man personally. But I will say this, and I've said this to John. He might have in a previous room. He may not remember when I said I will not be surprised if a year from now, if John releases some sort of documentary about his journey on Clubhouse and recording all of us and his journey in politics, some sort of Borat style mockumentary, and that this was all a joke and all, just his journey, him documenting the experience of trying to run for Congress and all the red tape and the political hoopla that he has to jump over, et cetera, et cetera. I'm not saying John is trolling us and that he's faking it, but I won't be surprised if we find out this has all been one troll social experiment or some sort of mockumentary about John's life.
Hey, you know what? You better get in line. You better get in line because there are a lot of people on here that do that. Not in this chat particularly, but around here that are pitching these types of mockumentary things about Clubhouse. But
I just want to make sure that if I just want to make sure if I'm featured in the documentary that I'm invited to the premiere. That's it. That's all I have.
I'll be your date.
Right on. It's a deal.
Well, now you're in my mind. I'll see you. Go ahead. Ashley, I think you wanted to say something?
Yeah, like if he's running in Illinois, how's being in here campaigning when I haven't ran into a lot of Illinois residents? Like I think there's only been like 2 or maybe 4 on the entire app. Yeah. So you'd be getting 4 voters, and most of them are not even in the district.
So I got a question for Brad, because I'm seeing multiple people putting in the chat that they've searched John online, finding legitimacy on random articles, even mentioning that he is in fact running. So aside from what he's saying and critiquing like maybe some mistakes, I'm not a military guy. I'm not even going to try to understand warranting if somebody is lying or not, but I guess, have you done search yourself, Brad? Because other people are finding searches that say otherwise to your view.
He used the same photo 3 years ago, 2 years ago. And he was running around the app pretending he was a veteran. A bunch of veterans caught onto his shtick and booted him out. And that was back when you could actually ban him. So dipshit had to go buy another phone in order to get back on Clubhouse. There was a whole rigmarole. So I'm sure you remember that. This is fucking retarded admin who takes too much lithium and does cocaine and does yoga in his underwear on Instagram thinking people want to see it. This moron went through and did and pretended. He used the same photo of a veteran online and he got it. And he got called out. And it wasn't called out by me. Back in the day, in season 1, the
he was the one that he trained Chris Kyle with, which, again, that's a whole different fucking thing. So he uses this guy's thing. Then he changed his whole thing, and now you have Roger and him doing a troll. I don't know for what purpose, but please don't give your money. And again, he can't do it. He said he served from 2002 to 2005 or whatever it is, or 2005 to 2008. He's not going to have butter bars for 4 years. He's not going to be military intelligence in the fucking National Guard. Like, I don't know what to tell you guys, but you can go ahead. And the fact of this scam is basically him copying somebody, and all he did was go on Ballotpedia and put his name in and register it. Which, I guess, apparently, there have been complaints, because if you dive a little bit further, there's actually some complaints. And the fact that you're actually soliciting, John, funds, utilizing an image and a person that's not you, and you're sitting there saying, oh, this is all me, this is what I do. Okay, fine and good. Well, once you hit a certain mark, that becomes federal, and I think it's actually criminal now, because you take one penny, and I think Trump signed that into law in his first term, and I think Biden left that one. So I'm pretty sure that a whole lot of people will actually probably go out to Chicago and come looking for you and saying, hey, you're collecting money on behalf of veterans. It's kind of shitty. And again, I don't have any smoke. I know what John looks like.
Wait, what documents or paperwork would he have to provide for you, Brad, to shut the fuck up?
You'd have to provide the effect that you actually were able to get.
No, we're just asking, like, what documents do you want to see? Because he's already offered to give up his discharge papers.
I don't think he has them. I think he posted them online.
He said, I will send my discharge papers to anybody on here. He's open about, he has his fucking address, his phone number, and his full fucking legal given name on his fucking profile.
Like, you don't think he'll send you his discharge papers? No, because you're just being fucking name.
Initially, you said that he wasn't a torture. Initially, you said that he wasn't a current. And then you changed it to, oh, now.
Yeah, we're not going to do this, guys. Nine, do you want to take that?
Yeah, I was just saying, we need one mic. Everybody.
No, hey, we got it. Like I say, great. We've got one mic here.
No, I wasn't yelling. I was trying to talk, and you were talking over me. I was talking to Nye. Would you like to take from me?
No, I don't need to say anything. No, yeah, no, it's all good.
So initially you said he's not a veteran. Then you changed it to stolen valor.
Rich, I think you're still a fucking moron. Again, you got called out for unemployment. You got called out for on that shit. And again, I don't take words from people as scam. You're one of them too. You're just up there with them. You got called out in a room, and people actually reported you to the Texas unemployment office because you were scamming that shit. Like you were scamming welfare, you fucking region.
Randy, notice like all the people you have grievances with. That there's a combination.
He's on the stage, right? Actually, what did Rich get called out for?
There's a common denominator, Brad.
He was doxing Solomon, and he doxed my.
Hey, I said when I could dox Solomon, I wanted to incident. I never actually doxed anybody. Maybe Solomon even conceded.
That was the discussion.
Yeah, Solomon even conceded that I did not dox him because his full legal name was on his Twitter account. That's his Twitter fucking name, is his full legal name. And he had it attached to his Clubhouse profile. And because I used his full name, they're like, he doxed him. And I'm like, his Twitter account is literally his full legal name. Like, that's his fucking Twitter name. You know, stupid.
Some of them, like, using somebody else's PTR, like,
Bro, actually, if my Twitter account had my full legal name, and I had it attached to my Clubhouse, and you said my fucking Twitter fucking bio name, that would not be doxing. You would just be literally reading what I put on there. But it'd be no different than me putting my entire fucking name in my bio, and it'd be like, oh, that's doxing because somebody read it. Like, this is so stupid.
We're not talking about a legal definition.
And that's what Solomon conceded. So the question put to Solomon was, did Rich dox you? And he went, well, technically no. And because I explained, hey, his fucking Twitter has his full name. It's literally at fucking his name.
That was kind of the whole reasoning behind it.
No, it wasn't.
I'm not saying you did it. I'm not saying you did it, Rich. Rick, I'm not saying you did it. Good Lord, man. I'm saying that was the discussion. That's why they dropped you.
That's why he gets booted out of rooms.
Okay, can I just say really quickly, please? Can we just have one mic? Can y'all not talk over each other because it's difficult for folks in the audience to hear everyone's submission, and it sounds like a lot of noise on the stage. So please, just one mic.
Also had other people on the stage trying to contribute and they can't really get a word in edgewise because everybody wants to talk all over themselves. So let's go back to the house rule and not interrupt each other.
Wait, quick question to Baby in the chat. Is 9 McGee the new Jasmine? Baby, who is Jasmine? I'm curious. Who's Jasmine?
Tell you back. I don't care if you donate.
Right, it's time off.
Hi, Mark. I'm sorry, dude. I don't care if you donate. Donate away. I'm just letting you know I'm not donating. This is a troll, and like idiots like Rich. If idiots like Rich are supporting it, you should fucking run.
I don't even think he's really running for Congress. I think it's a troll. But I'm not gonna say he wasn't a fucking veteran. Like, if you want to say stolen valor, that's fine. But I'm saying, if he's willing to prove to you that he was in the fucking military, and you're like, well, I won't accept any of it. It's like, it's fucking stupid. If he's like, hey, man, I'll send you my discharge papers right now, that would prove that he was in the service.
Guys, let's respect the room. They just asked us one mic. So, Serendipity 9 room, do you want to reset the room to have change the discussion? Because I think it's, what do you guys want to do?
I just want to say right now, I'm so curious. Baby said, am I the new Jasmine? I asked, who's Jasmine? Wait, hold on. Somebody in the chat said, she's a bitch. And I'm thinking, oh, that's curious. So he heard my voice and thought of a bitch on the app. Great. Reset the room.
No. That's not what I meant.
Okay, it doesn't really matter.
Okay, everybody, PTR. I just took a photo of my military identification card from when I was a second lieutenant, everybody. PTR.
So, guys, this is sliding into the month.
That's not his tech card. You got that offline.
Hold on, guys. Let me just reset real quick. This is an after party to the education discussion we had earlier with Anson. Thank you for your service, John. Although I feel like
John Zachary on the fucking ID, you idiot.
I'm just
Holy fucking shit.
It says John Zachary Kitover.
Nice talking, guys.
Hey, John.
No, I'm going to let everybody have it. Go ahead, Brad.
Again, Brad was wrong.
Sorry.
The narcissist starts doing crazy making shit.
It's not him. It's not fucking him.
Okay, everybody, PTR. I just posted my Service Connect disabled card from the U.S. Department of Veteran Affairs where it says VA Healthcare Enrollee Service Connected. There you go, Brad. I hope you're having a great day.
Brad, he's kind of...
What do you got for that, Brad?
Fucking dunking on you, Brad.
Step up, Brad.
Yeah, I just also
Feel free
confirmed
to issue an
that
apology
I'm telling you, feel like I piece of shit, Brad.
I also just confirmed.
Look at my PTR. That's it. PTR. Refresh the page, Brad, and issue your apology now.
One mic. Who's not talking? One mic on the congressman, please. Let Congressman speak. One mic. Go ahead, and then we'll go to the next.
Yeah, John, we don't see the card, the second one.
We saw it. It looks very legit.
He's got like 3 or 4 profiles on the stage, so pull a refresh and you'll see it.
So I have a genuine question for John.
Oh, I see.
Again, I'm gonna you say military pride. Hold on, I'm not gonna answer any more questions. I'm taking a break as I bask in the glory of this one-up over Brad. Look at the PTRs closely, everybody. Screenshot them if you must. But I assure you, I'm a veteran, and Brad has spent the whole day libeling and slandering me. I am complete. I'm going back to veteran.
What's your announcement today, Brad? Brad, you know why I stand up for him? Because I know him off the app, you fucking idiot.
Enough of name calling, guys. Come on, let's
I know.
Rich, you know John off the app, so he's legit.
Yeah, I literally fucking text message and talk on the phone all the fucking time.
I would just like to point out, though, that Rich just said 5 minutes ago, I don't know if he's really running for Congress, but I do know him.
Well, if his name is really John Kitover, I can tell you that I have confirmed by the Federal Election Commission. He has been. There is a guy named John Kitover. I'm looking at the information right now. Registered in the District 16 Republican Party, and everything is official. It is.
Yeah, he used to also own a bunch of marijuana dispensaries in the Chicago area. Chicago.
Well, and this is directnbc.gov website, y'all.
Hey, look, Beto O'Rourke can be active in Texas. I mean, everything's possible.
Can we hear a formal
Yeah, let's hear a formal apology from Brad. Go ahead, Brad.
Rich, I think you should go back to and not give it
John's answer for what purpose were you recording 75 different people's conversations without really them knowing? It doesn't really build trust, which a lot of voters actually kind of care about.
Well, guess what I'm doing? It's a duplicate. The Digital Surveillance Act, they're already recording your conversations on top of Clubhouse recording your conversations. So I'm just trying to save the voters money. Duh.
So John, I asked you guys about this in capacity of running, and anyone, like, you seem legit as a veteran, but if you're really going to behave in that fashion, like, it doesn't make any sense for someone to put all their energy into recording random conversations versus actually going out and helping the community of what you're running for in the district.
Yeah, it's for a mockumentary, and that's cool, John. I support your mockumentary. I want to add one little, another request to when the mockumentary comes out. Not only do I want to invite the premiere, as you may or may not know, I've worked in the entertainment business for the past 20 years. Half of that time I worked as a celebrity news reporter. So I want at least dibs on when you're doing your big media blitz tour, please consider me for an interview. That's what you can do for using my likeness and image in your social experiment.
I just wanna mention that if a dog named Buddy the dog can win and be the fucking mayor of Rapid Basket, Kitover. Yeah, that's my hometown area. Within like 20 miles of there. So it was actually my cousin's best friend's dog who actually won. Buddy the dog won as the mayor, and then they had a popular pig and a donkey and a rabbit and all that other kind of shit. They did fundraisers for it. So if that can fucking happen, then John Kitover could fucking register to run for Congress. Doesn't mean he's actually gonna fucking win. So who cares?
Okay, John. Oh shit, Keegan's here.
First, please.
Say something. Don't ask him about Elon Musk.
Say something. It's interesting. It's interesting.
They're very serious and illegal. So I wish we could get to the bottom.
Very interesting. Yeah, we're all.
Wait, I'm gonna give it to Reggie. You guys didn't like trying to hold the room saying I wanted to rape his 2-year-old daughter. Okay, let's go ahead from that. Yeah, but Reggie are the models that I'm going to. Here's something I'm going to tell you all to do. Go fuck yourself. And you know what, Keegan? When your wife gets back, have her come visit me because you know what? I'm sure she's going to be tired after having that many dicks in the African continent.
Hey, Brad, we'll talk. Keegan has a great savings now.
Keegan said that.
One mic on serendipity, please. She's about to remind everyone of the house rules, please.
Number one, no threats of violence. Number two, no doxing. Number three, stay on topic. Number four, keep your shares brief. Number five, do not interrupt speakers, especially mods. Number six, mods may interject when appropriate. Number seven, the N and the K words are forbidden on stage and in chat. Number eight, don't spam the chat. And that number seven, it includes quotes.
Waleed. There we go.
So I just want to say something I think it's really interesting. Like John, he's awesome. He's an incredibly intelligent dude, and whether or not it's a joke, it's interesting how irritable he's making everyone who thinks it's a joke. He doesn't sound irritable at all. He doesn't sound over dramatic, over erratic. He sounds pretty intelligent. So it's kind of interesting. John.
Hey, real quick question, John, if you're there. Are you able to post a picture of you in your ceremonial Citadel fucking uniform? The one that you all wear for graduation? Thank you very much. So,
Hey, John, can you please tell us what the meaning of psycholinguistics is?
So, dude, your idea of intelligent is when I asked him why he's recording.
Guys, recording our outrage and our reactions and our hesitations to believe him is part of the social experiment. We're all co-stars and leading characters and guest stars of the social experiment. So our individual rage and opinions and reactions, this is all part of the project. We are non-scripted, non-union performers. Don't we get it yet? Haven't we figured this out? At least that's what I'm going on. Trying to get no disrespect. As far as I'm concerned, you are legitimately running an honest campaign. But again, just to reiterate, I will not be mad nor shocked if we find out a year from now it was all one big trolling documentary social experiment. I don't care if it's all the money may disagree. Just for the record, that's right.
Sorry, Tom, that was my bad. What did you say?
I said it's just working.
Yeah, Todd's the one legitimate true ring actor on this stage, so I have to remind myself that he is legitimate. The rest of us are just unknowingly reality co-stars in John's wonderful experiment that he's conducting here on Clubhouse.
Hey, John, I agree, but nothing takes away from his intelligence, right? Nothing anybody said takes away from his intelligence.
Dude, I'm gonna drop bombs real quick. Hey, John, could you please just click on my PTR or pull to refresh? Click on my image and tell me what that is a picture of.
That's me with General Reynolds of the U.S. Army, graduating the Citadel and getting my diploma as a regimental major.
Oh, shit!
John, how much money do you raise specifically from Clubhouse?
Worth $510.
$510, okay.
That's $110 John, because it's no money.
Gotta start somewhere, Tiamat. You know, one step forward becomes a billion steps. The acorn becomes the tree. The micro becomes the macro. Where is your faith? All I hear are complainers.
What's your call? Just retired. I think they keep talking about your intelligence. $900. Come on.
Well, let me make another demonstration of intelligence and go back to meditating silently for the next 10 minutes.
John, what do you do for a living? Are you just retired? Just sit home.
I'm sorry, I'm campaigning for Congress right now. I gotta take a call with a campaign man. I'll be back in 10 minutes.
As far as Scott was saying, this was shame. Way earlier today, I don't know if he's actually military or not. If he was discharged from being returned, I just know that right now he used that photo before 2 years ago and tried to scam people and said he was like some sort of SEAL team sniper on him. He said, "Lucky with you guys." I don't take a part. He's totally like figuring out. You guys are great and correct him, and he said, "Yeah, I'm the best SEAL ever. I'm fucking telling you."
That's not what I said.
He was an enlisted man for 20 years, and then he all of a sudden
it still stands. He's not getting irritable or over dramatic, and regardless if he's running or not, he was already intelligent. Yeah, and Brad, you're the one who's getting irritable and over dramatic. And actually, what I said, Brad, is I earned $234,000 as a crane operator in West Texas in the petroleum industry, working on tow preps and frac. And I made an extra $15,000 doing Uber on the side down in Odessa. And then I said I gained the system a little bit after getting terminated because I ran over a piece of metal and it cut 3 tires on the fucking crane. But I was also working 24 hours straight, and by our policy, we're not supposed to work more than 15 hours. Even though I was doing a little bit of fucking extra work for the fucking boss, he fucking busted me to corporate and said, well, I never fucking told him that he could work 24 hours, even though it was one of those wink, hey, we gotta get this shit done, gotta get these fucking cranes moved. So I went ahead and took it upon myself to fucking do what I knew he was insinuating. When shit rolls downhill, when corporate starts asking your fucking branch manager, hey, why is this guy working 24 fucking hours straight? He's not allowed to do that. And he goes, well, I didn't tell him he could do that. Even though everybody does.
So again, what you just heard was literally written admitting to scamming the welfare system.
Might as well. Everybody else fucking seems to die. No, exactly. Like, I took fucking, extra fucking help from the government.
I think, like,
But I also expressed that I was taking care of my dying fucking parents for the entire fucking year. Are you guys having a fight? Are you guys having a fight?
No, it sounded like he was making up my dark,
That's the email.
Okay, hold on. Fellas, gentlemen, can we give some space to the female voice for a second? Uninterrupted. Go ahead, Miko.
thank you so much, and I appreciate you. Yeah, I think, like, what I'm gathering, and why I think this is more of like a symbolic campaign. You know, do you guys remember the guy who ran for president, like, with the blue over his head? We've seen people do this. What was it? Vermin Supreme, right? He ran for president. And the other guy,
So it's actually in Iowa in 2016 who ran under the number there. These nuts.
right.
US.
Well, they're right. So there was Vermin Supreme. He was big in the political. He took this boo, put it over his head. He wanted to. He had like this absurdist humor edge, and it was to just draw attention to obviously the things that he wanted to. And then the rent is too damn high part. You guys remember that? Jimmy McMillan, the guy who ran for governor and mayor a bunch of times, and he just ended with the rent's too damn high. You guys remember, right? So we've seen, and I feel like there are countless other. I mean, I don't remember off the top of my head, but I mean, like even Ralph Nader back in the day, he knew that he wasn't going to win. He knew that when he ran for like I don't know, like maybe 10, maybe about 12 years, out of a period of over 12 years, he was running, and he knew that he was never going to get elected. And the idea was, and they asked him like all the time, like, well, you're not going to get elected. The point is to draw attention, to put pressure, draw awareness, and stuff like that. And I think that that's what he's doing. And I gotta be honest, I think it's a great cause because, it's our financial system, and we are in stage 6 of the end of our debt cycle, according to Ray Dalio, the end of the fiat currency, if we continue to spend. So I think that spend unaccountable, whatever, the way that we're going. So I think it's great, and I appreciate it. I think everybody should support John. I think maybe John could get a little bit more transparent about this for us, so we can understand exactly what's happening and be a part of it, right? Because I also am not convinced right now that it's like a serious thing, but I still think that it's serious in our awareness. And I mean, like, potentially this could make national news. I think that's probably much more of what he's looking to do.
Makes a big national news, but you're right. It is the same.
I mean, Vermin Supreme made it. Rex Shanghai made it. Joan Jett Black, remember that? Who ran for mayor of the LGBT, the queer, right? I mean, like, yeah. I mean, there's.
This
It's funny. It's funny, and John is funny. And when he easily irritates people, it's funny. Because it's not him who's getting all wound up, it's everyone else. And it really doesn't matter if he's right or not, because it's not him getting wound up, it's everyone else. And it's absolutely, well, it's absolutely hilarious.
I couldn't agree more. If the joke's on him, that's the gag.
Might be. That'd be true.
I'm still finding it hard to believe that people have actually put that money to the side.
Again, it's not the point. It is fun. And yes, if you're donating your money, they're either way too rich and don't go out and spend their money.
I'm making a point, but I'm saying that I find it hard to believe and understand that people would actually turn their money to this guy.
There's a guy on YouTube who wears a fucking toilet bowl seat around his fucking neck, covered in fucking chocolate sauce. And sits there and goes, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy. And people fucking donate their money. And you think that's wild? Like, people donate money to all kinds of fucking weird, stupid shit.
Rich, did you give money to that guy?
Because I mean, I never gave money to John. I wouldn't give any money to John because you will never know if John is trolling or if he's being genuine.
It's true.
He might be. If I genuinely believe that John was trying to run for Congress, that part of thing donates money.
I'm sure he's had money under a false narrative. That's crazy.
I'm sure Rohan gives money to Nambla.
Sean, did you notice the brush?
Yeah, I did. But so was American Man Boy Love Association. Nambla? It's all dudes that want to fuck kids. It's about.
It's not pretty.
No, I wasn't saying that's what things are.
My apologies are sorry.
So I'm just going to ask two questions. John, what is the filing fee annually voice for the district again? For the charter?
$0.
So you just need signatures. You literally donated 50 private things.
Correct. It's about 600 signatures.
600 signatures.
Okay. And when people donate to you, is that money going into your private bank account?
No, of course not. It's going into the campaign account under an EIN, and I've got a bank letter, and it's all set up with antidote if you want to donate right now. But I'm finished answering questions for now. I want to bask in my military glory and victory of making Brad eat his Irish potato stuffings and shepherd's pie. You hear that, Brad? I hope you have a nice shepherd's pie tonight, Brad. Look at the PTR. Service connected, disabled veterans. Look at the second lieutenant ID card, Brad. I hope you eat your shepherd's pie, Brad. Eat that shepherd's pie. You got some shepherd's pie on you, Brad.
Hi, Brad. I think you got me, Brad. I think you got my name. He's a little guy. The guy that later up with the and just like walk around.
Bro, I told you there's a YouTube guy that does that. He wears a fucking total zero. I was like, you can donate $20 right now, Brad. And he sits and yells at the camera, little piggy, little piggy, little piggy.
Okay, you done there, little buddy? Shut up.
I think we need to start a new discussion, and I think the new discussion should be the most effective ways to manage mental health in this hyper-connected world that we're living in.
has 20 fucking phones in front of him and spends his days at Clubhouse. And pause. That's about 20 phones. He has over 50. No, I'm sorry. Over 50. Exactly. 50 phones and spends his days. We've known him. And he's just been a retarded idiot. I don't know if he really served. He keeps changing his names, keeps changing his ranks, keeps changing his story. All I'm saying is, most guys would have said they served. This guy's more of an idiot. I don't know. He could have taken somebody's ID and made it his own. I don't trust anybody because we've had that. Like someone said, we had a woman fake cancer. We had a woman fake her son getting kidnapped. And to the point where I almost went out to go looking for him to cut sight because he was missing. So that was their whole extent there. And I'm going to tell you something. I've never asked a dime from anybody on the staff. And I'm telling you right now, you gave me money. I gave you the warning. I would not give it to John. I would certainly not give it to them at all. You guys are fucking idiots. And you just heard the other idiot that's backing you up saying, yes, so what? I scammed the welfare system. Fucking great. You're bitching about tax dollars, which is emblematic of that fucking.
I got a tax return and I brought home $249 between Uber and my green job too. So just you're welcome. Donald Trump said it best. Take advantage of the tax system. It's built for us.
Brad, would you donate $20 so I can get some party power or powder? You know, for my birthday. It'd be a good time. It'd be up for it. On stage as a female used to have a female PTR. Probably removed that.
Yeah, we all remember that. It's trolling
That's interesting.
on point.
For Congress, and there's a lot of things that are pretty messy there.
The question is a second lieutenant, is that a listening or is that an officer?
That's an officer. That's called an officer. A second lieutenant with gold butter bars is called an officer and a gentleman.
Can we have more like those? Is it a second lieutenant? First going for officer?
That's correct. I was the lowest ranking officer there. But you know what? I'm so tired of answering these one-off questions. I'm going to go back to my positive mojo vibration and keep meditating for another 10 minutes.
Okay, did you hear where he said he got injured for the airports?
I'm on this app. Thank you. Yeah, you guys can explain about it.
John, before you do, because of your experience with linguistics and interrogation, can you explain to us what the word psycholinguistics means?
I think maybe you might be better at telling us what psycholinguistics means. Please proceed, Susie.
Well, it's very interesting. How people speak actually can say a lot about them. And this is really, really interesting. So, based off of a person's lexicon and semantic comprehension and how they speak with tokens, rhythm, it shows a lot about their personality. And somehow
It's boy.
Okay, let's just have one mic.
I mean, I can see that. That shows a lot about you and how you habitually think, actually, with your comments that you say on a regular basis.
That's all you want. That's all you want. Oh, no, we haven't. So wait a minute, because a lot of us in here are mental, and I say that respectfully. We have a new poll up. This Clubhouse troll and hack everybody, please vote. And be honest. Some of y'all need to select that first option. Yes, we are all mental. I know I am. Okay.
John, use all your accounts to vote. You know where you're going to vote.
Alright, so let's take some time and acknowledge the poll. Acknowledge the poll. And you all know it's a narcissist. Yeah, let's kind of shift the conversation over. Get off John's guys just momentarily, fellas, and let's get this spot.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, fuck on. You guys can all suck my fucking dick, and I'll demand your bunch of sodomites. You fucking.
Well, can we all excuse Debbie just for a second? But then he hasn't had his medication for the last couple of days. We need to be able to understand and appreciate there are mental illnesses. And just have a little grace.
Come back to teabagging little boys' bicycles.
So it doesn't need to be a mental illness. It just could be that he's overly perverted and
know, it's the deterioration of your mental health or how you respond or react to people on staff. When do you know it's time to kind of log out of Clubhouse and not log back in for a month?
Yeah, right. When it is disappointing, bottom line is the bottom line is the financial wellness campaign. The bottom line is teaching your kids. The bottom line is shooting through the roof. And when you come to Clubhouse, it's not too good with that. That's when it's time to chill. We're not triggered by little things. Yeah,
I'm like to give everybody hell. That's all it is.
My check is usually like when Kyle's mother wants to kiss me off goodnight or good day, and then I have to leave change on the counter so he can go ahead and get his milk done for his money. So, that's when I realize, like, hey, maybe I need to take a break.
Wait, what's
Are you seeing the same joke of the people? Every time I came up with that dude and has the list, and he was in a very flowery voice, and, he misses his thing.
Brad, by the time this app burns to the ground, you will have Brad through everybody's wife and mom, and I hope that we get a docu-series about that too. Brad's, the adventures of Brad's penis, respectfully.
Brad likes to project a lot. Yeah, Brad definitely watches a lot of porn, for sure.
But no, he's went out, so he can do whatever he wants with his dick. You guys are here.
We're not going to speak about Brad's wife. We're not going to speak about Brad's wife. That's triggering.
Brad's hiding behind. He's weird. He didn't say anything about his wife. He didn't say anything this morning. His parents didn't say this morning that Brad killed his wife. He did say Brad this morning. Brad killed his wife.
We're not going to. Yeah, Keegan said that. We're not going to rehash that though because Brad doesn't need it. Nobody needs it. We just don't need to rehash it.
He's talking about something respecting anybody. That's where is Keegan? Where is Keegan? Just answer the question. Where is Keegan on stage?
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
I want to add him.
We're going to welcome to the stage. Hi, Andrew. We have a great room, the education room today was really, really wonderful. Thank you for opening up that space. It got a little spicy towards the end there, so we go back and listen to the replay. It got a little spicy, but we tried to reel it back in. It got a little off topic. But overall, I know you had to leave early. I hope you're proud of the overall discussion. Thank you, Nancy. And I don't know if there's a room for tomorrow, Anson, that you want to plug, and the topic you want to plug, and what time, and the name of the house. But can we show some grace and silence for Anson for a moment, please, gentlemen? Anson, the mic is yours. Would you like to speak?
Well, I listened to the replay. Holy shit.
Don't fucking cuss in here.
I already apologized to the old ex-man yesterday for chatting him on that. But I mean, it got a little spicy. You're absolutely right. I'm sure I could have done way better trying to get back on topic. But anyway, I hope it was a good room for those who participated. I'm a little disappointed that we didn't order something a little bit more concrete and reach some kind of consensus about something. But that's the way it goes. Sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. So we'll keep on trucking. I have no idea what the room will be tomorrow. I'll message Roger and give him a suggestion or something. Probably early tomorrow. So see you guys around the block.
What was that? Time out? Go ahead, time out.
You did a great job. You just, when you're doing the room, when you're moderating, it keeps it above ground and mature. I guess when you left, I don't know.
Roger.
It just went south.
Yeah, I think that we didn't get a chance to talk about one thing I wanted to touch on was the failing, the ethic, this kind of ethical dilemma that many teachers are facing now, where they have to pass failing students, which really bothers me, and I was hoping we could touch on that. But maybe if we talk about this topic in the future, I'd like to get answered, maybe some of the educators' opinions and thoughts on why this public school system feels compelled to pass these dummies when they can't read and write at grade level. Everybody gets passing grade. They don't want to fail anybody. So yeah, I hate that we didn't get to that, but maybe next time. Thank you, Nancy.
I would tell you that that is a huge problem, and I lumped it into that item on the poll called rigor and accountability. We must teach with rigor, and we must hold everyone accountable, which includes sailor people, and with the right standards are not met. So we touched on it, but we can certainly dive a lot deeper into it in the future.
I mean, that's really racist. Why would you want to do that?
He just likes control, so answer with caution, sir. Approach with caution.
No, I mean, it James, like, it was Oregon and Washington, and I think even California, the same path is racist, and so, they have to change stuff there, and you find it ironic that... Oh my God, can I fucking finish? They did talk about the disparate outcomes between different groups of people, and so they want to create, I don't know, equality of outcomes or some stupid shit. So if like one group is like doing really poorly versus another group, that's a sign of inequality, and it must be addressed.
Is that like, is that got a lot of, that's kind of the path.
No, Washington can't. Washington, California, and Oregon. And you can look it up, dude. No, I'm not saying shit.
I'm just saying, have we moved past that?
No.
No offense. Wants to deal with that. It's just a question.
Hey, Anderson, if you look through the pictures, the images, the PTRs, can you tell me if you think that's a legit tank car?
I'm sorry, it's a legit what?
Common access car, tank car.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I'm not a geek. There's something wrong with my PTR. Is that what you're saying?
Don't worry about it.
We were talking about what had the most votes in the poll. It was something else. Everybody was agreeing that the education system, K-12, we need something else. And you were saying something, people have to be specific in what that something else is. And I'm an actor, a martial artist. When I was a kid, I dealt with a lot of tough things, everything from abuse to all that bullying stuff. It got me into martial arts real deep. And I think, sports and things like this, art and things like that are really valuable for young people. But what I was alluding to, that I'm going to have an October 2-day retreat with cops and principals, is Dr. Joe Dispenza's work that talks about the science of behavior, the science of the mind, and it will be a different approach fundamentally on how we're approaching kids, the way they think, and how to educate them about the mind. I don't know if that's been in the education system, the subconscious mind, the conscious mind, these kind of things. Do you know? I think it's been in the education system as long as we've had an education system whose goal is to improve the way people think. Right, but I mean, when I was in school, I never had a class that focused on that at all. I don't even remember it coming up when I was a kid. My retort to that is, once you learn how to read, write, and do arithmetic, then you might be able to have reasonable discussions along those lines. But my point is that we continue to fail to teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic, so it's hopeless to be able to engage in higher level subjects. And why is it that they're not having that happen? What's in the way? Why is it lost focus?
clear what's going
But,
on.
you know, I'm gonna go back to my fundamental point, Derek, that rigor and accountability. The reason we don't teach kids how to read, write, and do arithmetic to a level of competency is because we lack rigor and accountability in doing it. And if somebody calls that racist, then I tend to strongly disagree.
That's who makes those decisions?
Who makes the decisions as to what is competent in terms of reading?
No, not what's competent. To make sure that that's
well, if that's a tricky question. If the government is running the schools, which other than private schools they do, they're the ones providing the funding. So what you're really asking is who sets the standards? And my answer, I guess, is governmental authority through school boards, elected officials, superintendents, principals, and teachers. But we've got to have good, strong standards. And I think we sadly lack in those good, strong standards. And ultimately, if it's a public government standards, high standards, and hold people accountable to achieving those standards.
okay. Thanks for answering my question. How about martial arts or some? Because I would have liked to have martial arts. I had it outside the school, but that would have been something I would have liked in the school as well. What do you think? Not obviously not for violence, but self-defense and discipline and camaraderie, working together, these kind of things. What do you think about having it in the school system?
I didn't come in here I'm glad to engage in this discussion, don't get me wrong, but I've already probably bloviated too much in my own room. The last thing I want to do is bloviate in here and piss everybody off. So I'm here to, I just sort of dropped in to say, oh my God, the wheels went off the room. But
they were still off the rope. They were still in, it came into this room.
Yeah, okay, all right. Well, I'll engage in a conversation, but I don't think, my companion is already pissed off at me because I'm spending too much time on Clubhouse.
This was a room full of violating death threats, and he's doing libel and slander. Please go to John Kitover Instagram. I put the link in the chat. The campaign lawyer is preparing to file libel and slander charges against you, Brad. I'm sorry, but it's all on the Instagram.
Why don't you clean the stains off of your underwear?
We have, and I say this respectfully, a very highly intelligent, articulate elder in the state who we should show just a little bit of respect, right, with the language. And I don't want to police anybody's language. I know this is the month, we get fired up, and that's cool. Anson, I appreciate you coming into this space to just, because before you came in here, it was violent. It was insane. You provided, with your submission, just a brief moment where we all could just kind of breathe. There was no name calling, no insults, no threats of violence. So I for one, appreciate you, Anson, just being, you weren't even aware that you came into this room at a time when it was heated, and you kind of tempered things and cooled things down. So I appreciate that, guys. And while Anson's on the stage, I know I'm not, can we just be cool? Let's not talk about dicks and all this other stuff for a minute. Just for a hot minute. Can we just show some respect for our elder on the stage? Maybe I'm old school and old fashioned. And y'all can curse me out if you want to, because I'm putting out
I assure you, Nye, and the rest of the room, if you look at my profile, I can get down and dirty and have for many, and I can cuss like a sailor multiplied times 10. So been there, done that. I know how to handle myself. those kinds of situations. And go ahead and let her rip. I'm going to bow out and make peace in my own home because I'm spending too much time on Clubhouse now. But thanks for your compliment, and I will see all of you around on Clubhouse, I hope.
Thanks.
Particularly in the rational discussion room.
Thank you for your service.
I think we're really making some progress in that room. We've only had it for 4 years, but I think we're really making some progress in having, quote, a rational discussion.
I agree, Anson, and a lot of that is because of you. You're a good moderator in that room.
Yeah, I just want to say, Anson, we love and respect our veterans here in this room. Unlike some people.
Okay, y'all can go back to acting like wildlings now, but make sure you vote in the poll. Make sure you vote in the poll.
See how it's done?
And I love this fantastic group of wildlings. I call y'all wildlings respectfully. I'm a wildling too. We're all wildlings.
Is this the only room you've probably been in where it's mostly white people trash talking like a bunch of animals?
Well, you don't think the conspiracy theory rooms that she goes in is filled with like white women?
No, I said like where white people are trashing each other.
Yeah, you're right, Pepe. This is the only room that I go into where there's major white-on-white violence.
It's one of the only this is like I think the white people on this app largely are in kind of will frequent the same rooms as each other, and a lot of people here obviously they know each other. There's drama, and people are drawn to that. They try trash talk. Yeah.
Also, let me just say something. I don't want to make this about me, but I feel like I need to address this while there are folks in the room. Okay. Speaking of white-on-white violence, and I'm not trying to bring up old memories, and I know one of the rules of the house is you don't bring up drama from another house. And I'm just going to touch on this momentarily while our fearless leader is away, Mojo. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday I learned a lesson. Stay out of white folks' drama, stay out of this white-on-white violence. I called myself, because I got a lot of shit in the back end. I got a lot of shit yesterday when Keegan asked me to co-mod his space, and he thought I would be a neutral mediator, moderator. And I thought, sure, I have no dog in this fight between Brad and Keith. Little did I know, I could not have expected the aftermath would have been the way it turned out. So, and folks thought that it was my house, that I opened up that house. I did not. It's not my house. Folks thought that I created that title. I did not. Folks thought that I was picking sides. I was not. And I had received numerous back channels and phone calls about your account's going to get clipped. You're going to do this. You need to not. Why are you in it? And I didn't think about it in the moment because I thought I'm just going to be a neutral moderator. So for anybody in the room now who was in that room yesterday and you were probably wondering the same thing, hear it from my mouth now. Hindsight is always 20/20. I will never get involved in this shit again because I didn't think I was going to catch the heat that I caught in the aftermath. I thought I was just being, cooler than the other side of a pillow by helping mod that space. So,
you didn't do anything.
The temperature flaring right now.
But I would say that you didn't do anything wrong. First of all, one of the things that I saw it happening even in the chat of the room we were in, people were trying to redirect people to other rooms, and that is very common for them, for them to say like, oh, I wouldn't be moderating there, just to basically get you out of the space and into their room, because you didn't say anything. I would say you weren't familiar with some of the people that came in. Like Cray did come in, and I was just like, oh shit, she doesn't know him. He will drag people. He had a room earlier, like 300 people in it, dragging somebody.
Hold on. I don't know who Lane Lynn is, but you're locked. Goodbye, remove.
Wait, was it like Wesley and Prashant in the room or something, or what was going on?
No. It was basically just Keegan and whatever stupid drama with. I was remaining impartial. I didn't even speak.
Hold on. BB saying she's making it about herself again, y'all. I don't know if that's about me, but I rarely make these spaces about me, BB. So if that comment is to me,
ignore BB. She's drunk 24/7, 365.
Oh, I'm drunk.
Yeah, she's a British Turkish Persian lady who's always drunk all the time.
All she does, I let her, she's a feature in my rooms, I let her talk shit. She calls me how I'm stupid, I'm gay, I'm all of this stuff, and I don't even.
Pee on your side, pee.
Yeah, she will fuck your stage up when you let her up, but she can fuck up my chat room, I don't care. But she talks shit to everybody.
If you claim that she's a drunk hoe, we're not going to deal with
No, you gotta bring her up just to hear what she sounds like. It's fucking hysterical.
No.
It's like Foster Brooks. Remember Foster Brooks? He's like, what are you talking about? That's me.
Oh, fuck you, brother. You know what you're talking about?
Fuck you, puppy. Motherfucker, you fucking.
Maybe, despite how she sounds, I saw a picture of her. She's actually pretty, which I was not expecting. I was expecting her to look like a total beast.
Sarah's the same way. Sarah's an attractive girl. She's just fucking crazy. I think it's because they're Persian.
She doesn't like when I speak. She can always not be in here when I'm here. You know, you have options. What's up?
She's Persian. She's a hater.
Dude, she's somebody you just think everybody ignores her.
She probably hates all black people, so.
Well, maybe hates everybody.
Oh no, she loves the blacks in that way. You know what I mean? That's what I was alluding to. Yeah.
Anyways, hey MG, what's up? One of the most beautiful women on this app. Okay, so take the poll. Does Clubhouse draw a type? Certainly in this room. I always tell
God damn it, why are you moderating so much? Not everybody came here to fight.
Well, the ladies, this is the mob. We moderate the vaginas. That's Roger's house rule. Certain vaginas, at least. I mean, I don't make these decisions. You know, if I was moderating the vaginas, I would have a little bit more diversity. No disrespect to my beautiful white women on stage.
Yeah, she's buzzing out on stage. Okay.
But you know, I would have some more melanin.
I'll take the splash zone flowers. I don't take BB seriously. She's literally like yeah. She will get stuck on one person and then just go off in the chat for hours and hours and hours. I've been on her charm as well.
It's her charm. She doesn't.
So Rich, I see you're back. I guess things are settled. I guess we don't have to open some more words, but.
Well, Roger said I could come back because we made amends.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to reach out to you on the back end. Yeah, so that'll be later.
Yeah, I'm very nice. Sorry.
Now you're ready to know what.
Yeah, no, not like that, sir. But yeah.
I mean, John's the one with the LGBT flag, not me. You might be getting us confused.
Right.
I have no knowledge of them working anything out on the back end, but I do know that Roger unblocked him and that he.
Oh yeah, 2 days ago.
Yeah, he was here yesterday.
Yeah, Roger seen that I migrated over to chillism. There was 60 people in there today. They're having phenomenal conversations. So I think it might have resolved a lot of it. I was on stage here yesterday, and I've been on stage in chillism for the past 4 days now. What are you talking about, Brad? See, again, lies. It's like you said, John has stolen power. He's a second lieutenant. He's got his Citadel fucking graduation fucking garb. And you're like, oh, God.
I mean, again, scamming welfare.
No, it's not scamming. It's all taking advantage of the system. Using the system to your advantage. Donald Trump said the same thing about taxes. When Hillary said, you didn't even pay taxes. Exactly. I'm using the system as a way to
I don't like you, Rich, because you're slimy.
Oh, shit, bro.
You fidge and fudge on fucking welfare checks and lie about unemployment.
I've never received a welfare check in my entire life. I've never had welfare in my entire life.
She is married to an LBFM, so I mean, I don't know what he's doing on the stage.
Dare I ask what an LBFM is?
It's what they call in the military. They call them So they used to have like a base, and my dad would fly over. You know, he never fucked any Filipino women.
You're talking about Civic Bay.
So they would call, they called the women their little brown fucking machines. That was an acronym in the military.
Yeah. They are.
Damn it, I hate that I asked, but now we learn something new every day. Little brown fucking machines.
Oh, they're the horniest women on earth.
That's probably true, yeah.
That's why they all have 12 to 16 kids.
And she's like, what? I wish I could have been a slut like that. Why not?
I think they all have like hyperthyroidism is what.
Maybe he's married to his mate. You're married to, I don't think you are married. You're just an alcoholic.
Oh, I would agree with what BB said. She is my maid, my housekeeper, my cook, my sex slave. She's all these things. She's a nanny. She's everything. It's amazing. Yeah, don't try to insult me with a good time, BB.
BB, how many goats does your family need to marry you?
How many men in your family have fucking goats, BB?
BB, I don't know how often you've been in the space, but I don't know. If you go hard on the chat, we got some shooters on the stage.
She knows us. Like,
oh yeah,
like it's just been years. She's like this shit talking goes all day. Like with her, she's not a sensitive little girl.
That may used to be part of the chillism group way back when. Oh, we ran Broadway? Oh no. Hey, at least Scarlett's happy now.
It's because you guys are really unpleasant. I'd smack the shit out of you guys in person.
Welcome, Dr. Mitch. What's up, Dr. Mitch? I think he's coming up. Hey, Dr. Mitch.
So you want the medical perspective on this?
On the mental illness doctor?
Oh no, am I breaking up already?
Yeah.
All I heard you say you would want the medical perspective on this. What is this? What were you?
Well, look at the top of this clubhouse draw a type of mentally ill person.
Oh yes, please go ahead.
I don't even know where to start on this. Okay, the first thing I'll say is it's not good to pick generalities, right? Because that's a very wide net. So it's kind of hard to answer the question. But somebody who's truly mentally ill probably doesn't even know. So they're not going to tell you anyway. Certainly a narcissist or a psychopath is not going to say, yeah, I'm a lunatic. Is that too much?
Nope, I'm looking at all you purple letters.
Well, I mean, a narcissist and a sociopath aren't probably going to even realize they are one.
Never, Pepe. That's the point. Yeah. No, that's actually how you know you're not a psychopath, because you think you are one.
See, go Team Green. We're all the mental healthy ones.
I don't know. My friend Serenity Serendipity. She actually is the only rational person on Clubhouse.
Thank you, Dr. Mitch.
I mean, I am an agent of chaos. I don't know why. I don't know. It's like when you look at all of those cluster B traits, like when it comes, I mean, I do have like ADHD, and I don't know. Sometimes wonder, like, maybe you can have like the traits, but they're not full on.
Wait, MG just said in the chat, if COVID never happened, I would never be in this app. Same here. Is that true for many of us on the stage right now? Was the COVID pandemic?
Yeah, I wouldn't have zero interest in expressing myself online or talking to people.
bunch of us migrated over here. And I just never went back to the mom app because it got boring after a while.
Us moms are way hella boring compared to Clubhouse rooms.
Well, the drama can get nasty, but yeah, the rooms just, yeah, no.
What does that say about us, though? Like, those of us that like to, that think it's funny to rile people up, that is, you know, maybe not within the realm of healthy, and then there's a lot of you who also like to participate in the drama and the name calling, and even for those who don't, you guys definitely like to go in the rooms where it's happening. Those are always the busiest rooms. I would say there's a lot to unpack there.
Trolling is a participation sport. I like this room, right? Don't you? I like this room, and Roger has been really, he's just been really kind lately, you know? It's like the new and improved. He's just been kind of kind and patient. I remember when he,
I totally agree.
Right? I remember when he used to like, I don't know, just knock people off their perches for a while.
Hey, Dr. Mitch, I got a question. What does it mean if when you pee, it burns? What would you think that indicates?
Oh, shit. You gotta get swabbed, man. Well, it's a UTI or an STD, but they're pretty much almost at the
Okay, cool. You guys step on the joke. Pepe, Dr. Mitch said stop fucking with prostitutes and you might need to get a test.
Amazing.
You know, if Rich only thought that he was 60% like funnier than he actually
Mom,
is.
do you realize that it only matters if you're funny to me?
I do want to say that, like, I did meet my soulmate, Callie, in the audience. I met her on this app. That's pretty cool. Fuck you, bitch. Don't interrupt my fucking shout out.
Have you been to the Self-Realization Fellowship, Dr. Mitch?
Yeah, I live in Oceanside. I have a house in Carlsbad, yes. I have been to,
Also, it's in the Matrix stamp. You're in the Matrix, Dr. Mitch. Scarlett, I'll address you as your legal name on here, that you want to be presented as. I can guarantee if we can watch John Kitover's replays, he was laughing when I said the joke.
I don't care. You know, it's only funny if it's funny to me.
I agree with that.
Actually, I stay out of it, but I stay out of the drama. But I respectfully request that y'all keep the peace with Roger's queen, Scarlett, please.
I will. I'll be honest.
But Nye, you understand. You do understand, right? That it's not me. That this gentleman, and I use the term hyperbolically, has little to recommend him. And I think he's filled with so much self-hate that the little that does recommend him kind of ruins most of the time.
Hey, I have a question for clarification. From the conversation that you and I had the other day, do you think that I'm racist?
Oh boy. Okay, shut your mouth. Shut up. Rich, okay, here's the deal. I don't know you personally. I don't know how you get down in your personal life.
You gathered from our conversation the other day.
But from what I gathered from our conversation, some of y'all are gonna hate me for saying this. I don't think you're racist. But I also don't
I'm an asshole, right?
Racist either.
Oh, I don't either.
I think you're very messy. I think you're very messy. I think you know how to manipulate. You're a master manipulator, and there's no judgment. I think you know how to stir the shit in rooms that you go in. I know
Because we kept beating around the bush, the word, and then at the very end, I said the two words that are now, one of the words is now added after I said it, which I did recommending for that word to be also added to the rules and regulations. And I said those two words, and then I said to Roger, I said, because he paused for a few seconds, and I said, is your fat finger trying to find the button? And he said, yep. And then next thing I'll stop. So I did concede I said it.
You know, people have been reaching. Wait, hold on. Let me just say this really quick. People, I just want to make something clear. People have been reaching out to me for a hot minute now about me being in JB's space, me being in Mojo's space as a black girl, me being, talking to Monica at the N-word when white folks use the N-word. Y'all, let me just say this. I've been on this app for I don't know how many years, okay? And I'm not going to say I'm desensitized to the word, but I can't get triggered every time white folks use the N-word and they get on spaces with black people and smile and kiki and TT in their face. I said in JB's room previously, I'll repeat it here. I'm a Capricorn and I'm Generation X. And if y'all don't know what that means I don't give a fuck about what the heck what y'all be talking about. You dig? So, no, I'm not going to be triggered about folks using the N-word. I've heard worse. No, I'm not going to stop speaking to certain people because if you're not directing the hate towards me, I really don't care, right? Because I know how a lot of people on this app, you're characters. We like to say things for shock value. Lord knows I do. And first of all, I would be kind of hypocritical if I spend in my Saturday entertainment room. I offend everyone equally, right? So I'm pretty tame in Mojo's room. My room, I talk hella shit about everyone. And by everyone, I'm not talking about anybody on this app. I have very strong, spicy opinions. I drop the N-word and all kinds of words, right? So, like I said last night, my mother said, and I'll land here, my mother said, black people stole the N-word from the white man and have made it internationally famous, and we profited off the N-word through our music and art, and we owe white man money for stealing his word. Why would I get mad at the white folks for using it? I know y'all don't want to hear me say that. I'm not saying the word is cool. I'm not saying it's okay to use the N-word. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying I can't get triggered every time I'm on Clubhouse and I get a back end about so-and-so said the N-word. And I don't give a fuck. And half the people who are in my back end complaining to me about white folks using the N-word sit in black spaces where black people talk shit about black people all day and put down black women all day and call each other the N-word all day, right? So don't now come to me about the same shit you're going to sit in other rooms and entertain and give a pass to it because black folks are saying it. If you're going to be outraged about it, keep it consistent across all rooms. And I'll say that.
I know I like you, Nye, because I'm a Capricorn too.
So you're saying it's cultural appropriation? Is that what you're saying, Nye?
That is called that black folks have culturally appropriated the word for white folks?
Yes.
According to my mother, yes. I had never thought about that until Mom said it. And I said, you know what? It tickled me pink. Okay? And I said, I agree with you 100%. These ninjas owe the white man money. Pay the white man his money for stealing his word. Y'all talk about you stole the word and made a determinant of endearment. When the white man said he wants to use his word, shit, now he's checking in with black folks on social media to see if it's okay if he can use his word. Pay the white man his reparations for the N-word.
You always elevate the conversation, honestly. You bring the energy up wherever you go. I appreciate it.
Yeah, so I think one of the things he probably paid attention the other day when we were talking was that is that I use it as a tool to attack people. Whenever they attack me, I use it as a bludgeon tool. So yeah, if Hakeem if he were here right now, I know verbatim what he would say. You wouldn't say that because you don't say that in real life because there's consequences.
completely a bad person, and that's it. That's no other values or metrics can be used on the person.
Alan, you know that everything is a gradient. You know, there are no absolutes, right? There's no absolute. Being a racist doesn't make you absolutely horrible.
Well, is that your answer? Is that your answer?
Yeah, because even Hitler took care of his dogs, right? So I don't think that's a good question.
Well, if you don't think it's a good question, why were you the first one to jump up and answer?
Because I knew the answer. That's why.
Because you knew the answer? Well, I know that you appointed yourself the judge and jury on what is or is not a good question. But I don't know, maybe somebody else wants to answer. We don't need to hear your opinion on what is or is not a good question.
I think to Dr. Mitch's point, Alan, for example, Messi. I have already acknowledged, and I agree with her, I don't believe that Messi Clown is racist. Do I think that he can weaponize it and use it to his advantage and do things that are racist? Yeah, but I don't necessarily think he is a racist. So I think to say, well, if someone's racist, does that make them a bad person? People can do racist things, but in their heart, maybe not really be. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, I understand. Well, let's take it one step further. If we determine that someone is a racist, and we determine that by whether or not they use the N-word, does that person then deserve to be beat?
Very hardly.
I would like to address and congratulate and wish a happy clubhouse anniversary to MG. It is your clubhouse anniversary. No one said shit. I wanted to address MG and say happy clubhouse anniversary, girl. Appreciate you.
You're lying. I told her happy clubhouse anniversary in chat. She should.
Yeah, the acknowledgements. What's up? Yeah.
Someone, her left pinky toe needs cleaning too. You've got the right one. Wash thoroughly. Thank you.
Alan, just to answer your question really quick, I don't want to be around racists. I think it's just weird. I don't, this is not my reality. But again, I'm Ethiopian, I'm married to a white man, I have biracial children, my friends, I have a lot of Jewish friends, I don't know. I have a lot of white girlfriends, black, homegirls, so I get that I'm the anomaly. But this is not my reality. I think it's weird. So, can I?
Yeah, but I didn't ask if you wanted to be
On the
around.
app.
I asked if they are good or bad people.
I would, in my opinion, I would judge them as bad people. In my opinion.
Okay.
Can I just, let me weigh in really quick. I'll try to be really quick with this. Alan, you asked that question. It made me think about when I was living in LA for 20 years, okay? And I can't tell you how startled I was, and this is hand to Bible truth, y'all. I'm not making this up. How surprised I was by the number, it was a handful, right, of so-called neo-Nazis or so-called white supremacist males, white males too. The locals, the community, or my apartment building at the time when I first moved in there, were aware that these individuals were racist, okay? But my encounters with them were always pleasant, always kind, never racist, never hateful, right? I had a roommate once that dated a guy who was a neo-Nazi. Long story how that happened. When I met the bitch, she was a lesbian. When I moved in with her, she was a bisexual dating a black man. But at the time I moved out, she was dating a neo-Nazi. Case in and of itself. And so he was cool as shit. Sometimes we'll go have coffee, right? So you ask, if they're racist, are they good people? If they're racist, does it mean that they are or not good people? Alan, I don't know. I can just say from my experience dealing with a handful of so-called neo-Nazis in LA and North Hollywood that I quote-unquote befriended, they always treat from lived experience.
Yeah, well, I think that says more. Judging from her dating history, it says more about her than anything else. But yeah, I get it.
Do y'all remember Cardano on this app? Do y'all remember?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Yeah, right. Maya, did you ever meet Cardano? I don't know if this was before you were here or not, but
Yeah, I don't think I know Cardano.
okay. Well, everyone knows how racist he is, and he's a huge anti-Semite, right? For whatever reason, he took a liking to me. He really liked me. He followed me. I would never follow him back because I think you're weird. I think you're dangerous. And I think this, the stuff that you say in these rooms is it's disgusting. So, could we really ever trust these people? I can't trust you if you're racist. If you're always saying the N-word, talking shit about Jews, we can't be friends. That's just my red line. And I'm not gonna let that pass. We can't fuck with each other. I just don't think you're a good person.
Yeah, well, Cardano was interesting. He was famous because he came on as Cardano, and by the time he left the app, he was up to like Cardano 29. So, yeah, but the problem with Cardano was he was honest. That's all.
He really wasn't. His best friends on the app were KP and Sid.
Well, he was actually.
Lost and confused.
I don't think so. He did. So I didn't meet him when he very first joined the app, but everybody had said by the time I met him, he was a totally different person. He'd always want to. There was a lot of hatred for black people were incredibly hateful towards white people and really nasty to them.
Are.
But he ended up, I guess, like he would try to talk to them, and then he got so tired of it, and like, yeah, he hit the arc of his trajectory, just went complete boomerang the other direction, and he did join Blood Tribe. He did move to Maine to like be with them. But for those who don't know what Blood Tribe is, that is a neo-Nazi organization. So I don't think he was I think his heart was largely kind of in it, but I don't think he's a naturally hateful person. And so, I remember telling everybody, like, dude, he's not going to last. He's going to change. And people were like, oh, no, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's like, dude, I've been talking to these people for years. Like, he's not somebody who I think had the personality profile of somebody who would stick in one of these groups.
Yeah. I used to think that too. Sorry, Alan, I'll just say this and I'll hand the mic back to you. I used to think that too, Pepe, and I was in a room with him because I was like, why does he like me so much? Like, I'm obviously black. But whatever, like, so we were in a room, Zadie comes in, and for those of you that don't know who Zadie's Jewish. Zadie comes on stage and he flips the fuck out. Says the most horrible anti-Semitic shit I've ever heard in my life, to the point where I was literally scared. And I remember like texting Abby, like, oh my god, like, will you just do something about Cardano? Because he was just losing it in real time on stage. He had a meltdown talking about Jews, and that moment was a defining moment for me. I was like, see, if they don't like
are we talking about JB and G?
No. If they don't like black people, they don't like Jews, and I cannot be your friend. Look at this shit. And he just went off on stage.
Yeah, well, okay, two people have spoken. First, MG, let nothing I say mean that you shouldn't have stopped talking to him and you shouldn't be scared of him. However, in that story, you're discounting the personality of Zadie. So, Zadie was hardcore pro-Jewish, absolutely. And Zadie had a personality too. But, so that's the other side of that story. But Charlie, I know you weren't there when this began to change. And I know you were there and you saw how the rules went down and what changed.
why he was labeled a racist when he wasn't. And sad for him, he got caught up with it. Got caught up in it, excuse me, and that's what pushed him over the edge. He shouldn't have, and I talked to him about that multiple times. It didn't help. So that's the story on Carter. But, you know, don't forget, Scarlett, you're the one, we created the room, which tastes better, well, I forget, what was it? Cupcakes or brownies, and it became a whole...
What's your favorite dessert and why is it brownies? And we had black female investors coming in telling us how much they hated brownies with nuts. And then we had black men come in saying the brownie means black men. And then we were harboring black female investors that were abusing men because we asked about dessert.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I figured was what.
Monica, I think this one is Black Mary down there. She's seen this so
yes, that's what the clubhouse was. That was the environment of the clubhouse. So again, I'm not making excuses.
I don't know where he is in the world.
No, I'm sorry. I'm not making excuses for him. But, you know, that's the context surrounding him.
I would just say there's a lot more context than just that. You gotta remember that you're not always privy to everything that goes on. The Timothy's point, he was not a person that women should feel safe around.
Well, the other part is I think at a certain point he came in with someone for 4 or 5 years and they broke up. So I think that contributed to it for sure.
I did a room today about started justice. I don't know if we're ready for the topic today.
Yeah, go ahead, Monica. It's time for my daily shot of vodka. So
Only one shot of vodka with you being
I don't drink a lot, so it's actually one of my partner got what do you call it? Vodka instead, and I'm like, no, it's whiskey, but you know, people know whiskey. Let's do it before Monica gets out of here. To all the people on Clubhouse, you guys made this shit happen for real. Love you. Yeah, I do too. I have a healthy relationship with this app. I really love Clubhouse. I really appreciate some of the people that I've met on this. Well, not met, but just have engaged with on this app, from the crazies to the entertainment folks. You know, even I hate to say have made even you, right? Right? Sometimes it's really dismissed. And hold on, my favorite is he's still here, Dr. Adams. Time off down there. Mother, who I think is hilarious, especially yesterday in the chat. Mother, I don't mean to call you out, Mother, but I think it's so funny yesterday. You and Raw here. That was hilarious. Matt Cool, I love Matt Cool. So many days in the house. So yeah, Monica, Messy Rich, I think you're funny. John, the Congressman, I think you're a genius because of your social media experience. And I've had serendipity in this room with Sean. So yeah, I appreciate folks on this app. I think you all are a cast of characters. Right. I really, really love y'all. Yeah. Moves. What you say?
No, you have a good toast. That was already a toast in its own. You got a good toast that you like to do before you keep the drink. Got a good one. Anyone have a good one?
Yeah, mine is always rebuke Satan, and quickly while we find me whining in honor of Dr. Who.
Is there a Capricorn something where like it takes a lot to dislike somebody?
Cheers, y'all. I'm taking a shot right now. Join me. Let's cheers.
Cheers. I think it's the best toast though. I will say that. I remember from the beginning. She's not in here.
Oh, I think she's done it.
No problem.
Cheers.
Yeah, let's not have that. I'm talking about the sneakers, everybody else.
Talking to you. I already would have loved it too. All right, love you all. Here we go. Cheers. Toast.
Cheers and toast. This is the clubhouse. And wait, I'm reading Mother, yeah. The chat yesterday was hilarious. Mother, oh, and Marquise is coming up. I love Marquise. Mother, I love that you were shooting your shot. That was perfect. And I get, okay. Wait, what's that? What's that? Marquise, what's that? I don't
Friday.
Random question for anybody who could be possible voluntary. How many of you would honestly answer yes to the following questions? I have friends, I don't want to say relatives, this is kind of relatives virtually, but you know, our friends off the end, our partners, our co-workers. How often if you ask them if they knew about Clubhouse, and they even heard of it, let alone used it.
My husband would never. My husband would
Never zero.
no way.
No.
And as a matter of fact, this happened about a month ago. I had a couple friends come over. Okay, this is really embarrassing. And you know, good men, hardworking men, just old friends. And we're hanging out, and I'm just like, I just got on Clubhouse and said, hey, let me introduce you to some people on Clubhouse. So I open up the Clubhouse app, and I go, and I'm like, you know, they're like listening, and they both, I think they both look at me differently from now on forever. Because they're like, I really don't know what you're doing. Like, are you okay? Like, they both ask, like, are you okay? Like, yeah, you go on this thing, and you just like talk to people, and they listen to you, and you listen to
I tell all my friends on Clubhouse, we listen to Clubhouse in the car, and my Clubhouse friends are in spaces.
I lose my fucking job and never get hired again if my friends or colleagues, I should say, come on.
Well, how many of Brad's coworkers do you think know he comes out here and does homicidal ideation, makes death threats all day long, slander and libel? I don't know. I'm gonna file a lawsuit.
Yeah, I have to support that. I mean, like, I don't know. There's something that happens in the heart, you know what I mean? And we know that we're all imperfect, right? And some of us know a little bit more than others. I know I have my issues. I'm okay with that. But when you find somebody that there's zero provocation and they just choose to like to just do evil doing to you for no reason, that makes me think, like, first of all, all the thoughts, but also it's really sad and it really does weigh on your soul. Like, I know a lot of times I don't respond to it, but it's so negative. And like the spirit of the room, I swear to you, it feels less evil whenever he's in the room. Like, I feel straight evil. And I'm going to tell you something else, and this is going to be, and I'll promise I'll stop. But I honestly, I blame a lot of you. I blame everybody that laughs and like lets him believe that his value has to be insulting and demeaning and criticizing people like so disgustingly, like obsessively. I mean, in the middle of discussion, of course, you know, you could go, but I'm like completely unprovoked, and nobody says anything to this guy, and that's what he continues to do. He does, and I think, like, if we weren't mental, I mean, if anybody, if we were out in a regular area, like in real life, and someone started saying that to somebody, everybody would be like, whoa, like controversial, but it's very, very rare that anybody pushes
And
back.
what happens when one pushes back?
Well, you become a target.
Right. And how much energy do you think I have?
No, this is not for this. For my view, the only. I mean, you and I already have. You know, we know. But I'm talking about if there's multiple people, like even if 2 or 3 stepped up at the same time, like, hey, stop, cut it out, stop with your stuff. You don't have to do that, right? Like, just a couple people come off mic, like he's gonna get it. Like, okay, yeah, this isn't popular. I'm gonna stop doing this. But people don't want to do that, and I don't understand why.
I don't even know if people understood. Hold on, Sean. Hold on. There. I don't even know if people heard what he said today. He said, all right, black people, I've had enough. I'm on your side. Black Lives Matter all the way. When you see these white people like Pepe and Monica at the Dollar General or wherever, and they're buying their white sheets, you go ahead and murk them. You murk them.
Yeah, I heard that.
From what I understand,
My name in it?
murk means murder, right?
No, did he say that? My name?
No, he said Scarlett and Keegan. He said
And I apologize, Pepe. I'm glad I corrected because I would not want that to go.
Oh, but had you been here, he would have included you definitely.
So, you know, I think people choose what they tolerate, and he's tolerated. Now, I believe he has me blocked. Was he modded in the afternoon room?
Yeah, no.
Okay, because I couldn't get in the afternoon room. It worked out because I could do the restorative justice room that I wanted to do, but I didn't even see that room. So I just opened another room, and then I think Kristen told me, yeah, there's another room. So I'm like, oh, okay, well, I'm good here. But yeah, so
Monica, sometimes I don't see in the mouth either. I got to scroll before I got
no, I went to the house. And the house should have the rooms because the house shows the rooms.
That's something.
He was modded this afternoon. Okay, that's fine.
And in the house, then you can see the library. It's easy. Certain topics get shadow banned.
Oh no, he was. The whole room was modded, and he.
Yeah, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. And so we solved the mystery. It's not a problem. Like I said, I got to do a room that I wanted to do. So.
Oh, so Diva some flowers, by the way. Diva, Floor, because swear to God, you two can be sisters. I'd love to see the two women in the room at the same time. You're singer, I appreciate you.
Sean, thank you. I appreciate that. You're very sweet. Yeah, Flora's very cool. She's a better person than I am. But I don't want to take away from that, Sean. I do recognize you. I acknowledge you. Thank you so much. But I also want to say, it's a bullying tactic. I don't know if you guys recognize this, but I had happened to come back in the room, and I read in the chat, like, he made himself very transparent, like friggin' Jared Burnett, the Big Short, right? You can't even hate him because he's just transparent about what he's trying to do. He writes in the chat, yeah, because I wasn't in the room yet, obviously, because I had to scroll up in the chat. But just like, yeah, I just want to make sure that bitch mom isn't part of the discussion. Like that was the intent. So it's to bully people, make them, belittle them, demean them, get them to be uncomfortable enough to want to have to contribute. I think that's just some shit. Because all of us talk shit. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know. Right? If you give space to people, it's sick, man. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing.
Well, I've got a group chat going with other Clubhouse users on my cell phone that I'm going to make available a recording of all the death threats from, I believe, 2 days ago, as well as all the libel and slander that he broke against me today. Also on my Instagram with John Kitover, I put him on notice on his Instagram and then he blocked me, but I'm going to file a civil slander and libel lawsuit against him.
Are you really going to do that job?
Yeah, we've got $1,000 in the campaign account right now. We're going to get a lawyer in Minnesota where he lives and have him sue for slander and libel, and maybe make $100,000 or $50,000 and use that money for the campaign.
Yeah,
do it. I support it.
Now, I noticed Brad left the stage a while ago. Did he like me? I've never heard of it. Did you see him? Anybody?
No, I think he left on his own accord. There was nothing really going on for him.
Well, he's such a subject matter expert in every topic you can possibly imagine, except his understanding of libel, slander, and what it means to make death threats on the internet.
Just imagine all the fingers right now typing in the back channel, just vigorously, just typing away to Brad and tell him everything that you're saying right now.
Well, all he has to do is go to my Instagram account at John Kitover to see the accusations of libel and slander where I tagged him and put him on notice that he's going to get sued.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, Connie. Connie, do you think it's inappropriate for me to report Brad to the FBI in Minnesota for making death threats on this app 2 days ago for 30 minutes straight?
I'm sure he didn't mean it. You know what the fuck? They're bloodthirsty to get involved in that. You know, and the FBI, they're in Washington right now.
Oh no, they're in field offices all around the country. And, you know, people who come on social audio chat apps and make death threats are probably on their priority list.
I don't think he meant it. I don't think he meant it at all.
You think he's just having a stressful day, so he comes on here to make death threats to relieve all the tension and strain in his life by making homicidal ideation statements for 30 minutes straight? Wow, what a classy guy. What a great guy. What an American patriot hero. What an American patriot hero. I can find it.
That'll never happen. Like, it'll never, ever happen.
Did you flag him? Did you flag a speaker in the app? That's your backup witness, and they have to get your word against him. Yeah, flag a speaker. They have to things where you can flag them after they leave before you leave. Flag the speaker, and then that'll be over. Then it will no longer be your word. I can't believe
You know where the John reports every room that he's ever been in ever. Yeah. Get over reporting anyone on this app. He's still here.
He posted as a beautiful model. PTR for a long time. He's hung out for hours and hours and hours. Yeah, John's been around for a long time. You know, as a result, change basically.
Sean, I have a question. Like, do you feel a little sexually confused that you keep bringing up this idea that John was dressed up as a woman, and you brought it up a couple times? It's just a little.
He did it for a long time. I thought it was kind of weird to have a PTR of a female. I mean, don't you think it's weird?
I don't know, Sean. I would say it's a little funny.
I think this is actually a very serious thing. Because, I mean, you know, if you're voting for him, you're supporting him, you know, all this stuff.
Sean, you down once a month?
Nah, not so much. Actually, I'm kind of asexual these days, you know. If you've been in a relationship for a long time, which I don't think, actually, Messi, I don't think you've actually ever been in a relationship. I don't think you get laid if you try.
Definitely not.
To be honest with you, I don't think you've ever gotten laid your life.
Yeah,
In a relationship. I've been in 2 relationships actually. So I was in an 18-year relationship, married for 18 years. Had about a 6-month break, and I've been taken for 15 years. I'm a keeper. That's what I am. But after this relationship, if something doesn't work out, if it doesn't work out, we don't live till we die. I'm never going to be in a relationship again. I'm going to live single. Yeah. That's what I'm going to do.
Still hard to train a new one.
I mean, I'm turning 48 at the end of the month, so, I've been through it. I've worked at a strip club for 13 years. I've seen more shit than most of you will see in 10 years. Or actually, your entire lifetime, I should say. Yeah.
Happy early birthday, Sean.
Thank you, I appreciate you. And messy. Keep it messy. Keep it messy. Thank you. So messy.
Stop thinking about men in dresses, Sean. It's funny, we asked a question about mental health, and this is what we get. I agree.
Hey, I've always been about good vibes.
The big house guys in the DSM-5.
Chris knows me. I've always been about good vibes. There's plenty of people that know that. I've always been about good vibes on here. I do like to get messy. I've had my children phases. My heart's been hurt by Goldie Meyer. And you remember, she was one that faked her cancer, faked her death under Stream Dream Radio with Knucklehead. If y'all remember Knucklehead, Stream Dream Radio, which still is around. And y'all remember the Goldie Meyer incident where she was faking her cancer and her death, and she collected thousands of dollars. Speaking of trolls, John, possibly, I'm not saying you're.
I totally get it when you got thrown on me.
You might not remember the history. You've been on this app long enough. Most of us have been on this app for a very long time. We're OGs on this app. Most of the people on the stage are OGs. Have been here, we've been through it. And I'm just saying, been through it. I've learned from it, and I'm a stronger person from it. Thank you.
So, Serendipity, you remember the game we used to play, the yes no game, where we would guess each other's answers to a yes no question?
Don't shoot the messenger.
No, we'll never play that game again.
It sounds fun, ironically.
Don't shoot the messenger. It's fun.
Shoot me in my ear. Well, hey, get up. Shit, black. That's the lesson. Get this.
No.
Okay, English is rule number 10 or 11. I've lost count. Okay, I think I've seen you on the stage before. Okay, no disrespect. I just really didn't understand what you were saying. I don't know who put you down, but probably because we don't understand what you were saying. English is, America first, English first.
America is full, sorry.
America's not one of the rules. That's just Nye's rule. America first, English first. No disrespect, sir.
MD has a great question in the chat if we're ready to switch to poll.
Okay, let's see. What is
Where's Mojo? Yes, definitely. That's PTSD. Hey guys, where's Mojo? I think he's traveling back.
Yeah.
Having the time of his life in the real world.
That's right. He's being in the moment.
He's not in the clubhouse streets, but yeah, and has a life outside his house. Don't I wish? I know he's not.
Monica, are you making the PTSD call? If you don't say anything, I'll just assume yes.
No, I'm not. I mean, we can. I just didn't. It's a good question.
People, they're bold. I have PTSD after yesterday's room, and I have PTSD because I'm not going to name the person, but somebody who frequents this house, who is often a moderator, nobody is right now, who called me a bitch twice for no apparent reason. And as far as I know, we have no beef. And I refuse to address it off the back end and hit this person up like, why do you keep calling me a bitch? Like, what the fuck's going on? I'm just going to leave it alone. But if it happens another time, then I will bring it up. And it's happened twice in this house, on this stage.
Wait, what?
If it happens a third time, I will bring it up. So I kind of have PTSD.
No,
very intelligent, articulate, just a brilliant mind. I have a lot of respect for this person, despite this seemingly 360 that I said he should.
As long as you didn't say 69.
So, but I have no beef with this person. I admire this person. They claim that it's all in fun, but I'm just trying to figure out why is this our level of fun? You know what I'm saying? So, well, I'll get to the bottom of it eventually. But it kind of haunts me. So I'm like, what did I do to you, sir?
Sure as you are to try and understand something that is not in your scope. You know what I mean? Like, it's really hard to, as someone who, you know, in your aura, it's really hard to try and understand something that, you know, you don't have around you or you don't put out, you know?
It must be a clubhouse tactic because, you know, to try and be a good friend and respond to all the pings and go into people's rooms. And I left so disheartened, like, I can't believe they're going to settle for that. I can't believe it. It stressed me out so bad, I fell asleep as soon as I laid down. And very seldom do I do that, you know, because I have sleep apnea. So it's not really PTSD as far as when my brain is going to turn off. It's just, you know, you'll get a little bit of insomnia. You'll get a little bit of borderline narcolepsy where you just want to fall asleep. And as soon as I laid down last night, I fell asleep because I'd be shocked at some of the shit people do on this app.
So wait a minute, Clubhouse has been healing for you? You have sleep apnea, and when you come into the messy rooms, it helps you sleep? Maybe this is a cure.
No, but I felt bad about it, though. I mean, I almost got to work late.
Yeah, heroin.
I got a parking ticket because I did not have the money to pay, you know, parking. And I was like, okay, so, you know, because see, where I work at, they think we're rich. A parking ticket is $40. I'm like, oh my God, I'm lazy. I got to park in the employee parking lot. You know, so no, that's not good at all. You will never get off the sleep apnea machine unless you fall to sleep organically. And so
I gotta get on the sleep apnea machine. I'm gonna get a sleep test because I've been snoring and pissing my girlfriend off like crazy. It's in my family too. They even weight related. I thought it was weight related because
I thought they were picking on me too, and they said that I literally in the sleep lab stopped breathing, and it was nothing they could do to revive me, and then I came back. Yes, so you should. And then and they had a lawsuit, so I got a new machine. And so the reason why I've been on it for a couple of years is they had to change the pressure and get rid of no good sleep machine. And so, yeah, the pressure would go up 18, 15. You know, you're good if you have like less than 5 episodes or you don't use that much pressure, you're good. They're gonna take you off eventually.
I might just love to die in my sleep, but
I'll say your dog is still
I want to say, Connie, Team Darth Vader sleepers, okay? Team Darth Vader sleepers all day long.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Your pockets.
Okay, because I just need to do something. Who told the story of the person they don't want to name that was being very disrespectful? Who told that? Was that Ed Ross?
That was me. Yeah, because Connie started talking, and then I got confused. I was like,
I was just corroborating to let her know there are people on this app that will shock the shit out of you and put you in dismay.
To sleep.
Yeah, and it put my ass to sleep. Yeah, but I woke up late, you know, because I was like, well, by the time I checked in, I had 3 minutes left. That's wasn't what I was aiming for. Now, school has started back because this is Washington, D.C. is a college town, and we don't know what it's going to look like with the guards here, the National Guard here. It would have been a problem because there's more people on the road.
Connie, do you feel safer or less safe with the National Guard there?
post office is a bully, and a lot of crime has happened, and they push it under the rug, and it doesn't get any coverage. I see coverage or any type of media coverage. I mean, they have abducted so many kids in DC that they had to close down the schools, and then they revamp them, got them out and open them up as charter schools. So they did a lot of shit, and didn't get to the media. But Big Brother, Uncle Sam, or whatever, he's always watching. So, and she don't know how to legislate. She's a bully. She will, she don't like what one of y'all say in the room. She will personally come down and try to get your ass. This is the type of person she is. She will use her power to step on you like a roach.
Wait, that's Maria Bowser?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's the only person who could fuck with her was Trump. Because he don't care.
Did you hear the report arrest the chief of police? So what's the change?
Did you see how she's wearing a tie?
Yeah, well, they asked her.
Nude.
Yeah, well, no, it isn't. And they asked her what the chain of command was, and she said, "What does that mean?"
I know. It's on MSN webpage, the front webpage.
And the mayor,
I kept scrolling back because I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
I was at work finishing up my time and attendance sheet, and I kept scrolling back.
The mayor, to her credit, jumped in, and made it back.
Huey and Dewey.
Yeah.
They were like,
She knew what the chain of command.
He's a lawyer.
It's too much.
Somebody keeps trying to come up. Do 111. I don't know if you're trying to come up. I've invited you up. That person seems still in the room. I don't think so. Yeah. Oh wait, Elsa. I don't know if you're trying to come up, but I've invited you up.
So, hey, yesterday, Roger was talking about, what does it take to trigger people? And you know what I think about in these rooms? I think this is really great training for public speaking and even for having debates. Where would you get access to so many opinions and a broad base of people that you could talk to? And you could see, I think that would be a good question, but certainly, I would encourage everybody. I know some people get sensitive, but it's just great training for anything that you have to approach conversation with.
Yeah, I agree. This took me a long time. Oh, go ahead, Marquise. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I think it weeds out the people that can't have a conversation. It weeds out those. It shows the mental integrity of those who genuinely want to be progressive, as opposed to those who just want to scream into the mic and want to do all of this nonsense. I've noticed that a lot.
Yeah, I like to come in for knowledge, or sometimes I give out knowledge that I had a hard time learning, and so I don't want nobody to, I'm real passionate about that. I don't want nobody to do it. But yesterday, I was in the chat function at the house, and they said they recommended people go to YouTube to look at the wars. And I was like, well, I really don't care for that. But I said, so they were talking about indigenous children have been brainwashed. So it was clickbait because they never said anything about anybody's children. But they were very passive. They just say anything. If you made a comment about something, say, oh, that's already been taken care of. Like that. And that's what really put me to sleep last night, because I was like, oh my God, I can't believe it. But there's a silver lining to it. They did notice that some of the people on the app are already brainwashed. They're in the trance where they just think one way. And so they, and they sound like like psychiatrists. They were like asking them questions and stuff. And so yeah, so sometimes on Clubhouse good things come out of rooms sometimes. But that particular YouTube live stream was like a double-edged sword. I knew my mind. Welcome time on back to the stage. I didn't like you in the audience, but I understand. You know, sometimes you gotta take a break from the stage, especially certain people on the stage. Okay. Dr. Mitch said triggers. Yeah. Clearly we already know that there's a certain individual who will remain nameless that triggers a lot of people on this app. I can't say I'm incredibly triggered by this individual. I know he can be pretty spicy and sassy and disrespectful at times. And I know, you know, I'm in the minority here, and I don't mean to disrespect anyone who's had unsavory encounters with Brad, but I actually find Brad entertaining and amusing. Do I agree with everything he says? No. When he gets really vicious with women, no, I don't, you know, and when he was talking about a certain woman's vajayjay the other day, I didn't think that was cool, but, you know, it's sometimes hard, you know, when you're a female and a female mod to kind of control and manage very aggressive, dominating male energy, right? So,
sorry, did you call for me?
I did not. Oh, I don't know if you're joking.
Definitely joking. Hey, Rowan.
Okay, Rowan. No, I wasn't calling you. But yeah. So I don't know. I don't know. Speaking of Dr. Mitch's, do we have triggers? My triggers are the anti-black rooms. I hate them on this app. The anti-black and the anti-woman rooms. I absolutely hate them. But I'm unlike some people who come into certain spaces where they don't like the mods, where they don't like the speakers, but they still go in those rooms and listen to the conversation and get all worked up and riled up and mad instead of just avoiding those rooms or blocking the people that triggers them. I think that some of them like it. I think y'all like being triggered by y'all saying, I'm speaking general. But I don't like the ones where they're divisive, you know, like, because I'm pretty good if you ping me about coming right then and there, you know, like that. Even when I fell asleep last night, the first thing I did when I got up was coming to you all's early morning vibration room, you know, like that, because I was like, you know, I remembered when I woke up that I didn't make it right after the last thing. But so I don't like it, you know, when you have people that are divisive and they just come in your room just to garner people, you know, like that. So that's the thing that I like. But I was in a room where a lady was doing a dissertation, and they were fake cosplaying as what Western British West Indian people, and they were actually Londoners that had made the move from the Caribbean over to London. And one of the last things they said before they silenced my mic, you know, I guess because everybody was talking, she said, don't go in any more black rooms. And I'm sitting here like, why would you say that? You know, protect your mental health, because some of these ninjas on the app are wild style. Girl, you protect your mental health and not go into some of these black. And I was thinking that, but I was sitting there, but you can't give up on black people.
No, but honey, 95%
you can't take the shit off of people either. Wait, hold on. Go ahead.
Yeah, 95% of the black folks on this app are ghetto. There's not a whole bunch of educated people on this app. It doesn't mean they're not intelligent. It just means they have a way of communicating, right? Some of them are intelligent, but for the most part, they communicate through anger and ego and things like this. So a lot of the ones that were here before that, they're back to work. They're back to their lives. But I've noticed that it's the most ghetto community out of anybody on this app.
You know, he ain't lying, and y'all know, those who know me, I love my people, but on this app,
It's definitely ratchet, and I'm one of the most ratchet. So there you go. But,
we know.
David can cut me some time.
We got to handle Times Square very delicately because Times Square can get a little, can just deviate the conversation. Times Square, you're one of the characters that I have grown fond of on this app, but just tread lightly, sir, please. Okay.
Absolutely, Days, of course. We'll do it as such, We can put on a British accent to make it more smooth for you. Smooth out.
I appreciate that. Are you familiar with Doctor Who since you're putting on a British accent?
It sounds familiar. Is it a movie show?
Okay, you know what? I'm insulted. It sounds familiar. I'm done with you. Next. I'm just kidding. I'm a Doctor Who fanatic, so I'm just kidding.
Before my mentor died, he said he could get a autograph for my son, and Doctor Who is Scottish too. But I'm not sure. I think he was going to go see Michael Jackson's executor, McLean, to the little Scottish connection to get it for him. I don't know. But if I do push the button for an autograph with Doctor Who, I'll definitely get you one.
Which one though? Because there's been 4
the last one, the Scottish thing, that last one. Because they different things. Different things, but the very one that they come out of.
You must be thinking of 12. I forget his name. 10 was David Tennant, Matt Smith was 11.
I think it was David Tennant.
No, you're right. David Tennant is Scottish, isn't he? Yeah. He's my favorite.
Yeah, so if I push that button, I'll get you yours too. I just said,
luckily, I've had the pleasure of interviewing David Tennant.
You did?
Yeah.
Okay, so you don't need that one.
I wouldn't mind an autograph.
Okay, I'll get it. I didn't push it because once my mentor died, I ain't gonna say I was depressed, but I just didn't do all the things I like to do, and I used to do a ton of Scottish things, but I didn't do it. Once he died, I lapsed memberships and all that crazy stuff. But I think I will push that button to get it.
Yeah, so I want to just one little thing to say here. I just saw 20 minutes ago that someone is preparing a full economic blackout for next month. So I'll just put the link in the chat. You guys do with it what you want, but just an FYI.
No, someone. Just say the name, because a lot of people aren't going to click on the link.
I don't know who or what is behind this, but it's a very legitimate site. It has a lot of, it's akin to like the No Kings protests that happened, but this is, anyway, just concerned for you guys. So you have a month and a couple of days of preparation, I guess, if they're actually going to do it.
Alan, I just saw your comment. Yeah, Alan, I'm a huge Doctor Who fanatic. Like, fanatic, okay?
Well, before I go anywhere, you need to be able to address one very important thing. I want to welcome fully heartedly and openly NG. It's so beautiful to be able to see. NG, you shine, you glow.
Oh, yes.
In this world, it's such a magnificent way. It's such a magnificent way. For people who don't know MG, she is one of the most beautiful, if not the most beautiful individual on Clubhouse. People should be following her. She's not just beautiful on the outside, she's beautiful on the inside. She's an angel. She's an angel. I have never seen. What's going on? I'm sitting.
You asked for it.
Yeah, it sounds like he's making a move. So.
I need to finish off this.
You can do it in the back.
I don't want to go on here. I just want to make this really clear. This is not shooting my shot. MG is a very happily married woman who I have a lot of respect for, and she's an amazing individual. Everybody, please follow her. shooting your shot you just did, you know? That's the paradox of it.
I totally agree with everything that Rose. Everything.
Oh, dear. Oh, my gosh.
What's up, Edward?
Yo, nah. So you, I think Roger, were following when I was talking about the kids, right? Yes. You were following, right? So I think very differently. I go back things very differently, and I'm an artist, so most artists are like that. So I'm far removed from normal people, 9 to 5, these kind of things. So I wasn't sure if it landed, but it did land with you. But you've dealt with a lot of artists, so that's probably why. Where I think Beth, she couldn't quite get it.
You're talking about the education room, right?
Yeah, exactly.
100%. I got exactly what you were saying. I understood, but I also think that sometimes, Tamara, when you're trying to, when I say you're, I'm speaking in general, I think spiritual people, and not to say the folks in that room were not, while at the same time being destructive as well, because education can be used to enhance the spirit or destroy the spirit. If you don't understand that, this is just my interpretation. If you don't understand that, then what you were saying in that space would not make sense to people who don't understand it.
Right. Well, what I was alluding to was Dr. Joseph Spencer's work, which is, it's science, it's data. However, there is meditation involved. There is breaking down brainwave patterns and how that transfers to everyday life and behavior. And I was talking about the school system. We're dealing with young people that are going to be adults, and they're going to be leaders around the country. And there should be something cohesive. There should be something that is the overall goal, and it should involve humanity. And that's where it was coming from. I don't know what it was for her. Maybe one other person wasn't landing right. Maybe I would have to say how that works in a day-to-day classroom. The thing was, I'm not one. I was saying I'm not the one delivering I'm not delivering it. Somebody else is. So I need to know more. I know how it's delivered to adults, and I'm part of that. But to children, it's going to be a whole different ballgame.
Can I respond to Mac?
Of course.
And can I read you something?
It's time mark. Time mark.
Excuse me.
Thank you.
To answer that question, maybe this is the key. This is an example of, and I've seen this before, forgive me if you've heard of this. This is an example of the kind of reading that they used to give to, what age was 7th and 8th graders in Minnesota 100 years ago. This is the forest primeval, the murmuring pines and the hemlocks, bearded with moss and in garments green, indistinct in the twilight, stand like druids of eld with voices sad and prophetic, stands like harpers roar with beards that rest on their bosoms. This is the reading list, a current example of the reading they're giving students now. Coach Jameson saw me in the hall and said he wanted to make sure I'm trying out for the track team. He said my middle school gym teacher told him I was really good. Then he said that with me, the Harrison High School team, we have a real shot at being county champs. Fantastic. Now, perhaps if we started teaching using the literature that they used 100 years ago, it might lead students to the kind of spirituality and awakening you're talking about.
Well, I was saying, I brought up spirituality, and I understand why she brought that up. But it's demystifying the mystical, right? The yogis, right? The chakras, the kundalini is demystifying it, making it very, very simple. It's a practice, and traumas are held in the bottom three chakras. So everybody's dealt with a certain amount of traumas, and this is all factual. This is all factual, right? And there's breath work, things like this that release those traumas, and extraordinary things happen. Now, children might be going through some trauma, but adults, it's really stuffed down there, right? With children, it's fairly new because they're still children. So getting to them early enough where they'll get these kinds of things very simply because it would be delivered in a way that they understand, right? It's not, So this is what's happening. This is happening right now. The first pilot program starting here in New York. So there'll be 2-day retreat. All this is going to be delivered to teachers and principals, cops, things like this, because they're going to experience it, and then it'll be rolled out to kids. So again, like I was saying, overall, having a big picture end game, for me, it would be, I would hope for everybody here, that it would be about humanity. It would, like I mentioned, no wars. Well, how the hell do you get to no wars? You can't do it by doing the same thing we've been doing for hundreds of thousands of years. You have to create a new culture of humans, a new environment. And it's not to be exclusive of anything, and as far as religions, right? Because you can be religion, keep religion, but this is science, your brainwave patterns, right? So when you're in a more PTSD state, you're in a high beta wave pattern. When you lower those brainwave patterns, right? Like right now, you're in a low beta wave pattern. The more you lower it, the more suggestive your subconscious is. And your subconscious rules your patterns. 95% of patterns that people practice, it's a habit. And
what he's talking about is the frequency war, right? And lower vibrational frequency versus high vibrational. And you're talking about the old Earth and the new Earth. Maybe I'm already.
But how do you think that?
And some people are on the new Earth and some people are not. Maybe I already am. But there's a scientific process that happens during that.
Well, wait, how do you think AI fits into this, Tyrone? And creating the new human.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, I see Roland wants to speak too.
Yeah, bro.
No, it's fine. I just noticed that Times Square got shut down to the goo for some reason. I'm not sure who did that.
It's an amazing coincidence that I just entered the room when that happened.
Yeah, crazy.
Oh, well, that's fine. I mean, sure.
Hey, guys, it sounds great to say, that we've got a policy here. It's just one mic at a time. I know I get sure that you might be able to sit here yourself. I think you've got a lot of interesting things to be able to have a conversation, but just if you could be aware that other people are trying to have a conversation as well.
Can I translate that into American? He basically said you need to learn when to shut the fuck up.
Bro, we just spent a few hours while you were gone trying to calm the room. We all went in and out, but it was a mess. When Brad got in it with me, right? And then you opened this room. John is running for Congress, and John's education and military background are legit, and anyone that says otherwise is just lying. Period, point blank, period.
Yeah, I get it. It just went, it was banning into all kinds of stuff. It's not just John's. A lot of back and forth. It was ridiculous. And then luckily Anson came at the end of it. And I pointed that Anson brought some discipline into the room just by his being here. So
Uncle Anson, he had discipline in the other room. He ran it for an hour and 15 minutes. I show up for the last 15 and it erupted in chaos.
That's right.
I will take your fault. Yeah, no, I will take full blame for any space that goes. Like, if a space goes bad, it's always my fault. That is the first rule of Clubhouse.
At least he's honest. So I was teasing John a little bit too. I was teasing him, but I'm still and I agree. I think John is right, but there's a lot more than that I think going on. Don't you, John? Now, don't you think there's a little bit more going on?
Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm fascinated by John's journey. I hope that I could witness every bit of this journey until the great reveal. Because I'm convinced that the reveal is going to be epic. And I could be way off in my assessment about John and his popularity.
Hold on, let me tell you how it's gonna play out. This is not hard to read. He is going to raise enough money to get the signatures to get on the ballot in the primary, and he will lose the primary, and then the election's over, and then he can tell the tale about how he tried to fight the system. That's how it's going to play out. Like, anyone that thinks it's going to play differently, good or bad, is fooling themselves. But I do think it's worth the journey, because what's going to come out of this is you're going to see the Republican Party spend a ton of money when they start looking at the FEC filing and they see that he's raising money. Because right now they think that he's just his paper candidate troll, which he kind of is, right? But at the end of the day, they are going to spend money to defeat him. And then what we get to see with our own eyes is the corruption of the Republican Party that tries to take him on. And so we're going to have a front row seat to corruption. It's going to be amazing.
But Mojo, why don't you just all fun? Why don't you go for all the big bang? John, why aren't you going in there to be a congressman? You're saying, Mojo, that there's so much money going into something that we can be others that be going up against, right? That it's impossible. But he should go for it anyway, for real, though. For real.
Well, no, hold on. He is going
to a lot more than $500.
Hold on. He's going to go for it for real. And what for real means is that there is no filing fee. What for real means is that he needs about a little less than 600 validated signatures, which in the state of Illinois might require 6,000 signatures. And so at the end of the day, you're going to watch all of the challenges. I'm going to predict that the Republican Party tries to sue him at least 3 times during this process. But what I'm hopeful for, and why I'm willing to put my neck out to offer whatever assistance I can, is to be the person that causes the GOP to overspend in this race, and then to be able to expose the corruption. Because,
right? And I got a film being released October 19th nationwide, right? He hasn't courted me at all. So how serious is it?
budget, and you probably got just a yes, but there's some gaps and the non spiritual. Maybe you might look at it as a lot of people. So it's almost like I forgot how to talk to normal people. And so I attempted to explain a little bit about Dr. Joseph discusses work and how to incorporate it into the school systems. And this is I'm going to start in October. And things like knowing your brainwave patterns, knowing when you take deep breaths in a certain pattern, then you bring your heartbeat, you bring the brainwave patterns down, and brainwaves down, and you're in a relaxed state, it's being triggered state. There's all kinds of techniques and things like this, making the mystical, demystifying the mystical, and things about the brain. The prefrontal cortex is like in general, it tells everything else in every other part of the brain, and every obviously the body, what we're doing, what's going to go on, and the pituitary gland, how it has a pharmacy of medicine naturally that you can trigger. There's all kinds of things. There's mindful children that play all the children life. Just all it goes on and on and on. It's ancient techniques that are demystified, and this is where we're going. Because when you walk into the room, I'm not going to put up the AI. So all this information is traveling right now, around the Asia, and it's going to speed up in the next 5 to 10 years. And everybody's going to get this knowledge, and in a good way. It's going to flip things over a long time.
Well, the campaign to elect candidate Congressman John Kitover is also trying to flip things upside down on a dime.
Then play to win, my brother, play to win. Expression occurred with you. I'm all in. Are you all in, John?
I'm all in. I'm all in. If you are in, can you give $10 to the campaign right now, or are you just a talker and a can kicker? Do you want real change now, or are you just a talker and a can kicker?
Hold on. Let me ask you a question. Because I used to fight when I was a kickboxing champion. So there's being all in, and then it's you first. It's not us. It's you first. If you generate us, people like Brad will show up. Right? So there's a level of taking this 100%.
You might have to show up to court for libel and slander, as well as the FBI showing up to his door for death threats on the internet. You might have to show up.
Here's something about being all in, right? You guys gotta figure out, what you need is being played here. And because politics is a game. And if it's a zero-sum game where you either win the election, lose the election, and I would say that the strategy and obstacles are going to make that game very, very difficult. But if you can think outside of that zero-sum game and ask yourself, how can I win in this game that I'm playing, where I'm running for Congress, trying to bring attention to the fact that there's $37 trillion of national debt, there's $100 trillion of unfunded liability,
Yeah, 100%. I feel like this is destiny. My whole life has been leading up to this moment to run in this campaign.
Well, yeah, but
Please answer exactly that way. It's not going to do it.
no, but he didn't actually answer. He didn't actually.
Perhaps it's not here.
He answered like he was going to be there. I asked him, can he see himself there now?
The now is all important, and what I'm doing now is all important.
Yeah, I didn't say that. I said, can you see yourself now, you as a congressman, right now, in Congress?
100%, Tamar.
Tell me about it. Tell us about it.
We're doing it right now. You're sliding into the muff.
Okay, this is what I'm doing. Let's say, so I've been working on this, right? And all of a sudden now they're releasing nationally something that 0.001. This happens, right? Because this happens for films like Scarface, Star Wars, right? It doesn't happen for films like this, right? It's usually stars and things like this. So how did that happen? It's not looked like. So what it is for example, I speak right now as if it is, right? And it happens because I'm aligned with it. I think there's some counter stuff going on because you think you're going to lose and then you're going to win. I say, why don't you play to win? Be in Congress right now. Behave that way. Move that way. And then your mind will open up a million different ways, and you will shock yourself.
Let me put that in. That's correct. Let me put it in practical terms.
Hold on, Alan, why are you holding on to a pink ticket? You're not a member of the House. What's going on?
But it's a different house. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Wait.
Thank you, Alan. That's what I think. I don't think I want to figure out to tap me down around because I was in very long times. I've lost that right to the thing. So,
John, close your eyes. Not now. Imagine yourself walking around Congress. Imagine yourself in the office. Imagine yourself campaigning. Imagine yourself in Congress with cameras on, with 30 phones. Like, imagine him. Imagine him with no shirt on. Imagine him doing yoga poses.
No. You're being funny. I know. This is what. I'm sorry if I'm saying.
Time on.
Time is talking.
Because this is the thing, Alan. We're creating anyway.
Well, what you're talking about is the brain doesn't distinguish between some people have asserted that the brain doesn't distinguish between when you imagine something and when you're actually doing it. So you want to embody that which you aspire to. So if you make a daily practice of doing that thing you aspire to, then you will embody it. And that's
Muhammad Ali, Babe Ruth, Conor McGregor, it goes on and on.
Yeah, I'm done with my earth crunch.
Okay, let me tell you, gentlemen, a grok prompt I put in a couple hours ago.
Before you do, can we add Randy Moshman Savage to that list? Go ahead, John.
So we were talking about education in Anson's room. This is what I asked Grok earlier. Hey, Grok, tell me how to decentralize education in America, how to best educate the population to create the greatest possible economic outcome and growth, while also eliminating the federal and state debts. List in 10 bullet points. This is what Grok says. Candidate Congressman John Kitover, here's a 10-point plan to decentralize U.S. education, optimize for economic growth, and eliminate debts. Number one, abolish the Department of Education. Devolve control to states and local governments and administrations. Number two, enact universal vouchers, ESAs for school choice. Number three, prioritize STEM, vocational training for job skills. 4, cut federal education spending and redirect to debt reduction. Now, next one, promote private micro schools and online platforms. Next one, align curricula with market needs to boost productivity. Next, implement the 5% VAT, limit tax deductions for revenue. Number 7, cap state Medicaid education budgets to balance finances. Number 9, foster local innovation for tailored, efficient learning. And 10, leverage skilled workforce growth to erase debt. So I ask you, people of Clownhouse, do you think AI will play a role into decision making of your future government and where your money's being spent?
Yeah, big time.
Yeah.
And why is that? Why is that? Is that because AI is intelligent and is going to optimize the spend?
Well, like you used AI just now to ask you a question, so I think that, obviously everybody, but maybe broadly speaking, that doesn't help, so.
Oof, that's a tough one. You don't have an answer for that.
See, like, Mo, I see down here, right? And I say, wait a minute, there's what, 25, 30 people here. You're friends with, what's his name? Lou and others, right? They have hundreds of people in the room, right? Why isn't he, why don't you?
Hold on. To answer your question, we've already reached out to Lou. The interview is coming. We don't have a date or time set up, but Lou is very interested in reaching, in interviewing to his audience, John Kitover. And while we're at that, listen, before we get in front of Lou's room and Lou's audience, why don't we take care of what's happening in this room with this audience?
I already asked you. He hasn't even asked. I have your message. He hasn't even said, but I don't want to get politics. I don't. But
time out. Maybe you're a spiritual advisor. Maybe you're involved in ways that you don't even.
Maybe you're right.
I would just say this is a good time to remind everybody. It's a good time to fork it over for John Kitover.
And speaking of House Rules votes, I don't know if I think one of them was spamming the chat. I don't know if that's borderline spam or.
Not only is he spamming the chat, his English is like 3rd grade level. Like we should probably.
It's not broken English; it's shattered.
Yeah, it's very true. English only, homie.
It's English GPT. What happens when you don't think?
It makes sense if you read it with an attitude.
It makes sense if you read it while hyperventilating.
John, to answer your question, I think AI is making its way into the political industry because it's a convenience. It's a part of the consumerism as to what made the buck, as to what flooded everybody. And I feel like with more AI, it helps people in politics get further without them actually doing their own work. And I think it's dangerous because sometimes they won't even remember. Like, Biden couldn't even remember his own shit half the time. Trump couldn't. Nobody, none of these fucking other presidents or other politicians can remember half the shit they say until it gets brought up to them. So I think even with AI, I just think it would make it more worse. I think it would make it more insane.
I agree. I also want to let everybody know that I posted on X. If you could follow me on X, it's John Kitover, Illinois. I wrote, candidate Congressman John Kitover is being accused of stolen valor by Clubhouse sociopaths who make death threats all day long. Please consider supporting the campaign to elect John Kitover. Additionally, I posted on my Instagram. Oh, that's okay. If they want to stir the pot, I'll stir the pot with them. We'll make a real sweet brew.
So when you say sociopaths,
I mean people that come on Clubhouse and literally for 30 minutes straight scream death threats. Even though they know they're being recorded, you know what their Instagram is. So if you go to John Kitover on Instagram, you can see a picture of my 2nd Lieutenant military ID, which is in this room as well. And in that post, I stated that I am going to file a lawsuit against Brad Stuffelberger The Irishman and sea pirate of Clown House who makes death threats and casts libel and slander all day long on Clown House. That's okay. I don't condone people coming on here and making death threats when they should be making shepherd's pie.
I don't think John Kitover ever could wait for a 2-year-old to turn 18 or he rape me.
Listen, we're bringing drama now into this group with this game thing.
I think it's the same room, actually.
We're also we're not going to be toxic. We're going to follow our rules. There are rules.
I would just merely submit that this is actually the same room. This is the same room with 1,000 posts. So technically it's not a new room, just to correct, your rule interpretation. Oh, I agree.
I don't want to make this not toxic anybody. Let's get away from that. But to compare this to chillism, you have to start looking at what makes a chillism. Chillism room is 45 minutes of arguing about a book that nobody can read. Chillism is a room where 45 minutes is spent talking about animals. And then when you ask either of the people involved, such as Concrete or Height, and again, I'm gladly to rule number 9 here, but I apologize in advance. I'm flawed humans, so sometimes they're very close. But no, these guys, they argue about things that they've never read. They acknowledge that they've never read. So that's the difference between chillism and here. At least we have people that read. We read out loud in here. This is how we know that chillism is different from this room. Is because not only do people claim to read, they actually display that they can read, and they do it in public. This is something chillism would never do. I challenge the people in chillism to do a book reading and watch how many people look themselves in the audience.
I'm just saying I can't read, so I'm in the right place. You guys go read the book to me.
I think we're about to read The Art of War in the month.
That's okay.
Well, Dr. Fauci thought that we were the placebo.
My ex-girlfriend, she's from Sleep. Woke up back in the day. It's been a few years now. I was talking to her. She was sending political commentary from places like CNBC, NBC. Now, I don't get into all that, but I can tell that's not. I told her these are not journalists. These are opinions. I want to tell you,
Do you miss that month?
really, she wrote me back. She was USA is not good for world. You need to wake up. You need to wake up. Say that. Yeah.
Dolly wrote in the chat that these are dynamic conversations, and I would agree that these are dynamic conversations, while most clubhouse rooms are not dynamic and they're actually just echo chambers, unlike when you're inside the muff.
I agree. That's what I like Mojo there is because he's willing to go down the muff with them and pointing out that they don't actually read the book and that they are down the road.
Can someone explain to me what in the month actually means? What does that even fucking mean?
So pretty much it's not when you're open about it's an Italian. Yeah, it means like you're a pussy eater pretty much. Like
Hey, nobody can explain in the month to the gay people. I'm gonna add that as a rule. Gay people are not allowed to know.
Nobody talks about the muff.
See, now you just made that, but there's no rule around it original. I may add a rule. I can add rules all the time. We've already been editing the rules.
So this is what AI says about in the month and what in the month means. So the phrase in the month can mean different things depending on the context. Number one, the month refers to a field attempt to catch or possess the ball, usually on return. So in the month could refer to moments during a game when the ball is loose due to a month catch, historical context, or fashion context. A month.
Watch The Sopranos, you'll figure it out. Do you guys remember when we first stayed in this house? We had Uncle Jim's pictures of it. It was for the icon of the house. I know the
Okay, so this is in the month, or this is the Urban Dictionary word. The month, as defined by Urban Dictionary, refers to female genitalia, specifically the vulva or pubic area. It's a slang term considered older, and also used in dictionaries with similar meanings. Y'all are nasty, so we're in a woman's vagina, and is that what this word about? I gotta go.
That's not nasty. It's a beautiful place. You know what? As much as you might hate it now, right?
You can't handle the truth.
You can't have the bullets, but like, listen, don't be so selfish.
This is gross. We're saying vagina juice isn't. Yeah, it's just an expression, who cares? Wow, I will never look at this room the same again.
We're just lucky to call it the vulva. I knew from the beginning, from when you were. I think most of us did. You know, I don't think anybody's ever told Scarlett. Oh, she know. I don't know. I think she legitimately thought it meant earmuffs, so she likes to put on earmuffs when we start talking with her. I love that you had an epiphany today, Mother. I'm so grateful to have been part of this journey with you, that you learned today on Clubhouse what some things I take over.
So okay, is this a new term? Like, where did this come from? This is from like the 80s? I know Roger's story. It'll be the second time I ever heard this word.
74.
No, you hear that? Where you just know freaking 70s film. It sounds more like 80s than where the first person word.
Have you guys never heard the term buff diving?
Yeah, so you heard this murder, which is their first name.
But in The Sopranos, there's a scene where he's like, oh, June's in the muff. And then he's like, what? He's like, did I say muff? And then he fucks with him the whole time. Yeah, because like Italian gangsters, they make fun of you if you go down on pussy. Italian gangsters are like young black guys. They don't need pussy.
Well, I would just say if we cut Medicare and Medicaid by $400 billion, I don't think it's going to impact many muffs at the OBGYN. That's just my opinion.
That made me so. Folks, I have a question for you. Have you thought about a theme song for In the Muff? No, look. I don't think so. I suggest. Well, okay. I will suggest. Go ahead. Ronnie Day, James Tilo, Holy Diver. I think that could be your theme song. Joe. Play Joe. Oh, Joe, you want to dial that up for us? I'm not
odd, ominous beginning.
I don't remember the beginning. It's like, yeah, I don't know. What's the second?
Denmark, you're gonna ruin my. You're gonna trigger my copyright warnings on YouTube, Denmark.
So, how many seconds?
I usually try to turn it off immediately. 4 to 5 seconds, you're cooked. 15 seconds, they nuke your account, and your whole career is over.
Well, in the documentary, I have at least a year to prepare for the
See, John, don't fuck around, bro.
Denmark, have you seen my YouTube account?
I'll get branded. Sure. Does it have anything to do with Black Sabbath? Go ahead.
No, nothing to do with Black Sabbath. You know how Brian James Dio was famous for the devil horns? Where you get from the devil horns? That actually is an Italian thing to ward off spells on you or curses. And it's called a longer. And he started doing it, and everybody knows devil horns. And it's something that is old Italian ritualistic thing. Let's call it a longer.
So now, yes, I've been better. When I was learning to drive the bus for the metropolis, I thought, okay, so when I was a student, they said, okay, we'll get back into the late 90s there, because we're taking it back to the bars from then. The lessons are for it. I jumped up and started to get back, and I just want to hear people laughing. Because I was like, are they laughing at me or what? Like that. And I kind of dedicated the probationary period to my deceased maternal aunt, too. So I heard it a couple of more times after I graduated, and I Googled the symptoms that I heard, and they said that it was a black mirror often found in Hispanic cultures, which they would look at it. I think it was the Aztecs or some one of the other ones. They would look in the black mirror to cheat and to be able to tell the future.
Who? The Mexicans did that? We talking about?
To look in the black mirror and to cheat so that they could look into the future, because when you're driving the bus, I use all the mirrors possible. And for some strange reason, I looked up in the mirror and I just was like, I didn't know what was. I think God is telling us that she's a sick thing. She sees ghosts or something. She sees ghosts. It's something in another culture. It's called the black mirror that tells you to the future. That's because I was looking at the symptoms, like that. Because I swore
She's talking about one of the Aztec gods. What's his name?
Really?
Sex or something? I don't know what the
You sure she's not talking about Ilamataka? I didn't know. I kind of Googled
what god is it? What they called it?
I don't know. She's talking about some Haitian shit. She's talking about Haitian shit. She's talking about some Haitian shit. We're gonna be sacrificing fucking animals.
Yeah.
Chicken.
So real quick, right? So the Aztec people in Mexico did have like a god that sounds very similar to that, right? That was a reference to like a city and dark areas and stuff. They didn't believe in that. They essentially they would have used a specific god, and he would show you use the mirror to look into the souls of people and to get the future. Like that is actually a thing. I'm just trying to think if we're talking about the same guy or we're talking about different people.
I Googled it on the symptoms and it came up with what you said.
We're talking about kind of the experience of looking at research.
I mean, time shut down for this?
Yes. But it's actually interesting because it's different. I'm sure.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That's what I was just alluding to tracking off of someone else that's just supposed to be for me. And I put that on you because I wanted more.
Girl, your braids are too tight. Girl, loosen up them braids. I actually appreciate your contribution. I don't think most people know about this guy.
I know. I mean, once I played it off as I was happy.
What you
really? I thought I would hear anything.
I think we should really do a fun fact Thursday, or like a trivia Thursday, where everybody finds a fun fact and then we share it. I love shit like this. Like, I think it's fun.
Yeah.
Alright, give me a fun fact about the gay man cooking. Go ahead. But I'm not mentioning him. How would I know that?
What? I can't believe you like that.
Don't be racist.
How many seconds of music can we play? Because I want you guys to hear this song.
How about 5 seconds?
Alexa, play.
I swear to God, like, what the fuck is this? He doesn't like the Arabs, but he's going to church and speaking Arabic.
And then some of them are probably good. You know what I mean? Like, dude, you know what I mean?
No, I don't know. No, wait, I'm not here. What do you mean? Wait.
No, that's it. That is
vacuum.
No, that's holy diver. That is holy diver.
Do you guys want to know fun facts for today? Okay, so which country has more pyramids than
Mexico. Colombia. Guatemala.
Whatever it is.
Go ahead, John.
Okay, thank you. I asked Greg the following. This is on X platforms. How much does the federal government, states, and local government spend annually on education, including pensions? Break down by monthly budget. Also, tell me the best way to enhance education while cutting annual budgets by 50% to pay down the national and state debts. This is Greg's reply. U.S. federal government spending is $195 billion annually on education. FY 2025. States spend $400 billion annually. Local governments spend $400 billion annually, with $60 billion in teacher pensions, mostly state funded. Total for at $1.1 trillion a year, or $88 billion a month. To enhance quality while cutting 50% slash administrative bureaucracy. It eats up 30 to 40% budgets. Implement universal vouchers for competition. Integrate AI and online learning to reduce costs. Prioritize core subjects and merit-based teacher pay. This boosts outcomes via efficiency per studies from your region. So that's what X Platforms is telling us. I'm glad I could share that with all of you, and I hope you enjoyed your evening.
Thank you, John. And so the educators have no response to John, otherwise we will go to Beth. Okay, go ahead, John. May I ask, what do you like to do for fun?
How does it get to the other people today? Like, we couldn't understand what, so like, you can become radioactive and start emitting that radiation yourself, and then you can quote unquote infect other people because radiation spreads because it's a chain reaction. The runaway chain reaction rate.
And can you explain to them the way that you can do that brainwave with a microwave? It doesn't think like it, it's like Havana syndrome, but can you explain how you can do that?
Oh, yeah.
With a microwave?
Yeah. So there's something like resonance phenomena with microwaves and proteins and DNA, despite what's popular, conspiracy theorists online would tell you that, hey, it's 5G coronavirus. Well, actually, those radio waves that you're emitting have a non-zero probability of damaging you. In fact, if you have the wrong mutation, there's a Yale study that says, hey, you're 4 times more likely to develop thyroid cancer. And Havana syndrome is basically 1975 amplified. 1975 in Moscow, the American Embassy in Moscow was hit with directed microwave radiation, resulting in the first documented example of quote-unquote Havana syndrome, which is something similar to concussions being present in your brain.
having experienced a concussion. So if they hit just the right kind of frequency, it can create just the right kind of destruction in your cells. And so over time, the Russians cook you like something in a microwave. And so it's hard to defend against this. And lots of, if you want to know what else it's called microwave ablation. I think it's called microwave ablation. So it's using ultrasound, I believe, and microwaves to direct energy into tumors inside the body. So if they can destroy tumors inside the body using this, like a laser beam, half a mile, 2 feet, it really doesn't matter.
Don't fuck with the CIA, John. To answer the other question though, like how does it spread? When the body dies, it begins to decay faster, and then when that happens, you know how you start to smell shit. Like when people have to open, like say a suicide victim, for example, they open the window before they kill themselves because they'll be like, I don't want the smell to get out, but it gets out anyway. So that, like, a person with plutonium, right, that shit spreads. It would spread all, like, everywhere. So what they do, for how long exactly, but a pretty fucking long time.
Oh, see, I didn't know this. See, you bring good fun facts.
I tried. I got another one. You all want another one?
I have a question. What's the half-life of plutonium? That's a hard question.
I heard when I read it lasts about a decade, I believe. It could go longer depending on what the material is of the plutonium. What I read up on a guy. His name was Brian Simmons, and he had gotten caught with radioactivity and working at this nuclear facility. It was a nonprofit nuclear energy facility. And they were touching these radioactive plates, which had this black powder, and it fell out. And all they had were like rubber gloves and nylon jackets and goggles. That was it. They didn't have anything else, and they got contaminated.
So this is the other. Well, I'll leave more time for responses this time. But what is the fattest organ in the human body? Skin. That's the largest. Did they say that? The skin's the largest human organ.
It's fattest.
The fattest.
Oh, well, when I heard the fattest, I thought the largest.
Oh, no worries. You're still wrong, though. All right. The answer is, wait, y'all want time to guess?
I guess the intestine, because if you're
you know what? Why don't you just ask a trivia question and then just blurt out the answer 10 seconds later? That would be much more fun. What's the expression of life in the body? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Any final guesses? Go right ahead. Okay, it's the human brain. The human brain is 60% fat. It says the brain. So I got a question. You said the brain was? Shit, I didn't hear it. I'm sorry. Mother, I got a question for you. Mm-hmm. What's 831 times 1,000? Why are you asking me dumb questions, Roger?
You only have to know that if you're running for Congress in the District of Illinois.
I can't believe people are actually giving this man money. What do you mean? You don't like what people are saying? I think the statement it speaks for itself and equally enough. I mean, I guess it's the same. People donate money for chicken good. So I guess hold on. I remember when a fucking guy that was a real estate tycoon and then a social media host of a show got involved in politics, and everybody said he didn't have a chance, and next thing you know, he's ran in 3 elections and he's won 2 of them. I mean, okay, just give him a chance.
Hey John, do you know James Snyder?
The guy that shoots people in the face?
I was just gonna say, have you ever ran into him in your career and on your way to Congress?
Clubhouse. I've run into him on Clubhouse, and I think he's a patriotic American, and he shares some fun stories, and he has shared some great insight into his political endeavors and his interactions with his Republican GOP in his area. And so, I think you should honor all speakers on this app because everybody can play their little role.
I think what we should do is invite James Snyder and get that guy Myth back, because James Snyder has shot somebody and Myth has been shot. I think that would be a fun conversation.
So, any more fun facts today? Roger, can we do a trivia Thursday?
No, you asked that before and I told you it's a bad idea.
Why is it a bad idea?
Because people have access to Google and they would cheat.
Oh shit, you're right. We didn't talk about this. I forgot. It's been a long day. I'm sorry. We'll talk about this early.
It's okay.
Random trivia, nobody used Google. Who's the highest ranking official at a homicide crime scene?
Sir, unless there is detective placed in jurisdiction. Chief detective.
This is just a local homicide, not federal or kidnapping involved. Guess again.
The lieutenant? The sergeant?
Last call.
Damn, I don't know.
Dexter Morgan. Coroner. The coroner is the highest rank. The body cannot be removed without the coroner's approval.
What? I didn't realize
The coroner can literally tell all the lieutenants, captains, if the chief was there, the coroner could tell them to leave.
Well, that's not necessarily what you asked. You said who's in charge of an investigation.
Well, the highest ranking. No, I didn't say in charge. I said who's the highest ranking.
True, but still at the investigation.
No? Message sent off and not message received.
We need better fun facts from those better. But actually, I didn't know that either, so that's a big deal. I guess that's good. I don't like what
Do we have any FDR fans in the house? Anyone fan of FDR? No? No FDR fans.
Are you not a fan of him?
Well, are you?
Believe it or not, are you talking about Franklin Delano Roosevelt?
Yeah.
Actually, that is the cousin of mine.
Okay, well, then let me ask you a question. Hold on. May I ask you a question? Since you're so familiar with him. What is your favorite of his Japanese internment camps?
Oh, no, I only paid attention to the landmark to connect the dots. Hyde Cemetery, Hyde Park. I only paid attention to that. I didn't get to deep details about, the type of games that he played.
What's that high-pitched whistling noise that accompanies you, Connie, when you're speaking? Is that like a sound weapon in the background?
Oh, that is the pipes. I'm in an apartment. That's the pipes.
Oh, really? You need heating
I
in the
got the door
summertime?
open to monitor it.
Is it New York?
No, it's Washington. I'm sorry, it's Silver Spring.
Don't dox yourself.
As your attorney, I urge you not to answer.
Yeah, don't dox yourself. As weird as you are, I will protect you.
Oh, God. The county's so huge, they'll never find you.
Well, they've narrowed it down.
So
But you're right. You're right. But I mean, I've seen him in, what do you call that? The waiting room. He's pretty cool. He doesn't have time to dox anybody.
The problem is the whole fucking room is listening.
Oh, that's true.
But I'm looking for it's already on my Instagram and Facebook.
You're totally right. There's nobody that's listening other than the two people that were talking. Nobody on this app would ever have bad intention to do something called doxing.
Hey,
In fact, I should have raised it as a rule because it never happens. Why even have a rule forbidding it?
Okay, but the truth to that is the county is already listed on my Facebook.
All right, go ahead, watch yourself. I'm going to modify.
I'm public figure.
Hold on. I am going to modify rule number 2 to say no doxing unless you want to dox yourself.
But she doesn't start troubling. Roger, come on.
Oh my God, have you heard?
Who starts
Can I?
Okay, who is the most problematic person in this space?
On the stage right now?
Yes.
Ooh, boy, that's gonna be a toss-up. I would definitely say the messiest person is Pockets, but
I didn't expect you to say Pockets. I was like, but I'm curious on the time scale because now or later.
Well, however you want to interpret it.
Hey, this is candidate Congressman John Kitover. I just want to read you a new Grok prompt I wrote. It says, what are the top 10 budget items of the U.S. government and break down each into more detailed analyses. Determine the best way to optimize the federal spend to optimize the economy. This is what Grok writes back. Top 10 U.S. FY 2025 budget items in billions proposed. Number 1, Social Security, 1.5 or 1,543 billion or 1.5 trillion. Retirement disability benefits funded by payroll taxes, optimized by raising the retirement age and means testing. Number 2, other mandatory, 1 trillion for veterans income support, streamline administration, reduce fraud. Number 3, net interest, 969 billion. Debt payments cut via deficit reduction. Number 4, Medicare, 936 billion. Senior health, negotiate drugs, promote preventative care like going to the gym. Number 5, non-defense discretionary, 995 billion. Education health, prioritize high ROI investments. 6, defense at 850 billion. Military, enhance efficiency, cut waste. Number 7, Medicaid, 587 billion. Low-income health, focus on outcomes, reduce overutilization. Number 8, VA, 163 billion. Veteran care, integrate with private sector. Number 9, HHS, 134 billion. Public health, invest in R&D for growth. Number 10, education, 82 billion. Schools aid, boost STEM for workforce. To optimize the economy, redirect to infrastructure. R&D, boost GDP by 1 to 2x return. Reform entitlements for sustainability, cut regulations, subsidize, promote high-skill immigration, aiming for 2 to 3% annual growth while curbing deficits. I hope you enjoyed that information injection.
I think it's interesting that all of them, they're, got their hand out for R&D. I wonder if that's a self-serving thing to have R&D for AI.
John, if you could just check your back channel, just have a suggestion for you, minor improvement for your Grok and other tools. If you personalize it a little bit, given what you're trying to achieve, I think the custom instructions that I provided there, or if you choose to continue the conversation on your own, you can probably get better results going forward. So I highly recommend you check it out by then.
Do you want to just give me like a 3-sentence summary real quick?
No, because you have to type it in, but I can give you an example of what it's saying. So, for example, the prompt started with, I want to draft custom instructions for a candidate congressman designed to balance political messaging, discipline, policy depth, public relatability, and responsiveness. But we want it to win, or at the very least, make a splash. So enhance all of the following. And then I give kind of a draft of what I think. One of them, for example, core outputs. Candidate congressman custom instructions include number 1, lead with clear position. Start every response with a direct, memorable statement of stance or intent. Number 2, confidence score. End with a 0 to 100% rating plus short rationale. Clarity plus concision. Keep responses tight, punchy, and free of jargon. Explain technical terms in plain language. So that set of custom instructions, I use a similar set, but mine is customized for a CEO of a biotech company that wants to disrupt shit and piss off a lot of people while helping a lot of people in medicine, right? So there's an example so you can kind of compare the two.
Plain language.
No, he's doing a great job so far. I'm actually quite impressed. So if you drop me a link or something, I'll even donate.
Wow.
The link was pinned above.
Okay, I'll track it down if it's in the chat, or you can just send it.
We'll get it pinned back up there.
Help you. Read it, for God's sakes.
What's the link? What's the link that needs to be pinned?
It's in John's bio. I can't do it. I'm driving.
You can't actually. I'm gonna You can't put it. You can't copy it from my profile, which is the challenge.
Oh, okay, I see. I see. Well, no, that's okay. I'll just take a screenshot. No, if that's the link, then I'll take a look. Thanks.
Let me see if I can put it in the chat. Okay, it's in the chat. You can copy and paste it from there.
John, what was Brad doing? What was he saying?
I mean, I let everything go. I think everything is just for a day. I'm more than happy to stir the pot on the day that the pot is stirred. But, you know, the next day I like fresh food. So that's just me.
There you go.
John, why does pasta sauce taste better the second day?
I'm not sure why you think it tastes better the second day. Maybe it's just because leftover food, you know, feels good.
Because all the seasonings have had time to kind of settle and marinate.
Yes, I would say that they were able to mellosh together and create a more composed sauce by letting it rest in the refrigerator overnight.
Exactly.
Okay, I get it. Well,
You can tell now he cooks. You can tell.
But your pasta should be made fresh.
Well, I will say the rule in this house of not bringing in other rooms' drama into this room is a great way to be in the now.
How long can we keep it that way?
Well, it depends on the discipline of following the rules. I think earlier we allowed some rules to get broken, and we just have to have more discipline about enforcing the rules.
So currently, is there a list of people that are not allowed on stage? Because
No, not according to me. The only person that I moved down was Time Shark, because he's a time suck. But other than him, I don't have a list.
okay, so Rich is allowed. Okay.
Well, hold on. Has Rich been allowed? I thought he owed apologies and he had to agree that he was going to abide by the rules. If he could do that, he can.
He was in here in your absence, and he told us that you had co-signed that.
I said that he needed to apologize to two people. One of those people might be you. The other person might be somebody else that is a doctor. And as long as those apologies are made, they don't necessarily have to be accepted. I just want to see some goodwill. And then an agreement to follow the rules. I think agreeing to follow the rules will cover a lot of it. But I just want to see if we can get him to humble himself enough to offer an apology. Because that would be fun for me.
Yeah, my apology is spelled Benjamin, and I have a Cash App available or a donation to John Kitover campaign.
Maybe no more than two or maybe one of these kind of characters on some stations as well.
Charlie, you actually have Cash App? I didn't think they allowed white girls to have those.
So there you go, John. $20.
Well, thank you.
Can I? If you're serious, I'll actually support you much more. So just keep delivering.
Thanks. It's definitely a Clown House team effort. Positive mojo vibration here has really pushed me and propelled me forward by crafting the environment, and I'm responding, and I will work hard, and I really appreciate the donation to campaign.
Well, thank you for your service, and thank you for your continued service to one of the most important nations in the world. So thank you for bringing such an important mission. I really appreciate it, even though I'm just a Canadian. So thank you again.
Going back to the pasta, how do you guys do it with the noodles? Do you let the noodles sit in with the sauce, or do you wait?
Marquis, hold on 1 second. FYI, you may need to check the rules on the donation page to make sure you didn't violate any of those. I don't know, it has something about
Well, if he is Canadian, you just have to return the funds.
Okay.
I'll start a super PAC thing. Give me a few days.
Well, there's a residency card.
I was thinking about the PAC idea. I
Yeah, I agree.
If you want an answer to the pasta operation. Okay.
Well, I mean, again, just like when you put the noodles in the sauce once they're al dente, or wait until the sauce is done. Because I don't like it when it's all watery.
Okay. Now you want to do what they do is on the pie. And it's the process of finishing your foods. So what you do is you add your sauce.
Wait, why did you call it sauce? Is it gravy?
No, that's a Jersey. Come on, I know what you think that they do that. No, it's not great.
Okay, well, tell me where you understand.
Yeah, well, I'm in Maryland, I'm from New York, but no, I'm not from New Jersey. And I, maybe have some problems that Italian related, I would say. But anyway, mangiare is the method for finishing your pasta. So you boil your pasta with salt only, never put olive oil in, and never rinse your pasta because you're rinsing off all starch. Yeah, so that's not what I'm looking for. Starch. The starch is what makes the sauce adhere to the pasta. So you take your pasta and then you do some saute pan, you put some sauce in it, and at very high heat, you throw in the pasta, you stir it carefully, coat the pasta, then that's called finishing it mangiare, and then you flake it, and that will make all of your pasta taste better. You use that method.
Okay. So that's what italiano. You put in the oil just so the noodles don't stick, but
No, never put oil on pasta. Parlo italiano con il vino dei 2 anni. Rule number 11 in English. Oh, yeah. I broke a rule. I didn't realize. Sorry, guys.
it's all set. They're not mansplaining something in Italy in Italian.
It's the Ashe.
Well, and to be fair, we are going to write the English open thing. Your European languages will be the first exception.
Time out, speaking Italian, time out. You're fluent in Italian? I love it.
I've lost what the Italians would tell them by the accent. I kept the accent. Living in Italy, you learn it quick when you're a kid.
How long did you live in Italy for?
Excuse me?
How long did you live in Italy for?
Like, probably 10 to 13, more or less. Tuscany, Roma, my fellowship in South Italy. But we were living, when we came to the States, we were living in Tuscany, which is in Rome. It's close to Piazza Santa Maria. And it's beautiful. Yeah, the big Christmas tree. If you have 3 black folks in the room, it's amazing to walk outside of, especially Italy. The culture is amazing. And it expands your horizon. Anybody, why anybody, Americans should get down on this country for at least a month.
Yeah, I agree with that.
I'll be out of the country next week. Where are you going to, Mo?
I'm going to Vancouver, BC.
Are you using a cash app?
I don't understand the difference, but
This is Carlos cash app. Vancouver, boy.
yeah, I love Vancouver. It's a very clean city. It's so clean, it actually starts changing your mind a little bit around spending money to keep the city. It's a better experience than the human shit on the sidewalk in San Francisco.
It's really that bad, huh? Mo?
It's legit human shit.
my way back home. And the first major town I hit was Bowie, which Bowie is the right like for snow removal and everybody has to stay in the house. And I was like, thank God, green grass, artificial green grass and bad sidewalks. New York City, a lot of the boroughs don't even have sidewalks. I mean, it's 2 steps from the gravel to the sidewalk is literally nothing.
Yeah, I want to complain about the sidewalks too in Chicago. They got these bike lanes everywhere, and they got these stupid little curbs that come out and cause a fucking traffic jam.
I just want to say this just for austerity, because you might be recording, so as Mojo said, send me the refund and I'll send the donations through my American corporation. No problem. I think that would be fine. So unless there's another problem that I just fucking know at this point. I just want to say that your soldier was an addict. I should have been more careful with the reading. So my apologies, but thank you, Mojo, for being on top of it.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll log in shortly and I'll get the refund for you.
So that's one reason why they got a lot of bike lanes is because U.S. Department of Interior implemented it and paid for it. And you'll see bike lanes even alongside highways and Woodrow Wilson Bridge. You know, they even have a bike lane on it. So that's why they have it. Because I remember I did a tip assignment there. So I was just going over to see how many bike lanes had been implemented and how many bike lanes I had already seen, you know, in the Washington D.C. area. But yeah, it's been implemented, so it's kind of like mandatory. But if you do not in D.C., if you do like rideshare, you better have a camera because those bikers are just atrocious and terrible.
Well, these bike lanes have taken up a lot of parking. They're eliminating 40% of the parking in all these businesses that they're already charging for the parking. I mean, it's this Green New Deal is a waste of time, a waste of money. You can't snow plow the bike lanes in the winter, so they just sit there full of snow. It's, you know, these people that run cities, they do not know how to optimize or efficiently run cities.
Honey's right about the sidewalks being a factor. Memphis is number one. I was surprised when I read it this. Memphis, Tennessee ranks number one, having the highest rates of pedestrian fatalities. We had this discussion in a room recently. We actually had somebody that lived there, and it's simply because there's no sidewalks. And it's just that they have like it's like, look, no sidewalks.
Yeah, well, you know what else there isn't? There's no more money in the treasury. There's $37 trillion in debt. Those are receipts, but other than that, there's nothing there. Does anyone think the gold is actually in Fort Knox? Is there any gold in Fort Knox?
Yeah, I think there's actually more gold than they report because all those governments that you overthrew, they are reporting their gold missing. So I suspect it's actually much more problematic than anyone wants to audit. So, but that's my suspicion.
Yeah, there's that famous photo of Tom Cotton and the truckload full of gold from Sodom.
Yeah, we three kings be stealing gold.
So in Clown House summation, we have learned that every day is like every other day, just a repeat of the other day. Welcome to Clown House.
It's not every day, not without even mentioning names, where someone might be considering seeking legal and/or law enforcement assistance and holding someone accountable for saying dangerous things.
Well, I believe that it's a roast, and tomorrow the roast will continue. I have no doubt that today's show will be tomorrow's show, and yesterday's show will be tomorrow's show. It is the same pattern every single day, and the only way, in my opinion, to break that pattern is to read what's called a book, which is a forced dialectic or an external hard drive injected into a social audio channel instead of never-ending heated conversations and road raging. It's called a book. Maybe we should try it again in the month.
This is a good book by Spencer. It's called Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself.
If you check my PTR right now, I just refresh my image. It's writing is thinking. And too many people are doing something like cognitive offloading into the AIs. Even early studies now with like doctors who are gastro, and I can't even say the word. Several doctors' studies show that if they do enough cognitive offloading, they actually become worse at diagnostics. So this idea of letting the AI think for you, that's like saying, hey, I'm not going to lift weights, the robot will lift weights for me. Well, then how are you going to get healthy, right? So might be something to add to your arsenal there, John. This article here says, kind of outlines some of the big problems. And you're always the one mentioning this, that people don't do enough thinking. And I feel guilty because I've been introducing these tools to people. And as we know, in chillism, there's several people who refuse to think for themselves. They're like, no, I'm just going to let the machine do all the thinking. So it's quite a tragedy.
Have you ever encouraged the people over in that room to like read a book?
I've tried. I've tried to encourage, like, for one of the people, Lion, I've been talking to him about a single paper for 2 years. And it's a paper about evolution, about molecules, how life started from inorganic molecules. And has never, I suspect he's never even clicked on the link. I suspect he's never opened the paper. He hasn't even done an AI overview. So that's the kind of friction that I'm up against in that room.
I think you do represent an interesting dynamic, though. It's like you got the smartest guy on the app, which you'll probably reject that title of, in the stupidest room on the app. And so it's a very weird dynamic.
It is, actually, but I go there for the tongue twisters because I have to do speech therapy. And now that I work in a hospital with my technology, I have to like tell doctors big words and stuff. And so whenever I mention anything in that room, it always falls on deaf ears because I'm saying something technical and perhaps tangent to what's being discussed. And most people don't appreciate it, but I'm there for a very selfish reason, although I do try to make what I say valuable to people. That's the kind of the nature of my attendance in that room. And John always gives me shit for it, rightfully. So it is sometimes like Clown House in there. Very, very, like, I think there should be an app called Clown House made by John, and that could be itself a political movement. That's a good idea. That's a really good idea.
It's not a good idea because you're already on Clown House, so it's already happened right now.
5 seconds of music, 5 seconds, I guess.
Hold on a second. I want to ask Io a question. Io, if you were to play a real world version of Oregon Trail, but let's say you're just boldly going to some new place and you had to fill your proverbial wagon with 4 people from chillism to help you survive some mission where there's going to be unknown threats. Who's the 4 people you pick from chillism to help you survive?
Oh shit, chillism?
Okay, so Ryan's wife is a nurse. So I'd probably take a nurse. There's some medical professionals, Lady Lion, the better half of the two. That would be one. The three other, I really think, and I don't know, but that's like I'll have to think about the other three. So give me a few minutes.
Maybe just the three fattest people, so you'd have people you could eat as they die along the trip.
Oh shit! Okay, I didn't know it was that kind of trip. But that's a good point. I forgot that the Oregon Trail was treacherous. Donner Party.
Yeah, I've only been in two of them a couple of times, but it's sort of like a room of self-loathing, masochistic misanthropes. I don't enjoy it.
On a good day, it's a change. On a good day, it's a circus.
We have no shortage of weirdos over here, though, for being honest.
Hey Joe, I got a sandwich on the vegetable block, but you have to like lox. You like lox?
I love lox.
Okay, so listen. Whole Foods makes a package of croissants. There's 4 in a pack. You get the croissant, you put it in the oven just to warm it up. You put olive oil in the pan, and you get those thin slices of lox. You don't cook heavy, light, and great tomatoes, cut them up, or any tomatoes. Just enough for a sandwich, and you let it sit in there in the olive oil. Then you move it over. You're not frying these lox, you're just warming them up. And you take a couple of eggs, maybe 1, 2, maybe 2, 3, depends on how much you want. And you put oregano, maybe some Italian seasoning, some pepper, whatever else you want. That's the basic. And then you take that croissant out, cut it open. If you like, put some Philadelphia cream cheese. There goes the most delicious sandwich.
You know what? I like the composition. I will try that out. That sounds very good.
That's right. All the Mama Luke's in the house.
Tell me, have you ever had a colatello di cebolla?
Yeah. Time off.
You know, when I was a kid, I remember I was fanatic about gnocchi. But
no, I haven't. I won't forget that.
Colatello is very much like prosciutto, and the colatello means little ass in Italian, and it's from a portion of the pig that's very small. That's why they call it little ass, and it is the most buttery, delicious salumeria that you could ever have. If you like prosciutto and you have the colatello, if you can find colatello di Zabello, you should try it.
Put it in the chat for the folks.
I'll find a link and I'll put it in there.
Yeah, and then anybody go to Italy, go to South Italy, and you'll have like buttery mozzarella, buffalo mozzarella. And Moses, you like the sisters' Italian food. They look Italian.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, well, yeah. You like the sisters, right?
You know, I used to. There's a white girl on this app. She's so cute.
Where you don't have to give away, but what part of America, like what area? Does she live?
I would never say.
Well,
wise man.
Shooting your shot is good.
I put the link in there for you guys. Let's have a look.
Junior would definitely have a problem with that.
Joe, you ever bought a pound of gabagool?
In gabagool? Yeah, I have. And gabagool is a stupid thing to say when you can say gabagool. And I wasn't calling you stupid. I was calling gabagool stupid.
Teach Mojo how to say it the right way. Say it the right way, Joe.
Say mozzarella.
Mozzarella. Forget about.
So Mojo, for this weekend, I'm not sure I want to download Chatter again. I guess I can try on a burner phone, but they deleted my account, John Kitover, so there's still a lasting sting to have that account deleted. But I would love to transition, pivot, clone, and redistribute the Mojo experience across multiple platforms.
Yeah, let's make that happen. I wanna see if we can pick up a buzz across these different platforms. I'd really like to stir up fan base. All 12 people that might show up. That'd be fun. I'll actually reach out to Isaac Hayes and say, hey, would you be interested in participating in a room where someone running for Congress in Illinois is going to meet him? He would probably love that.
I'm pretty sure he knows my name, knows my face, but I would love that as well. And X, I think, is the biggest place where we can have the most fun because that's where the most insane anti-Semite, Jew-hating, racist scumbags live by the thousands.
Well, you know what's going to be great about that is that the challenge is I nuked my fucking own account. It was becoming like I was spending. You think I spend time on here? I can spend time on here and multitask, but I was doing this thing over there where like I wanted to be the first to comment, so I could really pay attention to it, and it was too much. I had to fucking. But there's some people on there that if we reconnect with them, they do the very kind of spaces that would of all people, Stephen Baker would be good to connect with over there. Plug into a community of people that want to reduce the debt, or at least save it.
Well, you need to create a Mojo experience account, and I have many X accounts with many followers. So any content you create, I can retweet and vice versa. But we can rapidly grow your account to where we should be able to get seen in the open X spaces.
I like it.
I have a Discord, but I don't use it much. Is there anything happening there for something like this?
Discord is where the planning for these types of reads take place, and it's a very toxic environment for most people. Be careful on Discord.
Yeah, I just go for a writing. It's a writing workshop that we do that. That's it. I don't jump around. I don't even know how to use it really.
Yeah, Pepe likes to say he came out of the most racist rooms of Discord, and he was a neo-Nazi at the time. And his brother also has the stormtroopers insignia. So, every time Pepe gives a little lecture, just know that you may be communicating with somebody who you could consider an extremist.
Yeah, so he has a brother too, huh?
That was funny.
Like a twin Pepe, like a Pee-Pee.
Say it isn't so.
I call him Dr. Pee-Pee.
Pepe and Le Pew.
Mojo said once, he's like, John has all these recordings of Clubhouse users. If one of them does something awful or, it's like you got all this, digital signature communication. I don't think
You got
anybody.
your own Epstein list. It's awesome.
Yeah, I've created my own little hive of intelligence, but really it's not me. It's just Clownhouse. I'm just hitting live stream.
Well, most people, there are some people who technically can record all the streams at once. So, unfortunately, for whatever reason, Clubhouse leaves that door open to this day. So, you could, in essence, just be streaming all the rooms and ripping them all.
I agree, but since
you have to be in the room.
Since I'm running for Congress, I would like to set up more recording studios in my house to record even more Clubhouse. But the truth is, that's not what's going to win this campaign. And creating more targeted content, and I think using AI and Grok to create targeted content to read and then deploy, will go a long way. I mean, if we can give.
Well, if you want some help, I'm down to help you pro bono. If you want some technical support, I got you.
So, here's something that would be cool, is utilizing AI to go through all of the hours of content that he streamed, looking for particular either voice signatures where you're looking for the best of something, or just looking for a particular topic. Is that something that you would be able to help out with?
Easy peasy. Yeah, it's easy peasy.
That's easy peasy, huh?
Yeah, if you got the recordings, it's a matter of just processing them, and then it's just a matter of tokens. One thing that you could do is make a specific section in your political campaign for funding AI tools. That would actually probably be the most transparent and open way of addressing this. You're like, look, here, I need money for these AI tools, so I can give you the best bang for your buck, right? And then you could probably even apply for a Grok to get unlimited access as a senator or a senator candidate or Congress candidate, which is what Grok and ChatGPT offer to government workers, federal workers. So there's probably like an email that you could write to get kind of like, $100,000 in monthly tokens, which is what they give to startups. So that would be a real possibility to just get $100,000 each from like NVIDIA, ChatGPT, Google. Each of these companies can do that for you. So there's probably many creative ways of doing that, but it would just be a matter of getting those kind of processing. So I think for like an hour processing audio projects, that would be bucks. So depending on how much the aspiring congressman has hours, you can just roughly calculate what you need. And the costs are always going down, so there's probably many ways of focusing that as well. But if John can give me like an estimate of how many hours he has, I can probably give you an estimate of how much it would cost.
So many possibilities. I like it. That was actually one of the smarter things I've ever heard on Clubhouse.
You are sliding deeper into the muff.
Joe, I've told you this many, many times, and I was probably only heard it half a dozen times ago, but I believe that he's the smartest person on all of this.
Well, yeah, but the idea of running a campaign using AI teams and taking and creating small language
talk about your campaign. Great. Speaking of making you unstoppable, John, let's hear your stance there. Or, Mr. Kitover, there's been some talk at the time concern of the public of you recording those on behalf without their knowledge and consent. What say you to the privacy?
Yeah, privacy is a very important issue, and maintaining online anonymity, I would consider it almost a right, but many people are incapable of maintaining that anonymity because it's not easy to do. The Digital, Surveillance Act tied to the NDAA, which is $1 trillion a year, with their NSA facility in Utah, everything is recorded. Everything is put into these massive data storage centers to mine for future crime, potential terrorists, to look back and do research on crime or terrorism, hopefully. So I would just say that, if you have a complaint about me recording people on Clown House using vulgarity, racism, hate speech nonstop, well, I would just say the government's already doing it. So I'm just doing a duplicate or a duplication, and I don't cost anything, but the government is charging you $1 trillion a year to do this type of operation through the NDAA. So don't complain to me running for Congress. Go complain to your current congressperson or senator.
The name of the program is sexual art. It's intercept everything.
There you go.
So there is no privacy signals intelligence means
Complain to me.
They intercept and record them. Decrypt. They have all of the encryption keys. That's why they call themselves the equation group. And then the opposing group is called the shadow brokers. So that's kind of the players involved in the John just mentioned. Well, but as far as Clubhouse goes, you gave up your right in the terms of service of Clubhouse to be recorded. So you got nothing to stand in. These people who put in the profile write up that I don't want to be recorded. It's worthless. Doesn't mean anything. Exactly. But it gives them some false sense of security. It's silly. It's completely silly. I don't know what they're thinking.
I mean, people want to be titillated, and part of this ridiculous game is anonymity. But then you develop friendships and relationships with people off of this app. And, I just don't like to hang out with people who spend their day, doing homicidal ideation, making death threats for 30 minutes straight on this app. I don't know, that's just me. Those are the kinds of people I don't like hanging out with.
That's scary, Miles. Very scary. Well, with the doxing you're talking about, that's kind of what John is dealing with. So.
And Rohan is not a fan of my recording activities on this app, and it gets him very triggered when we discuss or interact. And I would just say, I've been to Australia. I studied at Bond University in Queensland, in the Gold Coast. I love Australia, and I love the Australian people. You guys got the greatest party island on the whole planet, you lucky dog, you dingo.
I probably with anybody who chooses to be able to record another person without any consent, and then take it further to be able to want to try and commercialize on another person's asset, which is their voice. I think it's pretty despicable. I think it's pretty low life. I think it's disturbing. It's one
giving consent towards, but I'd never gave you or anybody else consent to be able to stream. My thoughts and ideas for you to be able to commercialize on, and for that matter, I find it really disturbing that a person is really tending to become a congressman, knowing that it's actually breaking the terms of service and being disrespectful towards other people. I think it's disturbing.
Do you think that the title of this room covers that whole idea of people not knowing that they're being streamed? In the title of the room, it says that it's being recorded.
Yes, no. There's a function facility that's on the app itself, which can show whether a room's being recorded or not. The feature and function of that is not actually being displayed as being recorded. And the replays are off. But yeah, sure, I mean, somebody could be recording on set to actually make streaming.
I didn't know that. If it said streaming live to YouTube, do you think that would be a good display?
Look, I think we've discussed this point to the nth degree, to the point where it's almost dead and mute. But yeah, I appreciate that there are certain types of rooms where individuals are conducting themselves in really salacious manners. And I'll mention his name because his rooms are literally 24/7 filled with hate, vitriol, and discussions of terrorism and all that sort of stuff, and just outright racism and anti-Semitism, it all literally every day. So I think it's actually great that whoever chooses to
Go, eight more, baby. I didn't go 8 more, baby.
It's disturbing that any individual chooses to be able to expend so much time recording and live streaming with 50 plus mobile phones.
Didn't go 8 more, baby. I didn't go 8 more, baby.
Who does this? It's like,
Go 8 more, baby. I didn't go 8 more, baby. You know, I appreciate the criticism. I think it's maybe warranted, and I think you're a great critic. But I was working on a song while you were criticizing me, and it goes a little something like this. I didn't go 8 more, baby. I didn't go 8 more, baby.
Not the laugh. You were doing so good. You didn't at least one more.
I'm sorry. I just gotta tell you, like, you're a drama queen, and anything I recorded, if you think that something I recorded of you caused you a problem, why don't you just speak up and say what it was?
it's really simple. I'm telling you, I do not consent whatsoever to have my voice recorded or streamed by you or anybody else. Simple. If you break our request, then there may be consequences, and other people might have consequences if they choose to be able to say exactly the same thing. Yeah.
All right, well, it's duly noted. I'll put it in the complaint box. I mean, Clubhouse is not a complaint box depository. Nothing gets stored here. Like, your complaints are in some kind of ticketing queue or something with some kind of locator code. I mean, I hear you, and I apologize, but, I'll make my atonement on Yom Kippur, when I pray to Hashem, Rabbanu Shalom, and I'll ask for forgiveness from Hashem, not from you. Not yet. It's not Yom Kippur yet. I haven't come to you yet to ask for your forgiveness. So just be patient, okay? It's coming, Rohan.
I'm not even sure 2 words in the back job.
Well, I'll be looking for you on Yom Kippur. You'll be one of the first people I come try to find on Yom Kippur, okay?
John, I'll tell you what. Okay. Some people find me funny. I find that you're a joke. Nothing personal, of course.
No, I get it, but it takes a comedian to know a comedian, so you must have a great sense of humor. Thank you very little. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Would you say that what John's doing is similar to that somebody photographing you, something like that, right? Without you getting
Yeah, a person taking a photo of you and putting up on a website without your knowledge, sure. And look, I mean, that's perfectly legal, right, to be able to do. That's far as well, in some countries and states, I'm sure it's not as well, but yeah, this is an invasion of privacy. It's a lonely type of thing to do, really.
it kind of rubs me the wrong way, but don't worry about that. It kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit.
Do you feel that maybe if people knew, let me ask you a question, if people knew and were aware that what they were saying was being broadcast potentially out to other people and recorded such that people could actually record it, review it and listen over it and watch it over and over again, do you think that would inhibit people from speaking freely? Or would you think it would add to them actually being themselves? Right, okay.
I don't know if it would inhibit people or not, because this room's been live streamed today, and we've had people come in here. Right,
Yeah, but it's an illusion of comfort, though.
It's an illusion. It's really just an illusion.
You get comfortable, and if there was a mic right next to you, yeah,
Joe, you had something to say.
Yeah, I'm not sure that recording is proper. I think the commercialization of recording without its information is violent to copyright. And that could be a problem. The actual by people that might be recording and streaming on YouTube and they're making money. That could be a problem.
That's an additional issue. What I was talking about, how it may actually impinge a person's experience on here. If they actually knew that they were being recorded. A lot of people don't come up with.
He's a clubhouse purist, this guy, bro. You're such a clubhouse purist. It's so
Are you feeling triggered?
so profound and so professional. What a purist. This guy doesn't want to impinge people's experiences.
Okay, you do it again. I will move you. I have no hesitation in removing you. I get you. You're centered on here. That's great.
This guy is such a purist.
I get it, and that's awesome. You're funny in many different ways, but try not to be able to sit yourself just like a couple of minutes.
Hold it on to the center.
It's you, it's other people.
Hold it on to the center.
Okay, and impinge upon people's freedom, being able to speak. And this is effectively what it does.
Such a clubhouse
This is
purist.
my opinion. You do it with whatever you like.
What
But
an
Joe, you bring up a
incredible
really interesting point
purist.
on a legal issue. Let me add issue. And there's also the issue of people feeling inhibited about coming up on stage and talking, knowing that their thoughts are ideas and feelings, their voice are being recorded and streamed and then captured on YouTube and other platforms. This is a big issue. It impinges upon other people.
yeah, well,
you also did it once.
Yeah, I don't agree with an excellent point of it's the expectation of privacy. And people should have no expectation of privacy in Clubhouse.
Commercialization. I'm going to stop you there. There's a level, okay? There's a range that people can look at.
He's Australian. He's fucking crazy.
Making statements. Right, you have to come on here and expect to be able to have that privacy, total privacy. That would be ridiculous because you've already signed terms and conditions for the work. You know that. But it's not a binary issue. Do we agree on that?
I agree that it's problematic, and I don't endorse what John's doing, and I'm not going to give any excuses for it. I fucking looked at here. There are
happening on Clubhouse, I'm gonna be shocked, excited, and I'm gonna think that it's the best thing that could possibly happen to this campaign.
Winning again. We go from losing to winning, from losing to winning.
Are the people that are in this room. And so if his competitors decide to make a big deal of it, they'll basically say, hey, this guy exists. And then voters will have to contend with how they feel about it. Because once they know he exists, he's got an opportunity to convert them.
That's not a bad argument. If I was advising LaHood, I would say ignore John until he actually has a chance of beating him. So I would ignore it and I would hold that in my back pocket.
Well, that's why it takes political activists like you organizing a clown house to irritate LaHood into getting him to comment about the campaign to elect Congressman candidate John Kitover on X. Follow me on X at John Kitover IL, that's Illinois. Or click the link above. Give $100 right now and let's change the situation now.
Yeah, listen, here's something. If you think that voters would find this offensive, that what he's doing, go get links to all of the fucking content that he has, specifically about advertising that he's running for Congress, and send that to LaHood as well as the Democrat candidates and say, look at this character. You guys should do something about this. I would feel that would be the biggest contribution that you could do to the John Kitover campaign. The second best thing that you could do is you could fork it over for John Kitover.
Just real quick, I want to be open-minded for a second. John, I want to hear out what your policy platform is.
Sure, let me ask you first, though. How do you keep an open mind?
Being willing to hear out the ideas without immediately throwing them out.
So, hearing the ideas without immediately throwing them out, that's how you keep an open mind?
Yeah.
Okay, well, please proceed, XG.
Yeah, so I guess I'll start with some basics because I don't know what the fuck's going on. I'll make it that clear. So, one, what are you running for exactly? Two, why are you running for it? And three, what are some basic things in a summary you seek to achieve while you're running for it?
That's an awful lot of questions right now at 11 p.m. at night. I've been battling Brad all day long on Stolen Valor. So go to Instagram.com/John Kitover. Subscribe to me on Instagram, and we will set up a private call, XG. But please follow me on Instagram now. Thank you. I'm going to meditate for 10 minutes.
John, that sounds like a dodge.
That was a dodge. And then runs away. He's running away, Mojo. He's running away. He's running away. And Mojo, when you started your room, you didn't have the recording on. You kept it on because you just knew it was me.
Yep. And I was one of the biggest vocal critics of John Kitover. He can vouch for that. Others that have been in these rooms can vouch for that. And the game changed. And this is the thing that I think people need to recognize is that if we were having this conversation 3 months ago, we would absolutely have a strong point that, like, hey, we're in a room with no replays. This seems like a trashy move, and we're going to use all the tools that we have at our disposal. If we identify you, we're going to remove you from the room, yada, yada, yada. But even back then, if you think about it, he could have been recording those rooms without us knowing it, and then instead of doing a live stream, he could have put it up the next day. And the only reason we knew that it was live streamed is because we were getting a real live feedback loop. And so he could have modified his approach, and it would have been recorded and distributed, and nobody would have known. He's been very, very open about the fact that, yes, he's going to enter the room, he's going to stream the room. And I was the biggest target of this. Nobody on this app, in fact, all of the other people on this app combined don't add up to the targeting, the specific intentional targeting. The only other person that I think even begins to compete would be Adrian Dittman. And I think that's, it's me, it's Adrian Dittman, and then it's the field, right? But we were the top two for sure that were being targeted. When Paul and Rowan decided to change the system where you could pay to remain anonymous, allowing people to
person. They were essentially saying that we want you to do this, but we're gonna get you to pay to do it. And so they charge people for the anonymous feature. Now I think that if you have a complaint about that, I wouldn't take that complaint to John. I would take that complaint to Paul and to Roma. I think those are the people that you would want to complain about it to. But think about what you're complaining about. You're going to tell them, hey, you know that feature that you now have a few people paying $5 a month for? I think you should not offer that. And they're going to say, go pound sand. We're making, even though we're not getting rich, we're making a few bucks on it. They made that decision because they would like for somebody to stream it to a different platform, a more popular platform, in the hopes that it would bring more traffic to this app. They made that decision. When that happened, my mindset had to shift. Why? Because I live in a world where there are things that I can't control. That is one of the things that I can't control. So in this universe of things that I can and cannot control, I'm going to worry about the things that I can control. I'm going to not worry about the things that I can't control. And so, knowing I can't control it, I have to then say, well, what exactly is he doing? Let me understand it better. Maybe we can find a way where it's mutually beneficial. And that's what I've done. And by the way, the thing that won me over more than anything was the fact that, forget about the dumb shit we talk about. I mean, yes, you get a crash out here and there that, I've never gone back to listen to a replay of Bible shit ever in my life. Have I done that? What I have gone to listen to are the things that are happening in Amir's room. And what's amazing about this is we live stream terror plots and sexual trafficking that happens live on the Clubhouse app. I would argue that because Clubhouse records these rooms, they also know that terror plots and sex trafficking is happening in Amir's room, and they're allowing that to happen. I think they want it to happen. I think law enforcement agents love that it's happening. They're capturing so much evidence for people that are committing crimes. I mean, look, today we have people making threats. In other rooms, you have legitimate threats of terrorism, recruiting terrorists. The sex trafficking thing was beyond the pale. All of these things, super terrible. And John, who we once viewed as a villain, he's turned things around. I would say he's the Dark Knight. And until people, contend with this realistically, I don't know, what else you want to be said. He's the one guy that may lead to an arrest of terrorists on Clubhouse. There's nobody on this app that's done more, in my opinion, to combat terrorism on this app.
Yeah. He's a Dark Knight. Yeah. Okay.
I would say this, Mojo, that
I wouldn't say he's a Dark Knight. I'd say he's a team.
I would say this, Mojo, that hypothetical that John recorded Amir's room, submitted it to law enforcement, and they took enforcement action. That would be a good thing. At the same time, I could also see Amir taking civil action against John.
I mean, I don't really see what dealing with quote-unquote terrorism on Clubhouse at least does, especially when Twitter still exists and you have rampant neo-Nazis on that platform 24/7 openly spewing bullshit, but nothing ever happens to them. So, I mean, I don't understand what Clubhouse has to deal with it, especially when we have even bigger platforms that have even more crazy shit on there that's allowed.
No, I agree.
He can stream those as well.
I agree. I've streamed a lot of these JQ radio rooms, which are Jewish question radio rooms, where they sit there and, I mean, to me, it's shocking, but I guess on the internet, I think people's brains are, wondering how they can create the most insane, psychotic, scary stuff you've ever heard. And, X is full of it. Clown House, I think it's a small enough community where people can identify the road ragers. But even the road ragers don't do what they do on X. X is a different level of, insane, psychotic, like just really annoying people who can't have conversations and they are extremely obnoxious and petty and childish like. So it's annoying to listen, annoying to interact. But I love roasting them and going in there and just yelling at a bunch of these people, and then they see that I'm running for Congress or they think I'm a congressman. It creates a pot stir and shakes the hornet's nest. So I don't know if it has any value, because most people aren't going to pick up a book and there's no real education happening. It's like this dopamine word game of trolling and shocking. Like, what Brad did on the app today, the past couple days, like to me, that's, I think it's extremely questionable. And, but the way it impacts people and the Munchausen syndrome that it creates with people is also impressive to watch, because I think from like an animalistic perspective, when somebody goes on this crazy psychotic road rage homicidal ideation rant, it's like a silverback in an enclosure with all these female gorillas, and you see how behavior and conditioning influences people. And I'm just saying, live streaming all this stuff and recording all these human interactions, to me, is almost like a psychological observational study. And I'm learning from it. I hope people who watch videos learn from it. And I want to complement it with books that I have. I would really like to figure out a way. How can I get interested in the thousands of books I have surrounding me? And find the time or the desire to even want to read, because I got to say, human interaction is far more dopamine creating than the hard work of extracting information from reading a book. So Clownhouse is technologically innovating, but also in a way retarding.
Just real quick, Judge Mojo, I would like to call for all the words spoken about my client Brad to be struck from the record, please, as he's not present at the moment.
Yeah, John. The only thing is, if it was contributing to the people out here, everybody would take it different. But it's self-serving what you're doing. That's what's turning real off. To me, I'm more where Mojo is. It's like no big deal, but it does not rub me that well. It's a self-serving thing, and it's not serving.
Well, all I can say in my defense is this is a very strange game that I'm personally playing. Okay, to live stream myself 24/7 with a camera with 13 cameras in my face is a very weird prospect for me as a person who's doing this, because I'm really putting myself out there in a way which could be considered unprofessional. However, in my defense, I think being fully transparent, there will be some added benefit in the now, whatever that is. I think in a way I can do some type of a therapeutic service for people who come on here and do homicidal ideation, terrorism planning, and maybe even sex trafficking. Somehow question what they're doing and modify what they're doing. I don't know. It's a very complicated work.
It's just gonna piss them off. That's what it's gonna do.
I'm gonna go back to Ron's thesis on surreptitious recording. It's a problem, and you made it your problem.
Well, I've been accused. Well, people say that it's illicit recording. It's not illicit, it's explicit. And I try to be a gentleman, and I record a lot of profane people who do a lot of vulgarity, insane hate speech, racism. I mean, people like Pepe and other people who may cozy up to people, and now they're considered part of the clique because they talk to us. I have people saying really foul-mouthed stuff to the point where if there was an index of what everybody has said throughout all my recordings and you were to just hit the top 10, people would say, holy shit, because they have said things that are so vulgar, so profane, so obnoxious, that when you look at all the little snippets and you listen to what somebody's actually saying, you question their sanity, you question their motives, their intentions, their personality, their character. It's a lot of data on a lot of people. So that's why I say, if you come from a good place in your heart and you're communicating peace on this app, well, then you know what? Maybe you're a good person and you're in the
I think
clear.
it's really cute. I think it's really all lines, what you see from the person who chooses to be out without consent. It just sort of shows a red flag, which is the bullshit factor is through the roof.
It's not like I created some app or something. I'm just using YouTube to live stream myself, you know? It's just recordings. I don't know why it's a big deal.
I'm actually really curious as to how you would choose to psychoanalyze yourself as who spends literally years, not years, with multiple, like tens of mobile phones recording other people.
Oh, yeah, 50, 60 cell phones I have here in the home office, yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's more than weird. It's disturbing. But how would you?
I think I could call it. I could call it a form of OCD. I could call it OCD.
Look objectively at your behavior. How would you psychoanalyze yourself? Considering you're spending a lot of time invested in psychoanalysis.
That's asking too much.
It's all on video. It's all on. That's the beautiful part. If you want a great explanation, the best explanation is to watch the YouTube channels. Go to the YouTube channels for hours a day and just sit there and watch it, and that's the answer. Wow, I can't believe we recorded all this stuff. It's amazing. Holy cow. Who's crazier, the person recording the crazy people or all the crazy people in the recordings?
How would you psychoanalyze a person objectively who spends years of their life, right?
Well, I can very easily look at it subjectively, not just objectively.
I get it. Just hang on, John. Just chill out for a second. A person who sits in their room, usually 24/7, understands doing yoga and streaming himself whilst recording other people without consent on tens of devices. How would you psychoanalyze an app profile that particular type of person? Go for John Maxwell.
Okay, so the way I think I can look at it is by self-deprecating myself and unfortunately submitting myself to play the fool.
Try to be objective about it, please.
I am trying to answer your question genuinely. I put myself at a professional risk to record myself recording other people. So selflessness, kindness goes both ways. If you think I'm a selfless prick or an egocentric, narcissist, toxic, malignant person, you can't make that determination. That's an all or nothing position. As Mojo has stated in my defense, I have made recordings that are so devastating to some of these people because it is against the law what they're saying. So I have put myself at risk as a former military intelligence officer to bring light to a toxic problem on this app.
I'll ask you a direct question. I'd really appreciate it if you can give a direct answer. It's a bullshit offer. Go for it.
Okay, why don't you just repeat the question again? Because if you're just going to mute me in the middle of the thought stream, you're not going to get the full thought. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm helping you to continue on track, John. That's all I'm doing. Ask a specific question. How would you psychoanalyze a person who spends literally years recording themselves in their underpants, doing yoga, streaming other people without their consent? How would you psychoanalyze a person?
Okay, so I can respond. Okay. So I think there's two ways to look at this. If you look at the total body of work that I have submitted to the internet, aka YouTube and Instagram, it's 20,000 YouTube videos, 20,000 Instagram videos. In those videos, I have spent a lot of time doing subjective and objective uploading into YouTube. I've read a lot of books, and it's not just recordings of Clown House and people speaking here. There's a lot of creation and artwork that I've done in.
I'm not questioning what knowledge you have, and you are duck shoving again, and that's the reason why I've paused you and muted you. You're not answering the question. How would you, considering that you are good at psychoanalyzing other people, how would you profile a person psychologically who displays these particular traits?
Well, let them get it all out.
Yeah, okay. Then let me explain it this way. By doing this work, I have done like a self-actualization technique on myself. But prior to this, at the Citadel, which is a very intense military academy, every freshman has to go through an intense indoctrination process. You essentially become a mute. There's only 3 responses: sir, yes, sir, no, sir, and sir, no excuse, sir. So we can continue this line of questioning, or if you want, I can just resort to the 3 default cadet responses, and we can just move this conversation right along. And if you're interested in contributing $10 to the campaign to elect John Kitover, click that link above right now. If you're enjoying this testy little debate between Rohan and I, and you find it entertaining, well, consider contributing $10 right now to the campaign to elect John Kitover, the 16th district in Illinois. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. This is just entertainment. No one's going to fly in Australia. Nobody's going to fly to Chicago. We're not going to have some kind of old Australian 1930s fight and oil up our mustaches. No. This is just a friendly conversation on a social audio chat app called Road Rage Clownhouse, where people get angry over things from the past, from other rooms. And the rule of this room is be in and out. No bringing in drama from other rooms. So technically, Rohan, please read the rules and reconfigure your line of questioning to come in alignment and compliance with the rules. Thank you very much, Rohan.
You make me laugh. You really did. Ron, I'm not sure that John understands the surreptitious nature of what he's doing and how that he has a chilling effect on other people. That's one thing. I'm not sure he cares about that. He doesn't care. But the other thing is the lawfulness of what he's doing and the commercialization. That is a problem, and you are at risk for that. No matter who you are covering, the most vile people in the world, it doesn't matter, because at the same time you're ensnaring people who are just here to talk, and they don't want their stuff streamed, and they did not give you permission to do it, and that's a problem for you.
No, I would, in my defense, I would say I'm being social, I'm being political, and any kind of commercialization in the future on YouTube is in the future. But right now, there is no commercialization of the content that I film or create out of this app.
Well, the fact that you're putting it on YouTube is commercialization, whether you get paid for it or not.
Yeah, but every time you go on a social app, you're putting at risk something like this can happen too.
Sure you are. It doesn't mean you're not being violated. It doesn't mean you're giving permission for someone else to use your content that comes under copyright.
Now, the key is consent is exactly what Joe is alluding to. It's one thing to consent to be able to have your information utilized by the company that you're utilizing, for that matter, the terms and conditions, which may also include third-party companies as well. That's perfectly fine. People are being streamed, recorded without their knowledge or consent, and commercialization that John's talking about. He's already said in other rooms that he if given the opportunity, he would plan to and does plan to be able to commercialize it if there is that opportunity that presents itself. There you go.
Yeah, I did the work. It's called doing work. It's a job. You know how much work I've invested in recording people on this app? I gave up my whole life to start recording this app. It's my work. It's my creation. It's my monetization. It's called capitalism, you communist Australian traitor.
Terrible. Yeah, you might be doing what you call work, but the work that you are doing involves other people's ideas, thoughts, and their voice as well. That constitutes a breach.
Well, you're in the muff. There's always a little breach in the muff. You gotta have a breach in the muff. You need moisture, first of all. Then you can get a breach in the muff. If you get a breach in the muff and you find a way in and you go straight to the center, well, that's how you get compensated for your artistic endeavor. And you get a critic ultimately at the end. But nonetheless, a critic is...
That's the cue to be able to go and get for a second, because I'm just
bring out third parties.
I mean, technically, when we are in Clubhouse, they're recording all of our voices, and they can use it to edit, publish, analyze, and send it to all of their stakeholders. So, I mean, our shit's already out there, so I don't care.
Or lawyers or law firms, they'll give up all the data, no problem.
I have to assume that by being on the app, that they're doing it. So, like, and God knows who their stakeholders are. So, do I care if my fellow Americans are reporting me? No.
It's fine. Okay, I just wanted to let you know. So, John over here is restraining this conversation, your voice, ideas, and thoughts, feelings, and over to another service, which is YouTube, and possibly other platforms as well.
Yeah, X and Clubhouse as well.
Ideas. Wow, geez, John, I don't know.
X and Clubhouse, everybody. Follow me on X and follow my other Clubhouse accounts.
So sorry, John, I'll bring you back up.
Very funny.
That's very funny. I know he's great. He's great to joke, to laugh at, and that's fantastic. So I just want to let you know, man, that's what's going on. Okay.
Yeah, Mojo explained everything. It's very simple, and he doesn't care. Well, I know I'm trying to get him to see a blind spot. He does not care.
Well, we're gonna have a debate. We got Darren LaHood on stage, or at least a representative.
Oh no, it's Dr. Adams. I'm just supporting Darren LaHood. I'm with the LaHood crew, so I'm definitely supporting Darren LaHood. Brad and I were actually, we were talking. We were thinking about going half on $1,000 a month apartment just to have an address out there. To vote. Okay, just to vote for LaHood. Okay, because we believe in LaHood's vision. Okay, we believe that LaHood is good for the hood.
I'm gonna restart this live. Hope you're enjoying it.
That was pretty funny. Just because you give an explicit consent to Clubhouse does not mean, and you have no expectation of privacy, does not mean somebody else can use your content any way they want. They can't do that.
I mean, all legalities aside, just one word, John. One word. Why?
I mean, if I was in, the 16th century.
Yeah, it's spelled A-R-T. Art. A-R-T.
Congress to remove people's autonomy and their privacy rights. Okay, to be listening and recording people probably on their cell phones. I mean, why would you trust somebody that has violated your perceived
A-R-T. Art. Art. A-R-T. Art. Art. A-R-T.
Thank you. So at the end of the day, LaHood is going to win. Okay, as a matter of fact, the last time that he ran, more people voted for him than anybody else in his district. So at the end of the day, LaHood is going to win. You need to give these people their money back. Okay, you need to give these people their money back, John Kitover. Okay, LaHood is good for the hood.
I just don't know how we expect to have privacy when we are on a public social audio app.
We're not on a private social audio app.
And
Hold on. Can I get a volunteer? Somebody volunteer? Anyone? Can someone volunteer? Just say something.
Okay. I'll volunteer. What can I do for you?
Okay, Moose, can you read the room title? Out loud, please.
We are being live streamed to YouTube. Do you consent?
Now, wouldn't presence in this room after that disclosure suggest that you do consent?
Okay, just to let everybody know, I've restarted the YouTube live streams starting now.
How many viewers are there? And that's another thing. If you guys know that there's, like, if he has no viewers, like you guys just said, then why, like, do you know that they can use our voice on here and they can use it for commercial use? So, like, all of our voices are recorded, and if they want to do anything that they want to them, so, like, 10 years from now, me and hear your voice, saying things that you never fucking said. And that to me is like more of a concern.
Well, you have given explicit consent to Clubhouse.
Yeah,
You're not giving any consent to
Wait, hold on. Let's just have an honest conversation about this. What is the real concern that you have about this streaming? Is it because somebody might listen to what it is that you say? There's more people in this room listening to what you're saying than there are on the YouTube channel listening to what you're saying. So, like, explain yourself. Like, what is your major challenge to this?
I have one. Can I take a moment to express it?
The archive is memorialized in a different way against the terms and conditions that we agree to on this specific app.
Something that was somebody else will say on 10 o'clock.
Well, Adams almost partially stole my thunder. So I think what John's doing, I don't know if his intent is building an inventory of unstructured data, which in video is sort of less threatening than it is in other formats, but probably 8 to 9 months from now, with advanced Blackwell and Rubin chipsets for under $100 with the appropriate prompts, probably in less than 5 minutes, someone's going to be able to go through that entire unstructured inventory and make it structured.
This is so
So
funny.
tailored to
This is so funny.
who you are and everything you've said, building a profile, recollect